YouTube.
Looking like a bunch of idiots.
Looking,
I don't know what time y'all eat dinner, like 4:30.
It's like June, isn't it? It's June. Oh my God, yeah, school's up. I
look,
don't even think about
Ah, I
that.
love that.
Don't have
see
Except
what
not
our
loud
delay
because
is. You're
where
not
am
there,
I?
you're invisible. You know,
There might be a little bit of a time delay.
I think so. I think so, just in case something happens that they have to block out.
Where were you?
What are you thinking?
I ran to the ladies' room.
There she is.
Here I go.
Ghost.
6 years. Last time she was
Great.
in El Camino was 6 years ago.
Okay, this will freak me out if I keep it on, so.
7 years.
So, just in case something happens. Oh, great.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, we have
I'm so
that.
glad everybody heard that.
I think there's a delay because.
There is.
Because in case somebody says.
That's what you made it.
Just thank you for,
Busy, right?
Sorry about that.
we were able to do the last meeting without Zoom, right?
That's true. Remember we kicked it to.
You know what? though?
Yeah.
It's so important. I think a lot of people are calling in.
Oh, really?
I think to have Pat be available, just to be able to hear Pat, it has to be through the.
Oh, I see. That's broken too? Okay. I'm sorry?
We're set.
Oh, we're good? We can start?
Happy is where we're supposed to sit up, but yeah. I just want to get myself out.
7 seconds away.
All right. Should I start? Okay, all right.
Okay.
Apologize, folks, for the delay. We had some technical issues, but this is the City of Redondo Beach Planning Commission, Thursday, June 15, 2023. And it's a regular meeting of the Planning Commission. And we'd like to call it to order. Can we go ahead and have a,
Roll call.
yes.
1 second. Commissioner Lamb?
Here.
Commissioner Hazelton?
Here?
Chair Gaddis?
Here?
Commissioner Goddick?
Here.
Goddick? Sorry about that.
You're fine.
Commissioner Boswell?
Yes, here.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, it's
Inslee.
Kinsley.
Hensley. Oh, okay, moved. Okay.
I'm over here.
Okay, I'll
Over here.
fix that for next time.
He'll continue to make your life difficult tonight. Commissioner Boswell, your mic isn't on, so we want to make sure that we capture everything. Salute to the flag. It would have been Commissioner Hensley's turn, right? Okay, so we'll ask you to do it anyway.
Sure, all right.
More technical difficulties.
Uh-oh.
All right, ready?
Yes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Hensley. All right.
I'm gonna have you do it from now on.
So we'd like to go for an approval of the order of agenda. I understand that there are good reasons to move L1 to prior to J1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other changes to the agenda that any of the commissioners would like? All right, so with the change that staff would like with L1 at the very start before J1, do I have a motion for the approval of the order of agenda?
Motion to approve the order of agenda
Do I have a
with.
second?
Second?
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no, and motion carries. Blue folder items, additional backup materials. Blue folder items are additional backup material to administrative reports and/or public comments received after the printing and distribution of the agenda packet for receive and file. We had a number, I believe, 3 sets of blue folder items. Are there any other items that we did not either receive by email or
Those would be the three
That
blue
would be
folder
it?
items.
Okay. Do I have a motion to receive and file blue folder items?
Receive and file blue folder items.
And do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. All right, motion carries unanimously. Next is the consent calendar. These are business items except those formally noticed for public hearing or those pulled for discussion are assigned to the consent calendar. Commission members may request that any consent calendar item be removed, discussed, and acted upon separately. Items removed from the consent calendar will be taken up under the excluded consent calendar section, and those items remaining on the consent calendar will be approved in one motion. I'll call on anyone wishing to address the commission on any consent calendar item on the agenda which has not been pulled by the commission for discussion. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and comments will be limited to a total of 3 minutes. Would anyone like to pull a consent calendar item for discussion?
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Well, I think we have to ask for
Public.
discussion first, if any. Do we have any public comments or discussion, anything?
We have no public comments for consent calendars. There's a panelist, Pat Smith, on Zoom.
And she's with J2.
Okay, J2, okay,
Okay,
perfect. And no
so-
attendees.
Okay, all
And the
right. So we have a motion to approve consent calendar items.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. Motion carries unanimously. All right, next is public participation on non-agenda items, and this section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. The section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the commission. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and written requests, if any, will be considered first under this section. Do we have any public participation on non-agenda items?
We
Anyone
have
in the
no
public want to talk on a non-agenda item?
And there's no e-comments and no attendees.
All right, okay. So next is ex parte communication. This section is intended to allow all the officials up here the opportunity to reveal any disclosure or ex parte communication about tonight's public hearings, which are J1 and J2. I guess we'll start with Commissioner Lamb. Do you have any ex parte communications to disclose?
I spoke with staff on both items, I believe, J1, right? And J2. And I've talked with Commissioner Hazeltine as well as members of the public.
All right.
And that's for, J1 is, so J1 is for the Grub House, and J2 is for the objective residential standards.
I believe I spoke with Planning Manager Scully a couple of weeks ago.
But for
On
the
J1.
J2 that you would have spoken with Commissioner.
Oh, I'm
Henson.
sorry.
Sorry, I just know that we had the
We've been so
conversation
close,
together.
right?
Are we adding to our last or just continuing?
This will be for these two these public hearings are new, so.
Today.
Yes, yes. And Commissioner Hensley. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hazeltine.
I spoke with Councilman Niels Lowenstein, and Mayor Bill Brand, and the public, and Commissioner Lamb.
All right. Commissioner Godek.
Yes, I spoke with work colleagues about item J2.
All right. Commissioner Boswell.
Spoke with members of the public and also Chair Gaddis.
Commissioner Hensley.
J1 is none. For J2, members of the public, staff on multiple occasions, and Commissioner Lamb and I were on a subcommittee with ex-Commissioner Barron, no longer with us, but so I spoke at length with Commissioner Lamb on J2.
All right, and I spoke with members of the public on both agenda items, and Commissioner Boswell on both of agenda items, staff on both agenda items, and that's my disclosure. All right. So our first item will be L1.
Correct.
And so it is a public hearing, but it's not a
No, it's a discussion item.
discussion. So do we open it as we do a public
But
hearing?
you
or
would
we
need
just
to open it as a public
slide
hearing.
into it?
We'll slide right into
Okay,
it.
we will slide into L1.
Right, so this particular item is addressing our capital improvements program, or CIP. As well, the city manager had requested that the planning commission provide any feedback that they wanted to or input towards the budget. Normally, that conversation would have happened before the budget was released, while, the city manager was still working on his budget. However, our last planning commission meeting, when we had this agenda item on, it had already been released to the city council. And so this would give you an opportunity to kind of look at it, see what some of the recommendations are. It's not, combing it in the same way that the Budget and Finance Commission might, but rather just to see what are the different recommendations that the city council is looking at. Is there anything that you as a planning commission might see as projects of interest that we might want to address in the coming year? At this point, we're pretty far along in the budget, but it's an opportunity for you to really start to look at and think about, like, as we approach next year's budget and when the city manager will come to the planning commission, like really thinking about the things that you might want to see the city council fund that would be in the planning commission's purview. The city manager will join us. Right now, he's finishing up the agenda packet for next week's council meeting. But in the meantime, I'm going to turn it over to our planning manager, Sean Scully, to talk about the capital improvements program and what your charge is for that tonight.
Thank you, Brandy. Chair, members of the Planning Commission, Sean Scully, Planning Manager. Thank you very much. Do I have control or I do, okay. So this half of the item is concerning the proposed 2023-2028 capital improvement program, and specifically its consistency with the general plan. I've just got a couple of slides. This is an exercise that the Planning Commission goes through every year. So it's somewhat routine, but we're going to charge right in here. So California Government Code Section 65401 is what is telling us that every planning authority is required at all jurisdictions to make a finding that, or make a determination that the capital improvement program of that jurisdiction is consistent with that jurisdiction's general plan. So that's essentially the code section there with the highlights that requires this action. So what I did is pull together a number of the programs out of the CIP. I also, with your administrative report, attached a document that included a lot of detail on various CIP programs, as well as a number of general plan policies and goals that are squarely designed to deal with capital improvements. So this slide just is just a real general summary of some of the improvement projects that are on the CIP, and then specific policies from various elements that are clearly demonstrating consistency with the general plan. Redondo Beach is a little bit unique. We actually have a utilities element, which is all about maintenance and infrastructure of our public facilities in the city. So, with that, we have a recommendation that the Planning Commission adopt by title only the resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Redondo Beach, finding that the proposed 2023-2028 capital improvement program is consistent with the adopted general plan of the City of Redondo Beach as required by Section 65401 of the California Government Code. So with that, we're here to answer any questions.
Okay. So specifically, we're assumed to look at the various goals of, or we have looked at the various goals of the general plan, which are very basic goals. And then having gone through the capital improvements budget, such things as providing, water, treated water, potable water, providing wastewater disposal, et cetera, set as goals in the general plan. And then we look at the capital improvements and say, well, do we have improvements to our water system? Do we have improvements to our roads?
Yes.
So,
As a matter of fact, the capital improvements program, if you really looked at that document, it actually has those different categories, right? It has the parks, it has sewer, stormwater, a variety of different categories, and really, our intent as a municipality, one of our purposes is to really provide those services. And the capital improvements program are those specific projects. For the example here, Morgan Sewer pump station design, construction, sanitary sewer system, camera inspection. Those are examples of the very specific projects that the city council has chosen to include in the capital improvements program. Most of those, or many of those, are funded. Some of those that might be in future years they'll look at appropriating funding in those future years. But it really is like this is the intended work plan for providing those different services as a municipality in the coming year. Those capital projects, it's a little bit different than just kind of maintenance of parks, things like that. This instead is very much about really those capital improvements, those long range, larger cost improvements to different facilities.
so the only way we could hypothetically find otherwise that it isn't consistent with the general plan is to find something or more than one thing or something very weighty in the general plan, which is not being addressed
Right.
in the capital improvements program, and it needs to be addressed, right?
It's interesting you say that because, I had worked in the state of New Jersey, and they actually want you to find that it's not inconsistent with, which is exactly, so it's really hitting that point of, here it's like we found all the things it's consistent with, but you're not finding anything that it's inconsistent with, right? So it's at the point of, it is definitely, all of these are definitely represented in a goal or policy in the general plan. We recognize that there, in our evaluation and the work that we do, as projects actually get proposed, we, really evaluate that and look at, and there would be something very glaring, as you mentioned. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Question.
Question, there we go.
Just a clarification on just what you said. I understood that when the budget comes through and you're looking at the SIP programs, you do, as a matter of procedure, try to match it with the general plan, whether it's the land use element, et cetera. That's part of sort of a procedure that you go through. Did I get that correct?
Yeah, I mean, we're recognizing, having worked in municipal government for, several years, like each of us, as we propose projects, we know that there's some representation. We have the utilities, we have, the circulation element. We have those different components that do support the city providing these services. So we know that those goals and policies are in there. Where we would, where something might raise concern is if we know that it might cause some harm or damage, and that's not serving the public. So we would recognize it in a different way, and maybe evaluate it and look at it if we felt that there were some really severe consequences to that, and really evaluate the general plan. But most of the projects are, roadway improvements, it's just which roads. So it's not something that changes significantly from year to year project-wise. It's, park improvements. It's things that are already in the different general plan elements. It's just those specific parks or those specific streets, yeah.
Right, okay, thank you. I have another specific question, actually, about a project. I noticed that the upgrade for the Civic Center was on the SIP program. I'm just wondering when, am I incorrect?
No, I'm sure that's.
No, but I don't necessarily have that right in front of me to look at what the details
I was just
say.
wondering what the timeline for that is.
I know that there are some very specific improvements to the Civic Center that are funded. For example, the HVAC units, the windows, window replacement. There are improvements already happening at the police station, and that's one of the improvements of the Civic Center. Do we have the CIP? Do you have the
Actually, I was thinking
number?
of the landscaping.
What's that?
I was thinking of the landscaping
it.
because I'm thinking you should be coming to the Civic Center through a beautiful garden,
Water-wise garden.
a waterwise garden.
Yes.
That's correct.
But beautiful nevertheless.
Yes.
I don't have a copy of the CIP.
Yeah. Was it in the? Was it in the?
Before.
We're not going to go through everything in the,
No, but I
That's
think
the only question I have.
I don't know that it has the landscaping, but that also could be in that recommendation or thought process as the city manager comes in.
I will make that recommendation.
Yeah.
okay.
Yes.
All right. Is that it?
That's it.
Commissioner Lamb? Okay. Any other questions from the commissioners on whether the capital improvements program is consistent with the general plan?
I do have a question, I guess. How do the capital improvements, for example, the sewer, et cetera, how does that end up in the budget? Is city council saying, let's add so much for streets? Or is it our city manager that says we need to get these streets fixed?
It is, city council typically will drive projects when they choose which streets. That is, a discussion they've had throughout the year. There are some of those improvements that are like the slurry seal coat, seal coating of the roadways that each district council member gets to select because they'll each get an allotment. They've had that happen in prior years. They do, the Public Works Department does do an evaluation of roadway conditions, and those are the things that the city council will be looking at as they go through the year, and then they'll, make that recommendation to add something onto the CIP, recognizing what funding is available.
Okay.
Any other questions? Any other questions from any other? All right. Well, I guess it's a public hearing, not a public hearing, so we don't close it before we discuss the resolution, right?
No, and if you will wait just one moment, I'll go get the city manager.
It looks like the,
Resolution.
Yeah. You want to pull that up? Yeah.
is he going to be talking to the capital improvements plan or to the budget or both?
The budget specifically,
Okay.
he might be certainly well-versed in the CIP as
Yeah,
well.
well, yeah,
but
I think we've sort of
he's
run
here.
out of questions. I guess we
Yeah.
have public questions perhaps on
Oh,
the
let's go ahead and do
CIP.
that, and then I'll
Okay.
grab him, yeah.
Do we have any questions from the public on the capital improvements plan and its consistency with the general plan?
There is one comment by Christine. I'll just read it. Thank you for giving the community an opportunity to have a voice in the CIP. Here are some of my thoughts. Number one, capital improvement projects budget for year 2023 to 2028 revised final PDF states the community garden, in parentheses, 80,000 at Alta Vista Park is essentially complete. On page 6, we have more than 160 applicants for the 26 plots in Alta Vista Park. There are also many more volunteers who did not apply for a plot because they live in North Redondo. Since only a small fraction of the $80,000 budget was used, we need to open up more community gardens and other locations. I would like to suggest the dirt area north of Aviation Gym, grassy area in Anderson Park, north of May Avenue, intersection of Grant Avenue and Inglewood Avenue. Number 2, there are many closed storefronts and dilapidated businesses in Artesia Boulevard. The only way it can be revitalized is by businesses investing in Artesia Boulevard. But real estate is too expensive here. I think if we allow Artesia Boulevard to have their taller mixed-use buildings, people can live, shop, and work within walking distances. This provides an incentive for businesses to invest, elevate our housing shortage, and cut down on our traffic. Thank you. That was Christine.
All right. Do we have anyone present here who would like to address the question of whether the capital improvements plan is consistent with the general plan? Any comments or questions? Okay. And any on Zoom?
There's no attendees at this
Okay.
time on Zoom.
All right.
Real quick, I just pulled up the capital improvement projects budget. And I see that Civic Center landscape improvement, then it's a new project. And if I recall correctly, because I have been at the council meetings when they've had this conversation, there were a lot of, with all of the lawn area we have and the watered lawn area and just how much that's impacting the environment, I think that's looking at re-landscaping those areas. And I'm not sure if that's just going to be the design of it or if it's going to be the implementation, but we can certainly ask the city manager.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So we do have a resolution here just addressing, again, the consistency of the capital improvements program and the general plan. Is this something we would adopt by vote?
Yes.
Okay. And so do I have a motion to, regarding the resolution, basically designating that we believe that the capital improvements program is consistent with the general plan?
Motion to adopt the resolution of the Planning Commission regarding the capital improvement program's consistency with the general plan.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Can we take a roll call vote?
Sorry. Okay, I guess it's on. Sorry about that. Commissioner Lamb?
Yes.
Commissioner Hazelton?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
Chair Gaddis?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the resolution passes unanimously, and we can move on to our next item.
Do we wait for?
I think the city manager is going to come out and have a discussion to solicit some recommendations or comments for the budget. So that's happening as soon as he comes
That
back.
are really applicable to next year's budget.
At least maybe the foundation of next year's budget.
Okay.
I have a question
Yes.
for Planning Manager Scully. In terms of this year's budget, is there flexibility? Does each council member have some flexibility in terms of funding that they can use?
If I may, I will defer to the
Defer.
expert, the subject matter expert on our budget who's
Oh,
entering
that's
the room.
right
That's
now,
okay,
yeah.
There he is.
Like that one,
Yes.
again, that
Hello.
one's not me.
Hello.
Thanks for your patience. I've been back in the office cranking away. We're not quite done for the night yet. Hopefully we'll have an agenda before the night's out. So Good to see you all.
Good to see you.
Happy to be here. Happy to answer any questions you might have about the budget. I know the historic role is typically to evaluate the capital plan for conformity with our general plan. It sounds like you've done that, which is great. And that's really the primary purpose of this evening. But I am happy to go through the budget with you a little bit and answer any questions you might have about the proposed decision packages, revenues, operations, et cetera. So feel free to fire away.
I have a
or if
question.
Yeah.
Or a statement.
Sure.
So it was mentioned that you kind of want some ideas for the next budget.
Sure.
Because I didn't
Always looking for ideas.
This is the second time. I didn't see a lot of greening of the city. And I think that there's so many positive benefits, whether it be lifestyle for everybody. You know, everybody lives better when they have a green city. So that's something that I would like our priority. I think it really comes down to political will, whether or not our council and mayor have the same passion that we look like other green cities. I mean, if you look at Pasadena or San Marino, they're just beautiful. I mean, they have so many trees, they have so much green, they have so, you know, and that's good for carbon sinks, that's good for, you know, for all of that. So I'd like to see that in the next budget.
Sure. And I will say what may not come across in the proposed budget is, in much clarity, is all of the initiatives we're still working on that were part of the current fiscal year budget, the 22-23 fiscal year budget, which included, I want to say, the addition of at least 300 new trees that were to be planted in the city. I think we got through maybe half of that figure, if I recall correctly. We're going to carry those funds over next fiscal year. So we're not necessarily appropriating specific monies in the capital plan or the operating budget for that activity, but we fully anticipate at year end, which we'll do in November, to carry all that residual funding over and execute that project accordingly. So we plan to do that, at least on the city's end. We did, as you know, adopt, I believe, the tree ordinance this year.
Right.
We might be fine tuning that into the future, but we're hoping that will sort of take hold. I can tell you the idea of greening our community is important to all of us.
Right.
Myself, Ted Samar, Public Works Director, you know, Brandy and Sean and their staff, we're always looking for ways to beautify and landscape and green Redondo Beach. We are, as you know, struggling with our density, and we don't always have the footprint to do it within.
Do we know how many parkway spaces don't have trees in front of people's homes? Do we have a number?
We do. We have an inventory, and it may not be as many as you think. We did a budget response report on that a year ago, and I want to say it was maybe like 800 or 700, somewhere in that nature, or somewhere in that ballpark. But the challenge we've been facing is, as we go out and we plant more trees, we find we consult the homeowners, you know, that are in front of the parkway. And a surprising number of people don't want us to plant trees in front of their yard. So we've moved on to parkways where we have full support from the homeowner who will help us water and maintain the tree. And eventually, when we get through, call it the low-hanging fruit, we'll probably be back to the other homeowners saying, you know, I'm not sure we're asking this time. We might be kind of telling.
Yeah.
So we're not there yet. We're hoping for compliance, but you'd be shocked. Our urban forester or Ted will go out and homeowner will say, I don't want a tree in front of my house. It's like, well, you know, that's one point of view. I think your neighbors probably would like you to have one in front of your house. Pretty sure of that.
Yeah, I'm not really honestly, I get it. When we had to work on our parkway, when we built our home, we had to come up with a plan.
Yeah.
And we had to show what trees we were going to plant, et cetera, et cetera. They had to be okayed. So I'm not so sure that, you know, I didn't get a choice. Oh, I don't really want any trees. I didn't get a choice, you know.
We have leverage during the encroachment permit process.
Right.
That's what our ordinance really lays out. We have a lot of authority there. We exercise that authority. We ensure that there's planting. What we're talking about now is maybe a situation where there's a parkway in front of a home that's not doing any work.
Yeah.
And we're coming to them and saying, hey, we'd really like a tree. And
Right.
that's been a little bit of it's been a surprising debate in some locations. So,
Yeah.
but like I said, we're working through the backlog. We're going to plant, we're anticipating planting over 200 trees this year.
Can I segue into something that's not really
Sure.
very comfortable, I'm sure, but in just the block from my house down to Pacific Coast Highway on Sapphire, there are 6 parkways with artificial turf. And the city, we've created a problem because now as I listened to the city council meeting on Monday or Tuesday, and you kind of alluded to it, how do we handle those? I mean, the artificial turf or plastic grass is so bad. I mean, I could list off 10 reasons it's
Sure.
bad. And we can't lift it up and then all of a sudden there's dirt. I mean, what do we do about that? I think, when I spoke to you before about this, it's kind of like this idea that we have to let people know that it's not, the Metropolitan Water District does not want you to put fake grass.
Right. I think you're absolutely right. There's an education
How
component.
do we do that?
We've got to outreach. I think it starts at our counters. I think it starts with our urban forester. I think it starts with our general public works communication. We may eventually want to create an incentivization program where maybe it's kind of the opposite of, turf to water-wise planting. It's like, take your artificial grass out and we'll put something else in there, and maybe help fund it.
It just seems like it's an expense to the city, How do we just have to stop it now because people aren't aware. My neighbors, when I speak with them, they're just not aware.
I think a lot of folks think they're making a environmentally positive decision.
Yeah, but when you go on, you aren't reimbursed for putting artificial turf. When you go to the Metropolitan Water District, they don't give you a penny for it, so nobody wants it in there, but they just don't know better. So I think we need that educational program out there.
Yeah, we can work on that. I think we can do that even outside the budget.
Okay.
But it's a good point well taken for sure.
Commissioner Boswell.
Yes, sir.
So in regards to the homeowners that do not have trees in their parkway, have you already contacted all of those yet?
Well, I don't know if we've contacted everyone yet. We're working our way through the city, but if you know of anybody who does not have one and might be interested, reach out and we will contact them and we will plant.
Well, mine was removed over 20 years ago and one has not been put in its place.
Well, if
So
you
put me on
would
the
mind,
list.
shoot me and maybe Ted Saman an email or Brandy if it's easier, and we'll try to get one up there as soon as we can.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Always looking for spots.
Can I get a redwood?
Don't think redwood's in our
It's not on
It's not on the list.
inventory. No, that one might be a little bit of a challenge with the sidewalk. But we could try to, maybe there's redwood-like. I don't know. It's in the list. I'm not sure. So thank you.
Thank you.
We'll look at that.
Commissioner Lamb.
Yes, good evening. I would like to know the status of the landscaping for
The Civic Center?
The Civic
Yeah.
Center.
Yeah.
Out there in front of the Civic Center, around here in the library.
Yeah.
I know, I did see it on I think it's on the SIP list.
It is. It's in the capital plan. We have a designer. We've contracted with the designer to help us work through there's kind of 2 components of it. There's the landscape plan that's out here in front of the courtyard, kind of in front of our storefronts, right?
Yes,
That
yes.
could use some improvement. We've got a consultant helping us with that. And then separately, we're in conversations with, I don't think it's Met. I think Metropolitan Water District, or it might be West Basin actually, who's helping us with the turf conversion program. There's grant money out there to convert the grass into other plantings. And there's a designer that they've provided to us to help with that effort. So we're designing that work as well. There's a couple of budget response reports that speak to perhaps adding pollinator fountains to both plans. So Zane's been bringing up pollinator fountains quite a bit. So we have a few BRRs on that. We're looking at both. They're both active projects. They're both funded. And there is actually money in the proposed CIP for completing the construction of at least one component of it, I believe. And we have storefront money as well to try to improve our window facades when you enter City Hall, which are quite dated.
Yeah.
It's bad here on the side.
And the back is awful.
Awful.
It's just so bad. The back is the worst, but that's that's the least viewed by the public. This side isn't great, and then the front is,
Terrible.
awful.
Timeline on
I
that?
mean, I'm not sure there's much positive to say about it. That's going to be a little while. It's an architectural work. There's a little bit of permitting associated with it. So we're trying, the money's there. There's actually more money being put into it this year, recommended for additions, so we can complete the project more holistically. But it's a tough one. Mike Klein, our building team has got a lot on their list.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
just a lot of projects.
I think it should be a priority for the staff.
It's a good one.
Benefit the staff.
It would,
Right,
it would just be,
right.
It'd be nice to just dress up our city hall a little bit. It's
Yes,
not,
yes.
It'd definitely be a
Should be
point
a
of pride.
priority.
It should. I
Thank
agree. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamb. Do we have any other questions, comments from?
I have one more then.
All right, all
I will
right.
make it quick.
Okay.
So one way of capturing water is through curb cuts. And I think a perfect example of where that could have happened is down on the Esplanade, where all of those planters went in.
Yeah, sure.
Right? Okay, so I mean, I think logistically, it's very cheap. It's just a matter of putting holes in there. All of that water will then go into those planters, which are now,
Right.
they're not looking great either, to be honest with you. So how do we implement that in our city mindset that we need to start greening up the city? We need to start collecting water. We need to, because we live on the Pacific Ocean. These 3 miles that we front, when we don't capture that and let it percolate through the soil, it goes
Goes out
right
in the
into the
ocean, yeah.
ocean. Pollution,
100%.
right into the ocean. Dog feces, cat feces, fertilizer, pesticides. We can capture that and let it percolate through the soil and be in a totally different place. But I don't hear a lot of that kind of thing being said with city council. And I think, again, it's political will, changing the way we discuss our city.
Yeah, point well taken. Good suggestions. I think more of that's happening than may be transparent to the community.
Okay.
Our engineering team is constantly working on what's known as our MS4 permit. It's our municipal stormwater permit under the regional board adopts NPDES, National Pollution
Right.
Discharge Elimination System standards that
Right.
we have to follow. Part of that was creating what's called an enhanced watershed management program, an EWIMP. You might have heard that phrase
Right.
bandied about. We have partner cities that help with that: Torrance, Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach, County Flood Control. And we are collectively working on ways to capture, treat, and infiltrate stormwater. You might have noticed, to your point about curb cuts, a real quick installation of that was on Beryl Street. If you go between Flagler and Prospect, you'll see some of those new Parkway medians actually have
Okay.
inflow cuts
And that's for that
for that
reason.
particular project. That was done
Okay.
comprehensively. And we also actually added storm drain technology to Beryl Street that wasn't there before. So
Okay,
there's a
okay,
treat
yeah,
and
mhm.
capture program there.
Right.
Where we do most of this work is in really big projects where we're capturing large watersheds. The one we're working on most notably now, you might have remembered or heard a little bit of scuttle about a project in Hermosa Beach on the Greenbelt, where we were capturing all of the major 190th Street Redondo storm drain water.
Right.
And we were going to treat and infiltrate to some degree at a site inside the Greenbelt. Hermosa residents got a little concerned about it. Long story short, kind of rejected the idea. So the ball was kind of thrown back up to the group to figure out what to do with it. So we're taking it and running with it. And we're actively designing a project that will build off of the system that we have at Fulton Playfield.
Okay.
So if you go down Ringe, we have a big wastewater facility there, a lift
Right,
station.
right.
Behind that is actually an underground retention basin
Right.
that we're going to be expanding
Okay.
to capture all of the 190th Street and the accompanying watershed into a treatment and flush program. So to help improve water quality out of the Redondo storm drain. That's the largest example of what we're working on, but we are constantly executing small projects. We just executed a project in Alta Vista Park.
Right.
That's capturing some system there. We executed a small project underneath the pier at the end of Torrance Circle. We've got resources now at the Topaz, where before that discharge line, Sapphire. So we do a lot of this. It's just not sexy CIP stuff.
You know, I think it kind of is. It's funny because when I go to other cities,
It's in the eye of the beholder.
I mean, yeah, exactly. When I go to other
Love water
cities,
treatment.
like I can literally go on Santa Monica's website and they have all this stuff listed that they're doing, and you know, really beautiful green pictures and all of those. I mean, they
We
didn't
don't
have
sell
the best.
ourselves as well, candidly. We just kind of do the work and we sort of grind.
Yeah, I do
I
think
know.
we need to market a little
Yeah, and I
better.
agree. And we're trying, we're jazzing up our social media pages and we're doing some, we have now the online CIP portal that we've added. So you can look at our 130 projects.
Right.
Not all of them yet, but, and you can go to the project, you can understand what's happening and where it's located and what we're doing. We're trying to jazz up our communication a little bit, but there's a lot of really good things happening on that front that I think probably aren't.
That we need to know about.
Yeah, that people aren't fully aware of. But we work very hard in that area, and what you might have noticed, Heal the Bay just announced the beach bummer list again. And, you know, there was a time a few years back where our pier at Torrance Circle was on that list.
Right.
It is not on that list
No.
anymore. And in
Yeah.
fact, our beaches are receiving very high marks, both wet weather and dry. So,
Right, great.
and that's in part because of these installations.
Yeah, I'm surprised Redondo and Jetty didn't, usually that was on the list too. I didn't see it this
Making
time.
improvements, I
Yeah,
guess.
making a few improvements. We haven't really tackled that one. We've got it on a small working order. Torrance has done some stuff upstream with their sumps. You know, that little Gateway Park, which you might not know, is the interlocking pavers that are installed in Gateway Parkette at the end of Redondo are actually a pervious paver system. So we capture and infiltrate there. We do a lot more of that. We have more pervious paving than you would know. We have a line item in our capital program for our street rehabilitation called Green Street Improvements, and it focuses on those types of facilities.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. If there are no more questions from the commission, does it make sense to take some public comment and questions at this juncture? Okay. Do we have public comments, questions for the city manager on the city budget?
There are no e-comments at this time and no attendees. And anyone from the public would like to speak?
All right, we don't have any. Anything else from the commission?
No?
All right.
Okay.
Well, thank
good
you
to see
very
you all.
much.
Thank you.
Good luck with the rest of your business tonight. Thank you for all you do.
Well,
Appreciate
we'll
it.
let you get back to work.
Good luck with your agenda.
All right. So next in our reordered agenda would be J1. J1 is consideration of an exemption declaration and minor subdivision vesting tentative parcel map number 84175 for the purpose of creating fewer parcels, a single building site in support of a recently approved project to allow development of a multiple restaurant / micro kitchen concept with outdoor dining areas. The proposed minor subdivision will serve to merge 3 existing underlying lots to conform with zoning ordinance and building code setback requirements. The existing underlying 3 parcels that comprise the subject property are 8,500 square feet, and this is at 2400 Artesia Boulevard, 6,500 square feet at 2404 Artesia Boulevard, and 4,500 square feet at 1906 McKay Lane. The total resulting parcel size is approximately 19,550 square feet and is located at the southeast corner of Artesia Boulevard and McKay Lane in the pedestrian-oriented commercial zone. So do I have a motion to open public hearing on this matter?
Motion to open the public hearing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Unanimous. We are open. Do we have a staff report?
We do. Thank you, Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, Sean Scully, Planning Manager. If we could cue up the presentation, I've got just a few slides to go through on this. Of course, an exemption declaration and minor subdivision for the purpose of creating fewer parcels at and you, I'm sure, are all familiar with this site. So I'll just have a little bit of background. This was a project that came before the Planning Commission back in December, end of last year. It was approved by the Planning Commission. This is the Grub House restaurant. This slide just kind of details out the scope of that project. The chair identified the location. I've got a couple of exhibits that show it from an aerial perspective, but it's along Artesia Boulevard at the intersection of McKay and Artesia Boulevard. We have 3 existing lots underlying, all zoned C2PD. And then we have our surrounding uses, residential to the rear, and then east, west, and north are all the same C2PD zoning. And this is an aerial of the site, just with the hatching is the subject property. This with the old structures on the site. And this exhibit, this is a really good one. This shows really the lot configuration along Artesia as well. The blue highlighted are the 3 subject properties. One thing to note, I might even come back to this slide later, but you can really see 2318, 2408, and 2401, almost really the 3 contiguous commercial properties to this property are all the size of what this will be after the merger. So it's very consistent with the surrounding properties. And that's really one of the only main findings, is that we're not creating some inconsistent parcel through this merger. And this just wanted to show you the project that is about to get into our building department for plan check. This is the Grub House, and this is a rendering. Also, before I get any further, we do have the applicant and property owner here this evening as well. So getting into the actual map itself, this is an aerial. It's kind of a blow up showing those 3 lots, the underlying parcels. And you know, why are we back here? This was something we initially, when we reviewed the project and were processing it, the lots were all tied together. But we discovered after the fact, there's 2 types of lot ties. You've got lot ties for assessors purposes, tax purposes, and then you have recorded lot ties that are actually more binding, that we could actually have moved forward if those lot ties were in place without doing this merger. But that wasn't the case. We discovered these were tied together for tax purposes by the assessor's office. So the reason we have to merge them is because, as you can see, we've got parcel lines running through the middle of this site. And at the same time, we have zoning ordinance setback requirements and building code setback requirements. And the way the lots are set up are those old parcel lines, existing parcel lines, and the configuration of the actual development, we just don't meet those setbacks. So we've got to merge these so we have just one large lot that then the project is consistent with all the zoning and building code setback requirements. So it's kind of the same thing. So the merging process is clearly outlined in the State Subdivision Map Act, but the city, not all cities have a parcel merger process, and Redondo Beach doesn't either. But the MAP Act does allow other mechanisms, other vehicles to merge properties, and that's the one we're executing tonight. They also note that you can merge properties by doing a parcel map, which we're doing, for the purposes of creating fewer lots. So that's what we're here tonight to do, just kind of clean this up. And this is a slide that just shows the actual tentative map, vesting tentative parcel map. And you can see the underlying lots lined in faint dashes, and then the exterior boundary will now be the only lot lines for this parcel. So with that, we're asking that the Planning Commission adopt the resolution inclusive of the findings and conditions, approving the exemption declaration and the minor subdivision for the purpose of creating fewer parcels a single building site by merging these 3 existing lots to allow the project to go forward. And that concludes staff presentation, and we can answer any questions if you have any.
All right, thank you. Do we have questions from members of the commission? Commissioner Hensley.
I have one. Can I see the picture of the 3 lots?
Yes.
Any of them?
Will this one work?
Yeah, that's fine. 2404, the long narrow one.
Yes.
Is it my eye or does it somehow like project into the sidewalk?
It does have there is a slight size difference in terms of length of that property.
Okay.
But we still have the 100-foot right-of-way that's required. So if there is some requirement for some minor addition or deduction from that lot, it'll get picked up through the engineering department as part of the final map process.
Okay, and the 100 feet is from that property line to
Across the street,
to the like
to the other property line, correct.
Okay. Okay, that was my only technical question. I have a general curiosity question. How will this new site be addressed? It looks like we're taking 3 different addresses. Like, that's not our purview per
Yeah,
se, but just my
right.
general curiosity. Will it all be 2000 Artesia Boulevard or like, and we just,
Yeah,
those other
I'm-
ones disappear?
Not 100% sure, but I believe it'll be 2400
Oh, 24, I'm sorry, not 2000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Artesia Boulevard.
And that's been the reference point for this, this property, because those lots were merged
Right.
for tax purposes. And the chief building official makes that final determination on addressing.
Okay. All right, just curious. All right, that's it. Thank you.
All right, any other questions from members of the commission? Do we have anyone from the public who'd like to speak on this?
For J1?
For J, yes. Do I need to swear in? But if these are, oh, okay, so these are people who are here to speak on this, right? Okay. All right, who's here to speak on this agenda item? All right, I'd like to swear you in. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You are hereby sworn in. I have 3. Oh, that's G2. Okay, right. Okay, good. Okay, great. Can you step forward? We'd like to hear your comments and questions. And could you begin by stating your name for us?
Sure. Blagoy Santos. I'm a resident of the area where this facility or this new concept is going in.
Okay,
Apologize, this is my first attempt to address a meeting like this.
well, welcome.
So my understanding that this meeting is just to approve the rezoning of the Artesia McKay parcel for an already approved development. Was not able to attend the previous planning meetings that addressed this development specifically. As you know, restaurants are very difficult businesses. We've already had recent changes in the area with restaurants. I have seen the architectural concept of this new restaurant concept, and have some concerns, regarding subterranean parking, the height of the building, and traffic at the McKay Artesia location. This restaurant seems to be a new concept. It appears that the restaurant might cater more to food delivery services, which are not necessarily neighborhood friendly. A neighbor had told me that this new restaurant concept will be open to the public and sit-down dining is going to be available. But with the sit-down dining, it's my understanding that it's maybe just outdoor dining, not indoor dining, which is not very good during the wintertime. Anyways, I'm not sure. Well, my hope is that the actions taken today will help improve location of the North Redondo Beach area. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any online comments, Zoom comments, email comments?
There is no online comments.
No attendees.
Okay. All right. Anything else from the commission? Comments, questions?
Seems pretty straightforward.
Do we have a motion?
Do we need to close the public hearing?
Yeah, we should probably close. I do have a motion to close public hearing.
Motion to close public hearing?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. Unanimously closed public hearing. And
Motion to pass J1 as written by staff. Is that right? Motion to
To adopt the title.
approved by title.
please just pass it.
Get a
Motion
bit
to
more
approve.
formal on these things, but do I have a second?
A second.
And can we take a roll call vote?
Commissioner Lamb,
Yes?
Commissioner Hazelton,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Chair Gaddis.
Yes.
Thank you.
It passes unanimously. The resolution of the Planning Commission, the City of Redondo Beach approving an exemption declaration and minor subdivision vesting tentative parcel map number 84175 for the purpose of creating fewer parcels, a single building site to allow construction of a multiple restaurant/micro kitchen concept on the property located within the commercial C-2 PD zone at 2400 Artesia Boulevard. All right, so we will move on to J2. This is a public hearing to consider adoption of a resolution recommending that the City Council adopt objective residential standards and amend Title 10, Chapter 2 zoning ordinance and Title 10, Chapter 5 coastal land use plan implementing ordinance of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code and for implementation of objective residential standards and determination of exemption of code amendments from California Environmental Quality Act, that is CEQA. Do I have a motion to open public hearing?
Motion to open the public hearing.
And do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimously opening public hearing on this. Do we have a staff report?
We do. Do you want to swear in members of the public that may want to speak, just so we don't miss that later?
Sure. I see we have 3 people who've submitted. Everybody who wants to speak on this agenda item, could I have you stand and we'll swear you in? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. You're hereby sworn in. All right. And anybody online, do we need to swear in? Do we have, I don't think we have anybody online,
No,
do
we
we?
just have our consultant, so, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Can we go ahead and share the screen?
Yes.
Great. So good evening, Commissioners. This project is updating our existing residential design guidelines to objective residential standards. We have from staff, our planning manager, Sean Scully, is with me. And then as well, our consultant for this project is CityWorks. And with us tonight on Zoom is Pat Smith from CityWorks. As well, we do have our subcommittee members for the objective residential standards. We have Commissioner Sheila Lamb and Commissioner Matthew Hensley. Previously, we had Scott Barrett, who is now a city council member. We have put together an agenda for tonight's meeting. To start, I'll go over the goals for tonight's public hearing, an overview of the objective residential standards, or ORS, as you'll see in the presentation, and the process we have had to date to bring us to tonight's meeting. I'll then walk you through the summary of the key changes and the comments that we've heard to date on the current draft of the plan. From the planning commissioners, we'll go through those comments. And then I'll provide the planning commission possible recommendations that we've heard at the last meeting that you may want to include in the resolution to the city council. and I'll go over the revisions to the zoning code that are needed to implement the objective residential standards document that you're requested to recommend to the city council tonight. Let me see if I missed a slide. There we go. So for tonight's public hearing, we have a few things we're looking to accomplish. We want to go through the outline and the key changes. Hold on, I just want to make sure. We want to go over the potential recommendations. The commission will hear public comments on the draft document and the potential recommendations to city council. And we will answer commission questions, and the commission can discuss the item. Once we have heard from the community, the planning commission can close the public hearing and then consider the resolution recommending the zoning code revisions and implementing the objective residential standards, as well as any recommendations to city council that you want them to consider in those standards. Updating the current residential design guidelines was initiated by the city council direction at their strategic planning meeting back in, I want to say it was in 2020, maybe 2019. The city was able to get grant funding to accomplish this scope of work, and the city council hired the consultant CityWorks Design to update the design guidelines to objective standards. This was driven by various residents expressing concerns about, hold on, let me see if I've got that here. This was driven by various residents expressing concerns about the developments that were going in. As the mayor and city council members started learning about the issues, they realized that the guidelines needed to be updated. The need for objective standards instead of subjective interpretation was one component. This was also driven by the adoption of SB 330 in 2019, which restricts any development requirements adopted after January 1st of 2020 to be objective, quantifiable, and written development standards. The city council wanted to add standards for the R1A zone, and the city recognized that there were outdated guidelines and there were items or requirements, guidelines that were ambiguous and needed to be cleaned up. As part of the grant opportunity and to give better direction on accessory dwelling units, there was a section that was added for that as well. The main goal is to provide straightforward criteria that reflect the community's interest in maintaining neighborhood character so that new or renovated residential buildings are compatible with established development. By establishing clear and objective direction on what is required of a project, the planning review process is streamlined for residential projects. One of the biggest challenges of the existing residential design guidelines has been the differing interpretations based on the subjective nature. The Community Development the Community Development Director or Planning Commission is called upon to make a determination to resolve the confusion, and then that has led to a process of delay. So as the Community Development Department reviews an application, they're interpreting the subjective standards one way, the designers are interpreting it another way, and there's a lot of back and forth that really can be eliminated by giving the objective standards that they know exactly what is expected of them. So here's the process on the planning effort to date. We kicked things off in December of 2021 with our first focus group meeting with the design community, and as well the introduction of the project to the Planning Commission. On January 10th of 2022, we held our first community workshop virtually, and we started to gather feedback and had a robust community survey where we collected input through the month of January in 2022. In early to mid 2022, CityWorks developed the first draft of the objective residential standards, and the Planning Commission subcommittee was established to help work with staff and the consultant through the different issues to refine that document. The public draft was then released in January of this year, along with the FAQs to help the public understand the document. And then we collected feedback on the draft document, including requests for email comments from the public, a second focus group meeting with the design community, a joint community workshop with the Planning Commission on March 29th of this year. And then the staff and consultant revised the draft based on that feedback up through the March 29th meeting. And then the current May 2023 draft was issued that incorporated a lot of that feedback and the direction on some of the remaining outstanding items from the March 29th meeting that the Planning Commission gave direction on. Tonight's public hearing, we conclude the Planning Commission. So on May 18th, we did bring back that draft. We went through the changes that did address the Planning Commission's previous direction and answer questions and started really documenting what there might be for suggested recommendations to the City Council. So tonight we have the public hearing that concludes the Planning Commission's input on the document, or at least your official input on the document, and with the consideration of recommendations on the implementing ordinance revisions and any suggested revisions that the City Council should consider on the objective residential standards themselves. The final objective residential standards will go to the City Council in July with a public hearing and adoption in August. The adoption may end up taking place at the beginning of September, but the introduction of the ordinances is expected to be in August. The project is funded by a grant that has a September 2023 deadline, so we are working diligently to complete the document in that timeframe and get it adopted. I know that we've covered a lot of the same information that's on the next few slides previously, but I wanted to recap this since we're in the public hearing phase so that we really are documenting the information in this particular presentation. So what is meant by objective standards? The state defines them as standards that involve no personal subjective judgment by a public official and are uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion available and knowledgeable by both the development applicant or proponent and the public official before submittal. The goal is to be straightforward and clear with the objective standards. A standard is distinguished from a guideline by the terminology that is used. Standards are identifiable by the words shall or must, whereas guidelines use should or may. For example, it should be easy to show on a set of plans that the entire second floor is set back from the front building line by a minimum of 10 feet and includes at least 40 square feet of planted area. In contrast, if the planner needs to determine that the proposed home reflects the neighborhood character, it is possible that the planner's understanding may differ from that of the applicant or even that of another planner. So this determination, by having those measurable requirements and the standards, it makes it very clear what is expected. Another type of guideline example is in the second bullet, is the use of the word may. This language is suggestive. It is important to have certain features. The standards should require them. If they are suggested through guidelines, that's fine. However, the applicant cannot be made to include those in that case. And here are specific examples from the draft objective residential standards of how the guideline was changed to an objective measurable standard. So the first one is the existing guideline for the roof deck location. It says it should be stepped back from the building edge above the second floor. Nothing measurable there. Should be oriented away from the neighbors' yards as much as possible. Again, what does that mean? What does that orientate? That might mean something different to me than it does to even Sean here. The proposed standard that we've incorporated into the objective residential standards is a roof deck shall be set back at least 10 feet from the required first-story setbacks on all sides. So it's very clear, very measurable. And the second example, and we're giving these examples, they're all throughout the objective residential standards, but we wanted to make that clear because there was some concern from the public at prior meetings that what had been previously in the guidelines was no longer being proposed, and yet what it is, it's just proposed in different language. So the second example is landscaping shall emphasize water efficient plants. Don't know what emphasize means, don't know how many that water efficient plants, there's nothing measurable there. The proposed standard, multifamily landscape areas shall include drought tolerant live plants in 75% of the area. As well, we then go on to having that checklist of the different landscaping requirements and permeable surface requirements in the objective residential standards. Okay, so in an effort to arrange the standards in the most useful way to support clear information for project applicants, the organization of the objective residential standards differs somewhat from the existing residential design guidelines. Additionally, many of the subjective guidelines could not be translated directly into standards, so a standard was created to address the issue, as I just went over with the examples. For the document format and the illustrations and examples, they incorporate the City Council direction and valuable public input from the outreach phase of the project. And section 1 is an introduction, and it has a considerable amount of the basic information as to what this document is, how it's laid out, and a guide to reading the document. Section 2 is new. It includes standards that are applicable to all residential standards or all residential districts that are called out. Mainly it's regarding basements, but this is just really pulling it all in one location so we're not duplicating the same information throughout each section. Section 3 is the new R1 single family standards. The 2003 residential design guidelines discussed recommendations for front yard lot coverage and entries, broad suggestions about massing, guidelines, not standards, or as I mentioned, the should versus shall, about mezzanines and roof decks being set back and oriented and being compatible, unmeasurable suggestions regarding scale and mass, roof articulations and architecture, and it does not specify the expectations and requirements. As well, there were conflicting garage placement recommendations that were only enforceable in specific areas, the avenues and barrel heights. The rest were just recommendations, or a lot of discouraged or highly encouraged for certain types of garage entries. So these objective residential standards call out the precise setbacks and distances for these various features, such as the mezzanines, roof decks, balconies, privacy and neighborhood compatibility, second story setbacks, and garage placement. The guidelines on the parkways and driveway driveways are items that are very typical of construction, whereas the proposed objective residential standards have very specific standards for front yard permeability and landscaping, curb cuts, driveways, parking requirements, and modular construction standards. In section 4, the objective residential standards have been expanded to include R1A, single family. These are similar to R1, but there are many distinct standards for R1A, since this area is what is often referred to as the tall and skinny district. The lots in the R1A are incredibly narrow compared to the regular R1 zones, and the setbacks are more specific to those conditions to create buildability in these particular areas. Section 5 is the lower density multifamily R2 and R3 zones. That has been separated out from the medium or high density multifamily in section 6 because those standards are a bit different for R2, R3 versus the larger multifamily projects. The multifamily sections go into detail about site planning, parking and access, architecture, mezzanines and roof decks and balconies, single-family structures and multifamily zones, lighting, permeability, and landscaping. Again, these standards are very detailed and measurable compared to the existing residential design guidelines. For example, the common open spaces requirements of the current residential design guidelines are just broad should statements of being visible, whereas the objective residential standards require pathways to connect all units to common spaces. And the standards for building height, mezzanines, and roof decks proposed in the objective residential standards are now measurable, whereas previously they were more nebulous descriptions of what should be there. Section 6 is the character area design guidelines. The current 2003 residential design guidelines do have neighborhood-specific guidelines for the avenues and Barrel Heights neighborhoods. Where their actual requirements are shalls in the document, those were carried over for the into the R1 objective residential standards as well. The guidelines or the shoulds that were in the current residential design guidelines are included in the character area section. And actually, we built out that character area design guidelines section to give a little bit more description of how those neighborhoods were originally developed and what a property owner may want to consider if they're doing new additions or constructions to be reflective of that kind of development. And the final section is for the accessory dwelling units. Our accessory dwelling unit ordinance is very legalese. It's it's a little bit more difficult to read as a common person if you're not used to reading codes and trying to interpret those and implement those. So what we created here in this section is just a more descriptive understanding of what is allowed and what the different setbacks and other requirements might be for accessory dwelling units. So it makes it a little bit easier for a property owner to know what they might be able to do on their property. At the March 29th meeting, the Planning Commission did go over specific direction on a few items. And the current draft of the objective residential standards incorporated those changes. We discussed those at the May 18th meeting, so I'm not going to go into great detail like we did last month, but I wanted to have this list in case we want to go revisit any of those particular items. But we went through those. Like I said, those were incorporated. There were actually some additional suggested recommendations that the Planning Commission may want to consider adding to the resolution tonight that came out of what was revised. The zoning code currently only references that projects are to be consistent with the intent of the residential design guidelines. As a matter of fact, they don't even require that they must comply specifically with the residential design guidelines. It's very a little bit looser of language as far as the implementation. The proposed ordinance revisions would actually authorize the city to implement the objective residential standards, and is shown here in the underlined strike-through version of the existing, what's in the existing code. This is not a major revision to the inland and coastal zoning sections, but it's definitely necessary for us to effectuate the objective residential standards going forward. These revisions are reflected in the resolution that's included in the agenda packet for the Planning Commission's consideration tonight. And the Planning Commission has discussed the possible recommendations it might want to make. I pulled those together in the list on the slide. Let me see if it, 2 slides. And I have included these here. We can also add any of these to the resolution under section 5, similar to what we have done with other items where we are making recommendations to the city council for consideration. So I'm going to go through the list just so that it's just kind of refreshing memories here. So the first was consider eliminating FAR bonuses, where that option in the zoning code would now be required in the objective residential standards. An example is the second story rear and side setbacks. There's a FAR bonus if somebody sets that back from on the second story. Here it's requiring it. The recommendation from the Planning Commission per the discussion would be to eliminate the bonus if it's something that's now required. Consider not limiting the combined areas for roof decks and mezzanines currently in the zoning code. It's currently limited to a total of 500 square feet. Consider adding FAR limits or floor area ratio limits for the R1A, R2, and R3 zones. Consider adding other character areas. Consider having basement and gross floor area determination the same. We went over that in great detail at the last meeting, where one has, if it's 4 feet, on an average 4 feet above the grade, then it meets the story, or being a basement, not a story. But if it's 2 feet or less above grade, then it's counted. It's no longer counted as gross floor area. So there's only a portion of it counted as gross floor area if it's a basement. And it's just very confusing, and they're not consistent with each other. So that was one of the recommendations that you had made at the last meeting. And then consider stricter height limit on sloping lots to be measured differently than how it's currently measured and how it's proposed in the objective residential standards. For R1, have additional second story rear setbacks based on an average of the depth of the lot. I think the point here was that there might be a variety of lot depths, and making sure that it's addressing the size of the lot. Consider whether to keep the window privacy requirement in the R1A zone, since it may not be feasible to meet those requirements. Additional possible recommendations: revise the height to 26 feet or 28 feet for flat roof in R1A. Prohibit mezzanines above the second floor in R1A. Add a definition of MWELO requirements in the objective residential standards. MWELO is the Model Water Efficiency Landscaping Ordinance. Flows right off the tongue.
Yeah.
It was a state requirement for cities, municipalities to adopt this, and it really addresses that, water efficiency when you're doing landscaping. We do have some permeability and landscaping requirements in the objective residential standards, and I think this was just making sure that we're really providing what that definition is as we reference the MWELO regulations. Specify that no artificial plants or turf are allowed in parkways. Add swimming pool setbacks. For Fay and Susanna, add a requirement for peak roof ridge being parallel to the street or front property line, and prohibit cantilever for the front unit for the width of the driveway, or consider a 3 to 5 foot maximum overhang over the driveway. And I think that's the R2, R3 lots. Okay, so, and we can always jump back to these different slides and items on the presentation. There are additional items that we talked about last week as we were going through all the revisions that we had made, and staff will clean these up in the final document. So you don't need to make these as recommendations. We already recognize the need to clean it up. Call out a reference in the objective residential standards that clarifies that the excavation sites have to comply with the building code regarding noticing and protection measures to prevent impacts to adjacent properties. Correct the drawing of the mezzanine setback, and correct the matrices for landscaped areas. We had 50% was listed twice with two different scores, and one was supposed to be 50% and the other 75%. So for the planning commission action needed tonight, we've opened the public hearing. You'll need to take public testimony. We can answer any questions and you can have a discussion on the final draft document and consider final recommendations to the city council on a resolution. Once you're done with asking any of the questions that you might have of staff, you can close the public hearing. And then the recommendation would be to adopt by title only that resolution, recommending that the city council adopt the ordinances amending the zoning and coastal land use plan implementing ordinance to effectuate the objective residential standards, and recommending that the city council adopt those objective residential standards and a CEQA exemption. So with that, thank you. I turn it back over to you.
All right.
And real quick, as I mentioned, we do have Pat Smith from CityWorks available on Zoom if we have questions that are, she's really great at recognizing the specifics of the draft objective residential standards.
Okay. So we have Commissioner Hensley's blue folder item as well. Does it make sense to, which we would, consider item by item, that whole list of potential recommendations and stuff? Perhaps we'll deal with other questions and public comment, then go to those recommendations, or maybe those recommendations before public comment? I'm just trying to see where we would fit that in to.
It might be worthwhile to have some conversation about that so that when the public does comment, they have an idea. I mean, we did go through what those potential recommendations that we've talked about before tonight, but this would allow you to really talk through maybe some additional the recommendations or changes to those, so that they can even comment on those.
Okay. So maybe we could start with some general questions, of which Sheila has her hand up, Commissioner Lamb, and then we'll move to these potential recommendations in specific, perhaps.
Just a clarification
Sure.
or procedure here. So we have a list of a list of recommendations that are non-specific. I think when we go to Commissioner Hensley, he has, some of his recommendations are the same as those, but they're more specific, they're more detailed, right? And then I have 2 items that are specific. So.
Are they also part of this list?
They're on the,
Different.
Blue folder.
You might have got it in
Blue
a
folder.
different email.
blue folder.
Sheila's attachment.
Shadows and shadow standards and
So these,
sloping lot
Okay.
height standards.
okay. And so these are in addition to the potential recommendations. Are these additional potential recommendations, or are they commentary on?
They're, I think they're a little bit of both.
Okay,
And then I have a separate list of my own that I'll just sort of chime in as we're going through Commissioner Hensley's.
okay. All right.
And I think other commissioners have some ideas as well.
Okay, very good. I'm just trying to order this so that we hit the
Yes.
list and then we all, but I was thinking perhaps if we have some things that are not on this list, we could start with that and then hit the list specifically.
Real quick, Sean, will you jump over here? Because I do have his list so we can pull it up and then I'll have you watch it. And then I was going to start working the magic.
Okay. We want you to work your magic.
So that's magic, but it's in a PDF.
Okay. All right, whoop, there you go.
Okay. First off, do we have any questions, comments that aren't really part of these potential recommendations that we had talked about before to talk about? Any questions, issues? Yes?
Yeah, I'd like to
Yes,
give a
Commissioner Hensley.
general context. I don't know, his opening statement, whatever you want to call it. So first, a confirmation. So the current final draft of the objective residential standards is a May 2023 final draft. But this document, we had input on it. We gave input in March of 2023 as a whole body, right, as the planning commission. And that's the only revision we've made to this, as a whole commission, to this document, right?
Correct.
Okay, and as a subcommittee, I know we reviewed it last November and we got some good feedback there on structure and order. But as a whole body, we haven't been able to edit it as much as I would have liked, right? We had basically one crack at it. We've had this topic several times in discussion form, but really changing the document, now we're kind of left with the document as it is and all the things we want to say in addition to it. So my overall feeling is that the document, I think, is fine. It's objective. It does a lot of the things. It clarifies a lot of things, but I don't think, I've had the same opinion for 7 months. I don't think the document goes far enough in what it needs to achieve. And I think that the old residential design guidelines captured some good stuff that I don't know that we have objectified in the new document. So I want to start with the old residential design guidelines and kind of their problem statement, and then I'll share my opinion. So in the old residential design guidelines, which was published 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago, and it's the first time we had any such document, as far as I know. And in their background statement, when they first created it 20 years ago, they said that, and I'm quoting straight out of the document, quote, "A primary concern in the R1A," this is under background, "R1A single-family zone is the trend of tearing down modest homes and replacing them with much larger homes that have a mass and bulk out of character with the established neighborhood. There are 4,895 existing single-family homes in the R1 zone, of which 6.5% have been built since 1988. Homes built in the R1 zone before 1988 averaged 1,458 square feet in total floor area, while homes built from 1988 through 2001 averaged 3,917 square feet of total floor area." And it goes on to list a bunch of other concerns, but that one identified concern in the R1A zone 20 years ago is my opinion that same problem has now spread to other zones, to R1A, to R2, R3, that clearly 20 years ago they did not think was a problem and said so in the document. But that's kind of where I come from, or where I make these recommendations, is especially when it comes to bulk and mass and height and other things that are a requirement, they're just subjective. Must be fit in the character, must be, compatible with the neighborhood. That's all subjective. So what I try to do when I made my recommendations and comments is objectify that, right? That everyone can measure something, everyone can see something, and that's where my comments came from. So my goal in this whole process was not to make any new law or new requirement. My only goal was to objectify what already was a requirement. It was just subjective. And what I saw developed in the city didn't meet some of that, or was, not in keeping with the especially bulk and mass. So anyway, I want to give that kind of context or opening statement on where.
It's been brought to my attention. I don't think have we formally opened this public hearing?
Yeah, you did at the beginning, and then you took the oath. You
Right,
issued the
that's
oath.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, a couple of commissioners were mentioning, I don't think we've opened the public hearing, but I thought we did, so.
Yeah.
There are new people
Oh, there are new people who haven't
Only one person.
taking an oath.
I think we can take the oath when they come comment, right? Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll do that. Okay. All right. So, thank you, Commissioner Hensley. Any other commissioners have questions, comments specifically before we get to these kinds of lists? I guess I have a question, and that is that if there were bulk and mass issues and context, I'm wondering why they didn't become part of this list of potential recommendations.
For me?
Yeah.
Oh, they are. That's FAR. To me, that's bulk and mass is 99% floor area ratio.
Right. Okay.
How much
square footage of house can you stuff on how small of a lot is, in my mind, bulk and mass.
Okay,
So
So
that's
if
why
we
I
had-
proposed it.
yeah, if we address that in here, have we satisfied
Yeah, and that's why.
what your
I-
objective?
Yes, and that's why
Okay,
I
got
proposed
it.
that.
Okay.
I wanted to share, it's not
comment.
arbitrary, it's not
Yeah.
for no reason, it's to objectify that standard that exists.
Okay. Commissioner Lamb?
I would just add that along with bulk and mass standard, such as Commissioner Hensley has talked about, there's also side setbacks, second-story side setbacks, height, especially in the sloping lots. And on the survey that was taken, I think it's about 60 to 70% of the residents said that height was their biggest concern. And I believe 60%, I have the data here, 60% said that new development was harming the neighborhoods because of the height and because of the bulk and mass. So the recommendations that both Mr. Hensley, Commissioner Hensley, Commissioner Hazeltine, and myself that are making are all an effort to address the concerns both on the survey and from the guidelines, right? That bulk and mass issue. And I think from what Commissioner Hensley has said, although we're not going to have an impact on the FAR, we are, I believe, that's one of the recommendations that we're going to make to address, and I think this addresses your question, right? That we are attempting with this body to address the bulk and mass issue. And hopefully the concern that they had 20 years ago will now be remedied.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Lamb. Do we have other comments or questions before we get to the list that we'd like to bring up?
I will say that I do agree with Commissioner Hensley that I think it would have been nice to be able to change this document as we were going along because things were said many, many times, but it never reached the document, even at the point where we were allowed in March. I don't think that it was worded quite the way we had intended as far as all of the city being, like, for example, a perfect example is why does it say no artificial turf in the lower avenues? That just doesn't make sense. I don't even know how that happened because we were talking about citywide. So I just think that would have been something that would have been nice to be able to fix before it goes to city council, because now it's just coming across as a recommendation. And I'm not sure that that's as strong if it was in the document.
So we're going to change that, right?
Yeah.
We're going to change that.
So it's like we're on our way to
Change it.
to changing it, right?
We change
Our
it as a
recommendation.
recommendation and not as, in the actual document. And I think that had the document been written appropriate in March, then we wouldn't have to make a recommendation that this body had intended from the very beginning. So I'm just agreeing with Matthew that, yeah, I'm not so sure bullet point recommendations are as strong as having had a stronger document go to city council. That's all.
So at this point, we can't change the document. We can only make recommendations.
Right.
So,
Commissioner Hensley.
yeah, if I may. So one thing I had when I commented in my kind of thought process is like, personally, my recommendation is if city council does not, to me, these are not consider for, maybe yes, maybe no. These are, you must adopt this set of requirements along with or add them in or do them along with. Because if you don't, I don't think that the current residential standards is strong enough. And I would almost prefer the 20-year-old document of subjectivity.
How would we guarantee that though, Matthew?
Well, so I tried to change the language. Instead of consider eliminating FAR bonuses, eliminate FAR bonuses. And
But then that's something that okay.
well, they're going to consider it anyway, because if we would have changed the document and they didn't like it, they would just strike it out. So, they're of their own free will to do that, and they still could. But to make it 100% clear that basically, again, my personal opinion, I don't recommend adopting the ORS without adopting these following objective standards. Then we list out those that are shall, right? We're going to make shall be included. And then we have other ones that are like, you can take it or leave it on other recommendations. That's just a recommendation. They kind of take it or leave it.
Okay.
So I want to make it much stronger and much clearer of this is what we as a body think should be in the final ORS.
Are we able to do that?
That's what we're here for.
Are you asking me? I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, you certainly can, ultimately, the city council is going to make what decision they do. If you want to make that stronger language, what I'm looking at in the draft resolution, section 5, instead of below, and we just utilized what we normally do, which is like below or additional recommendations. Instead, you could put the planning commission recommends the adoption of the objective residential standards only if the following revisions are made.
With the following revisions, basically.
Yeah.
It's just, and it's just much strongly,
And then you could either in that same section or you could create another section that says, here are additional recommendations that the planning commission makes. So that you have those that you're like, these are the ones that we really feel absolutely should be included. Here are the ones that are just recommendations that maybe you don't have quite that same conviction.
Okay, well, does that sound reasonable?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Everything is going to be agreed on and it'll
Maybe.
be really strong and like we're strong on all these points.
All right. Well, is there anything else before we dive into this list of things that we're going to attach as additions to the residential standards?
Just a point of clarification. Shall we just go through Commissioner Hensley's list, just one by one, and have him clarify, and then we vote?
That's one way of going. I think
then add
reading the document that staff has presented and Commissioner Hensley's revisions and understanding how they're different and what the ramifications are of the difference. That's just an idea. If you guys are game for that, and then go with what we decide is what we want to put in as part of this report to be adopted.
And then what I have that they don't have, certainly there's the 2, and I think you have some, we have some additional
Okay, and these are
recommendations.
variations on each one of these bullet points, or
Or
these
new.
additional?
Might be new.
They might be new,
New.
right.
New.
Well, I'm hoping that
I
if we're
won't
working with the point,
duplicate.
we incorporate, we've got what's written in
Yeah.
the original, we work with Matt's, you say, well, I think it should be this way, and then, so we entertain them all, we finish up with that
Yes.
point, move on to the next one.
Right, and then let the audience then
The public.
comment.
Yeah, and now, we're limited because the way it works for public comment is they have one chance to comment, right?
Right.
Okay, so we have to.
And you can make you could choose to, we'll allow each person to speak twice, like you could make that
Or each
decision.
person to speak on any one of the ones as we're working on our way through. So we work on the first one, consider eliminating FAR, and we work through that and we come up with a language that we think, pretty much meets an objective. Then we take public comment on that particular point.
You might have 12 minutes of public comment
Yeah,
on each
that
one
could
of
be-
those
they're
points.
not, it's not like we have 40 people in the room, right?
But that's still, you could have 12 minutes
It's
on
true.
each one.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this.
Perhaps
through
just
it
let people,
first.
when we call public comment, people can comment. If we have more discussion, more whatever, more work, and people want to comment again, then they can comment
change
again.
it up.
I'm game for that. I just
Yeah.
want to make sure everybody's
No, I think that's
okay
yes.
with that, okay?
Not each one.
As long as we're equitable between anyone online and in person, both.
Sure, I'm not sure we have anybody online. Is that the case?
No, we don't have any online comments,
Okay,
and
so
we do
that-
not
that
have
won't
any
be a problem.
attendees.
And I think, as far as I can tell right now, we have 3 or perhaps 4 people in the room who want to talk on something on this item. So I don't know that it's, we're going to be overwhelmed, right? So anyway, we can go that way if you want, if that's okay. Does that make sense? That's all right? Okay. All right. Let's dive in then. So Director Forbes, maybe we'll start with that first recommendation.
Okay, so the first recommendation was consider eliminating FAR bonuses where that option in the zoning code would now be required in the objective residential standards. Example, for second story rear and side setbacks.
Okay. So Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah.
Could you illuminate the difference in your variation on that?
Sure, so I just made it stronger language to, instead of consider eliminate, just eliminate. So
Okay.
that's really my only change. And the reason is because if we don't do that, your 0.65 floor area ratio in the R1A is, because now they're required to do a second story rear setback and they're required to do side setbacks. Those bonuses, and I hope I get the number right, is basically 0.1, 0.04, 0.04, and 0.02. I have that number right. So you've basically guaranteed yourself a 0.75 FAR R1. And so I don't think that's our intention. I think we want to have those requirements to reduce bulk and mass, but we're only, in my opinion, not achieving that if they automatically get the bonus that existed before. So before it was to incentivize them to do something, you get this extra thing if you do this thing that we find visually appealing or otherwise preferable. Now we're telling them you have to do it. I don't think they should get a bonus.
Right.
And I don't want city council to consinder that. I want city council to eliminate that.
Right. Do we have variations on that theme?
I do have one question just to clarify, Matthew. I know you know the bonuses really well. There are how many bonuses total?
8.
Okay, so are you saying eliminate all bonuses?
No, I think the,
What would be the benefit of keeping any of them?
so I think there is still room for incentivizing designs that the city finds desirable. Let me pull them up so we can all talk intelligently. So for example, basically the only ones that would be left, so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So so additional second floor setback, that should be stricken. Additional second floor rear setback, that should be stricken, and that's actually 0.04. So actually it's 0.12 if you get all 3. Bermuda or Hollywood driveway is 3-foot wide center grass strip along the center of driveway.
Eliminated?
Is that part of the greenification or?
Yeah, I think the permeable surfaces.
Permeable
and
surface, okay, yeah, so if that's a requirement, then that's eliminated. Front yards with less than 30% coverage, I think that's also now a requirement.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Front yards with less than 30% coverage,
I think that would probably, I'd have to look at what
permeable,
the,
okay, I think that would, so really the only ones that are left are front porch, which,
We took that out of the setback, rather.
yeah, but, well, you get a bonus if you have a minimum 7-foot by 10-foot wide porch fully covered by a roof. That's currently a bonus and not, as proposed, not a requirement in the new thing. So that's still a potential bonus that exists.
And how much for the bonus?
0.04. A rear or alley loaded garage, 0.04, and a side loaded garage, 0.02.
Okay, but the alley is now required. If it has
Oh,
an
that's true.
alley, it's required. So that goes.
Yeah, well, we can talk about that.
No, I don't think it was you against 6.
I know. I'm gonna charge that hill again.
Okay, so that's
We'll talk about,
gone.
okay, yeah, so then really side load garage and front porch are the only 2 that remain. So that's 0.0,
Again, I'm sorry.
side load garage, which is very rare. You have to live on the end of a block if you have an alley or a rear loaded garage, can't have both. I don't imagine any both. So it's very, very rare. And then front porch, so 0.06 is the only bonus that would remain if you did a side load garage and a front porch.
0.6,
0.06.
0.06.
So again, I'm not, personally, there were some changes to the porch and the front door and how far away from the garage and those kinds of clarifications. I was of the opinion that the front porch should be required, but because I do think that it adds visual improvement and does break up the front of a solid house, which is why it's a encouraged thing, but I would be open to leaving it as a bonus. So, but basically all of them are now must that we went over. So as of now, rear or alley loaded garage, additional second floor side setback, additional second floor rear setback, Bermuda or Hollywood driveway, and front yards with less than 30% coverage. So if we do nothing, if they don't eliminate the bonuses, just to build a house, just to do all the things that are required, you get 0.02, 0.02, 0.04, 0.04 on both sides, so 0.08. Doing public math, which is dangerous. 0.04, 0.08.
I think we get your point.
The point is, we're gonna get it.
Anyway, you get a lot of
bonuses.
No wonder we have so much massing going on, right?
Yeah.
So.
Right.
So anyway, that's why I would propose. And then the only change to I think the sentences clearly says what we believe, but I don't want them to consider it. I think that if they don't do that, we're going to make the problem that we're trying to solve worse.
I think just leaving two bonuses, I'm not too sure what value that has. So, I could be flexible on that, but I agree that the majority of those bonuses really are unnecessary. And add to the bulk and mass, which is the intention that our community has expressed to us.
Yeah.
Right, is to reduce the bulk and the mass. And we're doing it in a way that is in alignment with the land use element, with the residents, and.
Yeah, so today, 0.65 is your maximum floor area ratio in the R1 zone. You can go up to 0.8 with bonuses, no more than 0.8. And with the making requirements and eliminating the bonus for those things, you're only left with about 0.06. So you can only go from 0.65 to 0.71. But if you chopped it all the way back to 0.65, I think that's a much bigger gap of what's allowed today versus future. So
Is that okay?
so-
0.65 is, is a number that we currently have.
Yeah.
But then it's just blown up with all the bonuses. So we're really at 0.8.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous. Because again, addressing the residents' concern about bulk and mass. So the two that remain, why go up to 7 even? If that's what's going to happen.
Well, again, front porches are visually desirable, and side-loaded
Well, it's a
garages are
community thing too.
incredibly rare, right? You cannot have a side-load garage unless you live on the end of the street, right?
Well, is there
I'd like to
particular
just
reason?
add to keep in mind that Torrance has a 0.6 FAR.
Yeah.
And even that area, as you're going into Prospect, Palos Verdes Drive, right? All those houses on the left, they're mostly single stories, right?
Yeah.
The only way they could have done that is to have regulation standards.
Yeah. I'm not opposed to that.
I would like to point out also, and, just in discussion with residents, that not to badmouth our sister cities, because I love Manhattan and Hermosa, but they are basically lot line to lot line. And I think people choose to live in Redondo because there's more open space on each lot. And I think that, if 20 years ago, Matthew, like you said, we were considering these things, but it never happened. They're large. The homes are large. They may look like there's some kind of a roof line thing going on in the front, but just move to the side, either side. They're straight all the way back to the back of the lot with a very small backyard setback. So, in keeping with what the residents want, I don't see why it just wouldn't make sense to just get even rid of those two that are, there just aren't any bonuses. I mean, does Torrance have a 0.6 with bonuses?
I don't believe they have bonuses.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like Matt's married to the bonuses anyway.
No, I don't think it is.
No, I don't like them, but just my thinking was that if something is now a standard, it should not get a bonus. That was old process, old incentivization that no longer exists, so we eliminate those bonuses. But I'm struggling with the justification to eliminate all bonus. I guess my overall goal is to try to make as few changes as possible, going from subjective to objective. That's all I want to do. I don't want to make new law. I don't want to make new things. Before there was subjective requirement of bulk and mass, I want to objectify that. Before, this is what we incentivize, now we require it. I don't want to give bonuses for requirements.
Well, we can make those two things required because we've already talked about rear alley access and we've already talked about porches. So, I mean, we can make that a requirement. It doesn't have to be.
If I might make a suggestion, because it seems like there might be a little bit of difference here. Maybe there's the eliminate, and this is the Planning Commission recommends only adoption if this is included for this, and then say also consider removing the additional FAR bonuses as the additional.
And leave it up to them.
Yeah, so that's a little bit more of here's additional recommendations.
Can we delineate those then? Can we have like one group of?
I have, yeah, I'm working on it.
Okay, all
You
right.
also had previous work as a counselor? That was an excellent compromise.
Shall we hear some public input on this?
I think we should work through the list and talk through the thing and then give everyone their 3 minutes to.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, not item by
Yeah.
item?
No.
Okay,
Yeah, not item by item.
okay. All right. So basically where we are, I believe right now, is to eliminate the FAR bonuses for, that is require that those, basically they're taken away. And that's part of our objective standards that we're putting forward to accept. There are the two that we recommend basically consider to get rid of those. And that's the side parking and the front porches, basically.
Well, we haven't decided on that for sure. That's just, we're going to revisit. He wants to revisit alleys
Yeah, I do want to revisit Alex.
later, I guess.
Well, we can do now, we're gonna move on, because there's no other place where it is. So, again, in the old requirement, in the lower avenues, you shall not have a front-facing garage. That's always been the case. And it's because that's the character of the lower avenues. Again, this is west of PCH avenues, should be clear enough. Because that's the character. And you can see one or two houses that have front-facing garages, and when they were designed and built in the 90s, didn't fit the character, because that's not what was developed there. In the upper avenues, the old standard said strongly discouraged, lots of squishy language to not make a requirement. But I think, and we've had projects come before us where they wanted to build front-facing garages in the upper avenues, and the great majority of the time do not fit the character, because that's how the upper avenues were developed, with either rear-loaded garages, with some path to get back to their rear-loaded garage, or an alley-loaded garage. Either one of them are upper avenues characters, in my opinion. So I proposed in the standards to not allow front-facing garages in the upper avenues, take what used to be a strongly discouraged and just make it a shall not. And if there's any particular special case or some special lot or, whatever, they can go through a process to handle those. And at the last meeting, somehow that turned into all R1. If you have an alley, you have to have alley access garage. But I don't think that's the character. Like if you get out of the lower avenues and the upper avenues and you just go, further south or in other parts of the city, even if they have alley access, there's plenty of houses developed along the streets. I think they call it lower avenue. No, lower. Hold on. Let me find their phrasing for
Like
it.
Avenue I with all the apartment buildings?
Let me find their, so they call it South Avenue D, basically south of the upper avenues. So it's identified in the current or in the objective residential standards as, because there aren't that many alleys in the city. We're talking all.
Well, we're talking all of the avenues,
south.
uppers and lowers, and we're talking over off of Burl, I believe. There's some avenues, aren't there up there?
Yeah, so Barrow Heights has its own garage requirements, and
Yeah.
those are remaining in the standards. But we've taken that to anywhere that has an alley or, I have to find the exact language, but
And what is wrong with that, Matthew?
that's not how those, except for those neighborhoods that have been identified, that's not how those other neighborhoods were developed. That front-facing garages were character of the neighborhood. Front-facing garages, and those were, if you go up and down the street, that's how they're developed. So we suddenly come along and make a new requirement that they can only have alley access if they have an alley. That's not what it was in the old standard. That's not what was in the old document, and we're making new requirements. And
But throughout this document, we're saying, how do we improve on something from a 20-year-old document that could be improved on? I mean, is it not, why do you not want a rear access, right? And a front? Why do you want a driveway in someone's front of someone's house?
well, because if you go down the street and it's driveway front-facing garage, driveway front-facing garage, driveway front-facing garage, driveway front-facing garage, and this person wants to redevelop their house and they come to the city and they say, nope, you got to have an alley access garage.
If I may, with that, so because I did write the 13-page interpretation about garage placement, yes, you're right, the lower avenues has an absolute requirement in our existing residential design guidelines. The upper avenues, that suggests you're highly discouraged, that language that was actually challenged before the Planning Commission. Were you the only commissioner that's currently on the commission, or were you Commissioner Godek? Anyway, it was
Just me. I think it was 29.
right before COVID hit. There was an application right on the upper avenues where they wanted to do a front-facing garage. And they're like, well, yeah, but it just should. It doesn't require this. And the point was, like, this was the intent. And they had alley access. They had the width of the alley. There was nothing that was blocking that alley. And the Planning Commission upheld the decision of the director, and they did end up having to either provide that it was the rear garage. And so what we put in the language here, so we don't have alleys all over. It's not everywhere. But what we did was we addressed that because that was an actual interest of the Planning Commission to thank you for, following what these guidelines are. Even though it wasn't a shall, it's like, we want to see that. So that's where the objective residential standards now says access to a garage in the rear of the lot shall be provided directly from the alley, except that access may be provided by a driveway access from the front of the property if one of the following conditions is present. And that's is less than 20 foot, the alley is less than 20 foot width. And it's not applicable to the Barrow Heights or lower avenues where it was required before anyway. And, or there are existing power poles or other utility structures that would obstruct parking access as determined by the director.
So if I could just make one more comment, we make, as I said before, we're making these changes to improve on these guidelines that are 20 years old. And having, grown up with an alley on the lower avenues, I will just tell you that it really is a nice neighborhood. Kids are playing out on the sidewalk. And yes, there are some driveways on the uppers, but if somebody is coming in and tearing down a house and they have a front-facing driveway, then doesn't it make more sense if that's actually better to have an alley access, that we then adopt that, because that makes for better planning,
And one other thing real quick on that particular, when we were doing reviews of these types of applications, specifically for that one, but they brought other examples, we actually went out and counted the amount of front-facing garages. And yes, there were some on each block, but it was considerably smaller percentage than what the perception is just driving down the street. Because, I see front-facing garages, but we actually went through and did the count. And that was where the Planning Commission made that determination to make them have the rear alley access was because it really wasn't the standard,
It's not
right?
what you're seeing. And I agree with that.
Yes.
It seems as though we have a conflict here, that there's not, we haven't determined yet if we have an agreement. I'm wondering if at this point in time, because we have two members that are disagreeing, but we don't really know what the other members. And I
Well,
wonder
I do
if we
have a
could-
question, but I wanted to hear what everybody else said. I'm sure there are other questions, right?
I don't have any questions, but
Okay.
but that would be my emphasis at this point in time, that once everybody's heard, that we take a vote on this particular one.
Okay.
Because of the
I agree.
conflict.
Let me ask you a question. So specifically the existing residential guideline standards says that if you have an alley, basically, you should use it for, the garage should be accessed through the alley. Now, it is the case that some houses didn't, but it's always been the standard that that if you have the alley, your parking should be accessed through the alley.
Right,
The garage.
And a lot of what we found in that research was that the front-facing garages, a lot of them had been applied for or been developed not too long before the 2003 the 2003 residential design guidelines were adopted. So, can't say that was exactly one of the driving forces of the residential design guidelines, but it was, definitely those that were being installed, the front-facing garages were done, a lot of those were applied for before the 2003 guidelines.
Okay. Commissioner
Just clarify, so we are in violent agreement that in the lower avenues and Barrel Heights, no front-facing garages must access through the alley or front loading, or whatever the current language is, because that was the old requirement. Total agreement. In the upper avenues, and that's what I pushed for in the change, is the upper avenues in the old, and as upper avenues are very, very clearly defined in the old document, and they're labeled in the new one, but they're not its own district highlighted. And in the upper avenues, I agree that no front-facing garages shall be alley access or, rear garage.
In the upper avenues.
In the upper avenues.
Okay.
Total agreement. Because that's the character of the neighborhood, 90% of it, right? Like, not all of it, but great majority of it, and what you want to maintain. Total agreement. What I disagree with is that outside of Barrel Heights, lower avenues, and upper avenues, that if you have an alley, it must be developed with alley access or front-loaded, rear-loaded garage.
But the plan that we're subject to now says, it doesn't say that, it just says it for
It just says
specific
avenue. It says
neighborhoods.
lower avenues shall not, Barrel Heights shall not, upper avenues strongly discouraged. That's all it
But
says.
for neighborhoods that have an alley, it doesn't say anything about whether it should be front or rear.
Except for those neighborhoods identified.
But where is that out? Where are those alleys?
Right. We were just talking about that. That's a good question. That with the alleys, like most of them are going to be located in the lower avenues, upper avenues, and Borough Heights. We're talking about R1. Remember, there are going to be some alleys that are on R2, R3, not the same thing. We're talking about the access for R1. So we're trying to rack our brains on where there are other locations where there are alleys. And I think that was something we looked at, when we were initially working on this document.
And that count of front-facing garages was just in the upper avenues, right? It was just those avenues around that house of interest. We didn't do like whole citywide.
No, correct. But we had other challenges that drove the interpretation that it really, was, because the interpretation was, or the recommendation wasn't just, like, there was also just front-facing garages are discouraged, in other areas. So we, we had to do that same level of research, but it was interesting to find that even in other areas that didn't have the alleys, or didn't have the requirement or the guidelines of the alleys, that that they, still needed to, there weren't as many of those front facing. And when I say that, their issue was the side entrance, so it was a side facing garage, right? Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to highlight where we have agreement and where we don't, and that and I'll agree that there aren't that many alleys outside of those neighborhoods, but there may be some, and I think that it wasn't a requirement before, and I don't propose to make it a requirement now. And if none of them exist, then we just spend 10 minutes of our life we're not getting back.
I guess I'm not understanding your reasoning. What is the benefit, now, other than that's how the old document said? Why do you want someone who has an alley which takes cars off this main street? When you have an alley, it takes cars off, parking cars and things like that. What would be the benefit of allowing them to have a forward driveway?
So they're allowed to, like, if they want to have a alley
I'm saying,
access.
Matthew, what's
Yeah.
the benefit?
Maybe to give a property
Why do you
owner-
want them to be able to do that?
Yeah, because it's not a requirement today. It's not even strongly discouraged today.
Actually, it is.
do.
Actually, it is. In the residential design guidelines, there is a garage placement section. It says, it talks about the garage design and placement should diminish the visual impact of garage doors along street frontages. Garages are discouraged from facing the street. If the garage door must face the street, the doors should contain windows and/or architectural detailing. Detached rear garages and alley-loaded garages are encouraged as an added incentive, and then there's the FAR bonus. Side-loaded garages may be considered as an alternative to diminish the visual impact of the garage along the street frontages. So that's when I was talking about in other sections of the community where it wasn't an alley, that it was still discouraged to have the front face.
So basically, it's recommending that if you have an alley and access from an alley, that you put the garage on the alley, no matter where you are, right? Okay. That's sort of pretty logical, right?
Yeah.
Do you have a comment?
Shall we vote?
So do you have any other thoughts on this? It seems like what we have the opportunity to do is strengthen basically something that's already in the guidelines. And that is, if you got an alley, you should make your parking from the alley. Right?
Right.
Right? Mr. Boswell?
Well, as
I know you're
Commissioner-
looking for alleys with.
I'm just making sure I remember this correctly, but there are places up in the northeast corner of District 5 where there are some alleys, but some of these homes appear to have driveways coming off the front street. And where those go, who knows what's under that roof? Is it just a driveway to park in, or is it going into a garage? And yet there's an alley behind it, and looks like garages too. So
There are
it's hard to say.
exceptions. There are people who did not, who built things that outside of these guidelines
So
in every neighborhood.
does that not make,
But does that mean
does
you
that-
shouldn't have that requirement?
so does that not make front garages a community consistency issue? Do we now say that the community has to, new development has to always come in through the back alley? Whereas almost everybody on the street seems to have a driveway coming in through the front?
So when you say drive through the front, do you mean a front-facing garage, or do you mean a rear-loaded garage with the driveway down
Where are
the
you
side?
talking,
Eland,
pardon me?
Eland and McBain. Although McBain, which is that street that cuts through from Beeland to Manhattan Beach Boulevard, it looks like all the garages are off the back alley that is between the homes and the Redondo Beach Learning Center. On Beeland, you have this large stretch with an alley behind it
Well, there are always going to be
that
exceptions.
has mostly,
Commissioner Boswell, there are always going to be exceptions. The
well, you know,
question
if I can't complete a sentence, then you're not going to know what I'm trying to say.
Is it desirable to have parking off the alley as opposed to parking from the front when you can do it? Is that a desirable concept, or does it just doesn't matter?
I think in an established neighborhood where you have both, you should continue to be able to have both,
Okay.
or have that
And
option.
that's why I think that the bonus for that should remain. You can encourage it, they can get a bonus if they do it, but it's not a requirement because it's just not how those neighborhoods were developed. And in the old document, there was, you shall not have a front-facing garage, lower avenues, strongly discouraged in the upper avenues, and then you get this should, which if you look at development over the last 20 years, everyone said, yeah, that's nice, and didn't do it. So can we really call it a requirement of the 20-year-old document if nobody did it?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, there's a couple of things that, okay, the houses on the avenues that did that prior to 2003 are probably developers that reused plans. They put a driveway in front because to put a driveway, to use an alley access, you have a detached garage. So there's.
We're in agreement in the avenues. If they have a
I know,
front-facing
but-
garage and they want to build something new, they cannot have the front-facing garage in a whole new development in the lower avenues and as proposed in the upper avenues. So we're in total agreement there.
I guess where I have a problem is that I need to understand the benefit of keeping that language in the document. What is the benefit of having an alley but nobody using it? What is the benefit?
Trash pickup?
Please, because we're trying to improve on a document. That's the goal.
Well, again, my goal was to objectify subjective
Well,
standards
that
and
wasn't our task.
try not to make new requirements. That's my goal. Objectify current
It
standards.
it is part of your task, yeah.
I mean, it wasn't our task to also add suggestions. I mean, there's.
Well, I mean, we have a citywide mushy language that says if
Should.
you're able to have rear access, you should. So that's another set of mushy language. And the question is, do we objectify that or not?
And
I don't care if other people didn't follow it. Obviously, everything we're dealing with now was not followed at some point.
So some people prefer an attached garage because if it's raining, you don't have to park in your garage and get out and go to your house. And some people prefer the security of driving your car in your garage and parking and not having a external.
So you wouldn't buy in Borough Heights then?
So hold on a second.
What's the benefit of?
Wait. All garages
kinds of
that are
benefits.
rear accessed are detached?
Not all, but you can't put your house back there because you have rear setback requirements that the garage doesn't have. So usually the garage is against the lot line and the house has to be 15 feet off of it.
No, I understand that. I just know of houses like on Nob Hill that have rear access off an alley parking, but it's attached. The parking, the driveway is right under the house. The garage is in the house, basically. It's not detached.
I think there's some duplexes in there that might make it a
No,
little bit more
these are the
confusing.
single family home I'm talking about.
On Nob Hill?
Yeah. On Nob Hill. So I don't know that it's necessarily a detached garage. Commissioner Lamb?
I'm not quite sure that we're going to get agreement here, and I'm concerned about the time. We're only on number 2.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
And
I don't even think we're on number 2, are we?
Number one.
I don't think we're on number 2.
Okay.
I would like to make a suggestion that we be very mindful of how much time we're taking
Okay.
on individual items.
Okay.
Can we vote on that?
And that if we have significant disagreement, that we table that till the end.
Okay.
That's a great idea.
All right. So can we consider that tabled?
Yeah.
Or do we vote on it?
Okay.
And then we get rid of it if it doesn't pass? I mean, if we-
Are we talking about two different things? We've got the eliminate FAR bonuses where the option in the zoning code would now be required.
Hold on, there was, consider not limiting combined areas for roof decks and mezzanines currently in the zoning code.
Yeah.
That wasn't what we were just discussing, right?
No, it wasn't what we were just.
No, I was thinking we would decide
Can we see
on
the
the
list?
first point. And,
Yeah, you decided on the, eliminate the FAR bonuses where that option in the zoning code would now be required in the objective residential standards.
gonna-
And then under the additional recommendations, consider eliminating all FAR bonuses in the R1 zones.
I think that was it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Should we take a little vote on that?
I think
So eliminating all bonuses.
The recommendation is for recommending adoption only if the following revisions are incorporated. Eliminate the FAR bonuses where that option in the zoning code would now be required in the objective residential standards. And then for an additional recommendation, not like, I'm going to die on my sword for it, would be consider eliminating all FAR bonuses in the R1 zones.
Yes.
Just a point of clarification, we identified, there were 6 FAR bonuses. We identified, 7. Okay, we identified 4 that we were clear about eliminating. And then there were 2, I don't know what the third one, then there were 2 that we were saying could go to a suggestion.
The side parking in the front porch.
The side parking in the front porch, correct.
And then the one, yes. So do we
Right.
all agree on that?
So if there were 7 bonuses, then it would be 5 that are eliminated, 2 that are suggested
Well,
to eliminate.
to be clear, 4 that are eliminated, and then the 5th one is rear loaded garage, which we don't have agreement on.
We're punting on right now.
Yeah, and then that 2 in the recommended, which are front porch and side loaded garage. To consider, council to consider removing those 2 bonuses.
Correct. Okay, so that's 7, correct?
That there are 7 bonuses in total, yes.
Okay, so the 5th one is the one I'm not,
Yeah, so that, how we have this worded you don't have to decide on the garage issue
Yes.
right this moment. It would be,
I see.
eliminating FAR bonuses where that option in the zoning code will now be required in the objective residential standards, and then consider eliminating all FAR bonuses in the R1 zones.
Okay,
So the option city council would.
yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say no.
No,
Okay.
because I don't think that we're saying, we're not coming up with a strong enough message for Ally. 'Cause
Oh,
that's one of-
we've punted that one to the back.
I don't think
to-
so, because
Yeah.
that was a suggestion.
You have, the issue is where that lands at the end of the night in that conversation, where
Yes.
that lands is
Okay,
either
we're
gonna
coming
land
back.
Okay.
Yes.
5-2 or 4-3.
We're coming
So,
back.
but the language allows that
Okay.
flexibility.
Okay.
So, all right. So we're moving forward with that.
Okay.
Okay. What's next?
There was, the recommendation that was discussed previously was consider not eliminating,
Not limiting.
no, sorry, it's only 9:12. Consider not limiting combined areas for roof decks and mezzanines currently in the zoning code.
Consider.
And Commissioner Hensley recommended just not making that recommendation.
As we talked about it before, try it again. Currently in the code, you're limited to 500, please correct me if I'm wrong, 500 square feet of roof deck and mezzanine combined. So 250, 250, 400, 100, any combination, but you can't have 500, 500. You're limited to 500 of both. Previously, this body had considered not limiting that, meaning you can have as much of either, subject to all your setbacks and other things and everything else that's new. I don't like that. I'd rather keep the current standard of combined area maximum for roof decks and mezzanines.
And did anyone else have a suggestion on that?
So my question would be in what zone is that? Because I'm recommending eliminating mezzanines in R2 and R3, and we're recommending eliminating mezzanines in R1, R1A. Keeping them in R1 RMD, all the other zones, but I'm recommending eliminating them. You all have received an email from Holly in regards to the R2, I think it's the R2 new build that has the third floor mezzanine with plumbing, right? It has a bathroom. And my concern is that if we keep the mezzanines in, that's what we're going to have. Even though we say that they need to be under a second story roof, I think that there's such an effort to get to go beyond the standards that I'm interested in eliminating them for the R2 and R3. I'm very concerned, again, about the bulk and the mass and the boldness in which the contractors just ignore the standards. So, I don't know if Brandy or Sean, you want to weigh in on that? I'm just, I think flabbergasted.
Well, I'm not going to weigh in on opinions about, that's, this is your job. But I think the item here, because we do have the prohibit mezzanines in R1A, those things can also be, but this one is just considering getting rid of that 500 square foot total combined limitation. I know it was part of the conversation. I had it in my notes. Lisa had it in her notes. I don't know if that's something that you want to still
I call it the
consider.
Rob Party Deck.
Well, and I have a good question about that. Why are mezzanines and roof decks even being considered
Well, 'cause
together?
They're all at the top.
They're all at the top.
on the top of the building.
Yeah, but I mean, a mezzanine is a totally different thing than a roof deck.
But it's limiting the total square footage of what's going to be up there above your second story. So it's limiting that to a total of 500 square feet. Now, we are adding these setback requirements for both of those. And so I think that was where this particular potential recommendation came from, was, well, if we have those setbacks, then just let them, whatever they can fit, they can fit. But I don't know that that's not, there was always this 500 square foot combined maximum. So it really it's going back to the bulk and mass conversation. So it's not somebody building this mezzanine that's, as Matthew said, or Commissioner Hensley said, a 500 square foot mezzanine and a 500 square foot roof deck, if they can find a way to make that fit on the top of their house and have the setbacks.
I see. Yeah, we want to eliminate, we don't want that to happen.
How does a rooftop deck create mass?
Well, I think for me, that concern was noise and the fact that you're 30 feet above your neighbor and, all those kinds of concerns, not particularly mass. But the mezzanine does, because mezzanine looks like a third floor or a fourth floor.
Well,
Yeah, the mezzanine thing is.
And if you don't limit the combined, well, whatever they could fit up there could be a mezzanine. So
Well, can't they, why not limit them separately?
it's currently limited to 500 square foot combined. The point was, and that's in the zoning code. That's not something that's limited in the residential design guidelines. That's in the zoning code. I don't know that you necessarily need to get rid of that limitation.
Yeah. And that's why I proposed the strike is because
We would just add the setbacks to that then, so that.
The setbacks are already in the objective residential
Okay.
standards, yeah.
I do have a question then, and I don't know if this is, maybe it's a different one. We're going to talk about mezzanines down the road, so never mind.
And also, real quick, this could be under the additional recommendations. So it's not like we're, die on the sword component, but it could be like consider Not limiting. It's
Not
just,
limiting
it's giving them that.
rooftop decks.
It's giving yeah, not limiting the combined areas of those. So,
No,
yeah.
just rooftop decks.
Yes.
I guess I don't understand. I live in a neighborhood of rooftop decks, so I love my rooftop deck, and I don't understand why anybody would, I understand the setbacks completely.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense. But I mean, if you have the space, I don't understand why anybody would limit that. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's not like.
I don't know the derivation of why the 500 foot was in there. I'm just saying it's in the code now.
If we wanted to agree and move it to recommendation to consider not limiting the area for rooftop deck or removing the current limit for rooftop deck, I think that could be a recommendation to consider for council.
Oh, okay. I'd be in favor of that.
And just leave off the combined mezzanine.
Make no comment about the current requirement, that they can take it, leave it, change it.
Okay,
That's up to them.
just leave instead of lining it out, just leave it as it is.
But not at the top. So again, the top is do not adopt the ORS without these additional things. As Director Forbes says, die on your sword. That to me is not a die on your sword item. That is a go to the bottom to the secondary list for your consideration.
Okay,
And modify it to basically strike the mezzanines in it.
okay.
Just say, consider removing the current limitation for rooftop deck size in the zoning code.
Okay.
That sounds better.
Okay.
Real quick, this is what I consider removing the limit to maximum size of roof decks where there is currently a combined limit of the combined areas of roof decks and mezzanines.
That's it.
Okay.
Just so it's clear what they're looking at.
Are we all in agreement on that?
Mhm.
All right. I don't see nodding from Boswell, but he's outvoted, so.
I'm not sure if I'm following the whole thing.
It's okay,
Are
we already voted.
I'm not even sure why mezzanines and roof decks are in the same sentence.
I don't either, but
Because
we
it's a
moved
current-
beyond that.
Because it's currently in the code,
Currently in
it
the
says you're limited to 500 square feet combined. So 500 foot
So-
roof deck, no mezzanine. 500 foot
Zoning
mezzanine.
code,
Yeah.
and we
Today.
can't change the zoning code anyway.
Well,
This
we
is
can-
recommending that the city council.
Yeah, they're going to change it. So
A lot
The
of,
zoning code.
we're going to discuss the mezzanines later.
in general, yeah, this
Okay.
is just the maximum size.
Okay.
Okay.
I just worked off the document we had. I didn't make a new one. This is just what
All
we
right.
had.
So I think we're clear on that, right?
Yep.
Okay, good. Consider adding FAR limits for R1A, R2, and R3 zones.
So I had.
Maybe if you could walk
Yeah.
us through what you're thinking and then.
Sure. So before it was on there, consider floor area ratio limits in zones where they don't exist today, R1A, R2, R3. I thought that was too squishy, or like, why are we considering it? What's the issue? You know,
Right.
what's the background? So I added basically why is that currently there are bulk and mass and compatible with the neighborhood requirements, but they're subjective.
Mhm.
Some of the new developments we've seen, in my opinion, do not meet those requirements, but
Okay.
again, that's subjective opinion. So to objectify that is why I proposed for the last couple of meetings to have new FAR limits for new zones, R1A, R2, and R3.
Now,
think
is it
that's a great
necessary,
idea.
I mean, are those already quantified in such a way that we're just
No, so we need to
They don't
now
have-
come up with,
now come up with, okay.
yeah, so that's
That's only for our one.
Okay,
yeah, so today we only have a floor area ratio for R1. I had in our previous one, proposal, I talked in living space areas. I'm prepared today to talk living space or the actual calculation, which includes living space plus garage. But that's sometimes harder to conceptualize. So we can talk about that maybe separately, or that's not on this list, but I do have recommendations.
Matthew, I believe that you have some ideas about FARs in R1A, is that correct?
And R2 and R3, I have,
And what are those?
so in R1A.
well, you know, wait
Okay.
a minute. Maybe we
go
decide
through the
to
list.
objectify it and then we objectify
Yeah,
it.
we don't even maybe need to discuss it because we all agree.
Well, I mean, at least,
I had a proposal.
Can we shorten the conversation by just having the whole enchilada here? The whole enchilada would be FAR limits, R1A, R2, and R3 zones, and your suggestion is,
So R1A, again, talking living space, because that's first easy to conceptualize, but just remember that number is not what's in the zoning code, but conceptualize. For R1A, it's a 2,500 square foot standard lot, and I think the maximum floor area ratio is 2,000 square feet of living space. And I came up with that number by looking at the development between 1983 and 2003 roughly. And they were all in this general area between 1,800 square feet and 2,000 square feet. And when built to 2,000 square feet, they look like every other house on the street. They don't look any different. They're perfectly compatible with tall and skinnies. It's newer ones that are 2,350, 2,400, 2,500 square feet on a 2,500 square foot lot that are incompatible with the neighborhood, that are not in compliance with bulk and mass. And that's how I come up with my proposal for the FAR limit for R1A to be 2,000 square foot of living space.
And they achieved this by sticking mezzanines in and stuff like that? or what?
no, that's without the mezzanine.
Well,
Well, yeah.
Yeah, mezzanines, taller roofs, basements if it's a sloped lot. Like the 2,500 square foot basically has a third floor basement. And that's how they achieve that. 2,350, they get it with mezzanines typically. But just in general, and the nice thing about floor area ratio is that if you do have an especially big lot or a 3,000 square foot lot in the R1A zone, you can build to that lot, right? You're not limited to the standard lot. It's a ratio. So again, I propose 2,000 square feet of living space. I checked with staff. The minimum garage size in the city is 18 feet by 19 feet. That gives you 342 square feet for the garage. When you add those together, total gross floor area, hope I got that phrase right, for the R1A would be 2,342, and your actual calculated floor area ratio would be 0.94.
Okay, so that's with the garage. Typically, you'll see the FAR without the garage, correct?
So again, if you're talking
Oh,
FAR,
am I incorrect?
It includes the garage.
It's usually, okay.
yeah, so if you talk FAR, city code, municipal, when we talk 0.65 in R1, that's with the garage. If you think just conceptually, you go look at some, for sale website and they show you square footage, that's living space only. So that's a little bit, that's why I try to talk in living space, because that's easier to conceptualize. But now when we actually get to the nuts and bolts of it, the number, as I calculated, for 2,000 square feet of living space ends up being 0.94 maximum FAR.
For R1A.
For R1A.
Yeah.
Just about water. So.
Do we have any objections to that?
Okay.
No?
Okay. So, okay, so that was R1A.
Let's set that in stone, please.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so R2, R3, a little more amenable, flexible, squishy. Again, kind of did the same thing. I looked at development over the last 30 years. Visually, does this look massive or incompatible or whatever? And generally what I saw was R2s and R3s. You could fit up to 2,500 square feet of living space on for example, 3 on a lot. Typical 7,500 square foot lot. You could generally fit 2,500 square feet per dwelling unit per house and not look, in my opinion, out of character. So that's where I put that as a starting point. And the reason you can fit quote unquote more is because if you think of a lot, like they only really have the side setbacks and the houses kind of get to be a little closer together. Does that make sense? Like you share a wall, right?
Basically attached.
Yeah, they're attached. So you don't have to have that,
together.
that's 5 feet you save, right? That's how you can fit more, quote unquote, more on an R3 lot. So if you do 2,500 square foot of living space as a maximum, right? This is the absolute tippity top. You cannot have 2,501. That's what FAR limit is. And again, the minimum garage is 342 square feet. You get 2,842 gross floor area, gives you a 1.14 floor area ratio.
Say that again.
Sorry,
No, just the final.
1.14. And if someone wants to have a super big luxurious garage, they're going to have to shrink the living space, the total number. If you wanted to talk smaller square footage of living space, 2,300, that's what you thought, then that calculation would be 1.06 FAR. So again, did a little less homework, a little less work when it comes to R2, R3. But again, I did the same thing, just looking at what's built. And the ones that, in my opinion, look too big, too massive, too bulky are 2,700 square feet, 2,650, 2,800. Those are the ones that look too big, in my opinion. So that's how I set out that number. But again, I'm not.
Did you have for R2?
R2 and R3 together.
Oh, both. Okay.
and again, I'm a little, I won't say less sure, but like R2 might have a lot that's 6,000 square feet, not, I haven't gone through every articulation of what, so, but as a starting point, put it out there as 2,500 square feet of living space.
Chair,
Yes.
I have a comment?
Yeah.
First, I want to thank Matthew so
Yes.
much
Seriously.
for really digging deep into that
Yeah.
and getting us to those FARs.
Thanks for doing our heavy lifting for us.
The heavy lifting, yes,
On
you
all of
did.
this.
Thank you so much. And I guess that's it for this moment. After everybody speaks, it's 9:30, and I'm just wondering, there've been people here since 6:30. And I'm just wondering if we want to consider opening it up to the audience,
What do you guys think?
public.
Yeah? Yes.
Sorry, one more we should discuss, maybe someone would want to comment on, is on the R1A height, because that's a change from the current, so maybe we want to skip down to the next one. The next character areas is maybe not so critical, but I think the height one we should talk about and then take public comment so that they could,
Because that one is kind of radical.
yeah. So,
I have no objection to that. Do you,
No.
do you have an objection to that? Objection?
None.
Okay, let's do it.
okay, so at the last meeting, and it's in the agenda packet, I don't know where it is, page 800, and I don't know. It's a big agenda packet. Before I had visualizations, we went through at the last meeting of in the R1A, tall and skinny, Golden Hills, Golden Triangle, whatever you want to call the neighborhood. I've always said at these meetings that a flat roof design in that neighborhood is perfectly compatible. They exist, they've been built for 40 years with flat roofs. I roughed it out when I looked through the neighborhood, about 5% are flat roofs. But what I've seen built more recently is, and what is not compatible, is a 30-foot height limit, which is the limit in that zone, and a flat roof. You get this huge monstrosity all the way up to the peak of the height limit, and it dwarfs the building next to it. And they're taking kind of the worst of both, the height of the pitched roof, which is taller, the older flat roofs were shorter, and putting those together to make a 30-foot flat roof, which I think is incompatible. So what I had shown in the pictures before, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 examples of flat roof designs, all pretty consistent, that you get 2 stories. Again, I'm approximating it to 24-foot height is what is the standard, or what is the nominal flat roof design in the R1A. And pitched roofs are taller. If you put them next to the flat roof house, it is taller if it's a pitched roof, and it's 28 feet. I don't believe those go to 30 feet either. And so to maintain the neighborhood character of the R1A, I propose that if you have a flat roof design, perfectly acceptable, but your height limit is 24 feet. And if you have a pitched roof design, the maximum height would be 28 feet. So again, that's down from the current, which is 30 feet for pretty much all zones. It doesn't take into account the established neighborhood character of the R1A.
So I have 2 questions to
Yeah.
follow on. One, does the additional height incentivize people? Well, let me start by saying I hate flat roofs. They leak. And I don't understand flat roofs, really. I mean, I understand rooftop decks, which are essentially a portion of the roof that's flat, but flat roofs in general are an issue, I think. So that's my personal bias. So do you feel that the additional height incentivizes the building of peaked roofs as opposed to flat?
It may, but I do think that 95% of the houses in the R1A are peaked roof anyway. So I don't think it would be out of character to do that.
And that isn't even a question. The second question I have is there a good, I understand a flat roof 30-foot high, that's a big cracker box out there and ugly, out of character, eliminates sunshine, et cetera, et cetera. But a peaked roof at 30, is there a specific reason? Is it just because you've sort of measured all these and it's just 2 feet higher and that is out of character? Or is there another set of logic?
No, I think the as-built condition is probably closer to 26 feet. Generally, you have 10 or 11 foot ceilings on the first floor, a foot in between, and you typically had 13 feet peaked roofs. So altogether, you probably 26 feet, if not 25. And so that's why I propose at 28, there's some flexibility. You might be taller than the 40-year-old, existing house, but again, it's
But it's not a 30-foot
Not 30 foot,
monstrosity
yeah.
with a flat roof.
Yeah.
Okay. I saw.
And again, I didn't go out with tape measured every single house. These are approximations based on visualizations. This is not in stone with my chisel. This is to give some number to discuss, to give some number to think about, and some number to comment on. And then again, I think you have to define flat roof and pitched roof. You can't leave it open because they're going to do this and go to 30 feet and call it pitched.
I'm betting there is a definition
Yeah,
somewhere.
So,
I saw your hand up. Okay.
So in the R1A section, are there any 30-foot tall homes? Are there any?
There are some newly developed ones at 30 feet with flat roofs. One, or I showed one at least. Other flat roofs at
So it's
28.
uncommon.
It's uncommon, very uncommon.
Very uncommon. Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
You live in that neighborhood.
Yes, I do.
What do you think of this?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Do we have anybody with an objection to this?
Nope.
Not me.
I've spoken at length with Commissioner Hensley about this, so.
For the reason R1A is near and dear is because, again, Commissioner Lamb and I both live in R1A neighborhoods. So
Right.
that's how I know it so well, and
Right. Okay.
spent a lot of time in the last 3 years walking around the neighborhood. So
Does staff have any objection to us opening this up for comment? What we've discussed so far for
Yeah, I
comment?
think that's fine.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who has not been sworn in who'd like to talk on this? Who would like to ask questions or give comment on this? Are you gonna comment on this or ask questions on this? Okay.
On anything
On
tonight.
anything tonight?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. I gotta swear you in.
okay. You want me to come up?
No, you're fine right there. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're now sworn in. Okay, who would like to comment on this?
And can they comment on anything?
On anything? Yeah, why not?
Anything.
Yeah.
there's 3 minutes.
Oh, actually, I have sheets here, but you're one of them. We have Xavier. Xavier's here? Yeah.
Good evening. So yeah, Javier Rivas. I'm a homeowner and a resident in the TRW tract. And I also have a degree in architecture from the Cooper Union in New York City. And my work has been featured in a bunch of magazines, won't bore you, but LA Times, Forbes, Dwell, Bloomberg, Architectural Digest, and a few others. So when I bought my home, it was with the understanding that I would have the freedom to develop my property under some reasonable existing zoning regulations and based on existing precedent. I don't want to build anything huge. I like minimalism, but I also want design flexibility. And the current draft regulations for R1 lots threaten to undermine that and would negatively affect the value of my property. So the TRW tract is not, in my view, not a historic neighborhood with a consistent character to preserve. There are modern homes, there are prefab homes, there are lots of two-story homes, and there's a wide range of styles and sizes. It's a diverse collection of homes, and attempting to lock this community into a rigid, outdated design aesthetic does not honor the neighborhood, it stifles it. Change isn't just inevitable, it's necessary, and it's good. It's how we grow and how we adopt and how we ensure our city continues to meet the needs of its residents. By implementing these restrictive regulations, you're not only hindering the architectural diversity, but also infringing on the property rights of homeowners. So I request a few comments, specific requests. The restrictions on roof decks are loosened in R1 zones. I am supportive of actually removing the FAR bonuses. I request that flat roofs are permitted in all zones. I support the lower height. I request that you do not add pool setbacks. I also request that the restrictions on modular construction are removed, and have something specific here, which is based on my reading of section 19980 of the California Health and Safety Code relating to California factory-built home program. It requires that factory-built homes are treated the same as site-built homes. And many factory-built homes offer superior value, speed, quality, and they minimize disruption to neighbors because of the speed of construction. So I plan to personally modernize my property using high-quality factory-built home systems. I'm confident that many fellow homeowners feel the same and will increasingly feel the same over time. So I ask you to reconsider this draft. Redondo Beach, and more specifically the TRW tract, is not a museum. It's a living, breathing community that should be allowed to evolve. And so I'd be happy to provide further details or have a more in-depth conversation. It's a topic I care deeply about, and I ask that we not impede progress and change, but embrace it. I can see that you're all really dedicated, and I appreciate your time and care for the city, and hope you...
Motion to
Extend 2 minutes.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
You're extended?
And I thank you for your time and your commitment to our city, so thank you.
Can I?
Don't leave.
Go ahead.
Don't leave.
Yeah.
Questions?
Go.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, could you said roof decks, no limit. Do you mean not even setbacks? That's my question. You're okay with flat roofs at 28 feet? No pool setbacks. Can you explain that one?
So that was based on something that I heard in this conversation or in this meeting about the desire to add pool setbacks. I could have misunderstood that.
Well, what happened is
No,
we
it
had
is-
some
you're correct.
pools on the property line, and we were trying, give people a little bit more privacy on the back and take it off the property line or off the fence. We were talking about that.
Yeah, I think there would be, like, having a, let's say, 2 to 3 foot setback would seem reasonable.
Yeah, that's all we were, yeah, okay.
Anything beyond that, though, would actually be quite restrictive from a
That's all
design
actually
standpoint.
That's all we were
talking
talking
about,
about,
yeah.
just taking it off the property line.
Yeah.
I think I got everything. Okay, so I think you're in agreement on a lot of these. What did you not like in the TRW R1?
Yeah, so specifically, so there was my interpretation of the guidelines was that it would restrict having flat roofs in the TRW tract. Is that correct?
I don't recall that.
I don't think so,
Do we
no.
have something on flat roofs in the TRW?
So there's
No, that's
guidelines
just-
and standards. I don't know that so what are the specifics?
No, so there are so what we're creating is objective residential standards. At the end, there are character areas. It's just talking about historically how those areas were developed. I'm not calling them historic districts. That's not at all what we're talking about here. But what we're talking about is how most of those neighborhoods have been developed there, and most of them are intact in that same type of development style. It provides the property owner with information about that in case they want to reflect that. That's what the character area guidelines are. And that's why it's towards the back and not included in the R1. The R1 are the actual objective standards that would be the shalls instead of the shoulds. Those guidelines in the back for the character areas, just guidelines,
Think
that's
about
what they are.
Okay.
But it was to inform people so that somebody moving into the community may not be thinking about what their, how their neighborhood was developed or why it was developed a certain way. And it doesn't mean that they have to build their home that way or they would even want to, but they might want to hint at it in something in the design of their home, just because they're recognizing the significance of that and that character area.
I appreciate the clarification there.
Can I have one more clarification?
Yep.
On the modular buildings, they're still allowed, right? TRW
They're
tract
allowed.
R1.
I think the issue was that there were, I have that page.
I thought
too.
it just mentioned something like of the same quality or of the same standard or
Yeah.
built of something.
Shall comply with all R1 standards, shall comply with one of the following, set the entire, the reason why we had these was we've seen a lot of applications come in and they're not able to do some modulation, or they weren't able to do modulation without having major shifts and changes. So we wanted to address the issues that we've seen developers or builders encountering as they were coming in with applications. So there's definitely allowed to be constructed. And it was just, we'd seen some where they came in and they, ended up doing like a
But
whole
we don't
side
have
of
you're
corrugated.
referencing a prohibition on modular homes,
Yeah,
right?
we don't.
Yeah, no, there's.
I don't think there is one, right?
It actually just spells out some things to make it, easier for them to build. Yeah.
What I have in front of me is page 38 on the final draft. Is that the latest?
Yeah.
Yep.
For the modular home?
Yeah.
38?
That's going to be R1A. For R1, it's page 25, but they might be the same.
25? Okay. So what is your complaint?
Yeah, so specifically, the materials shall be selected from the following: metal, precast concrete, wood, brick, and stone. I think that is unnecessarily restrictive, and it treats modular buildings differently from conventionally built homes.
What's missing?
Plastic.
A lot more, there's a lot of different building materials. I mean, thousands, composites. There's new materials being developed all the time. This is specifically restricting it for modular buildings. I'm not sure, quite frankly, that is allowable.
Are you
per state law.
suggesting that we have no restriction on materials?
Yes, specifically for modular buildings being treated differently from conventionally built homes.
Do we have restrictions on conventionally built homes in terms of materials?
I think for me, my concern is when it comes to like corrugated, especially the corrugated metal, that's the one that I don't particularly prefer.
I agree. I don't like it either.
So we could agree to restrict the
Well, there's
corrugated
some
metal?
careful language, but I guess our concern, or my concern specifically, is that if the modular home goes up with corrugated metal, for example, it's out of character, right? You have this stucco home next to board and batten, next to whatever, and then you get this corrugated metal house that doesn't match with the rest of the neighborhood. So there is some concern there, while not prohibiting or not allowing, we do want to try to maintain so that it doesn't look like a modular home, so it looks like any other home built in the neighborhood. So that's going to be my end goal, and that's probably going to be a discussion later tonight on some of those details. But
So I guess the problem would be if there really are thousands of possible, types of materials, we can't possibly address that. What we would need to do is have some input, perhaps from you and others like you, as to what's really important, what materials would be really important to you, which hopefully wouldn't include corrugated, because you're gonna have a problem here. But obviously you don't want paper, you don't want plastic, you don't want tin roofs, there's all kinds of materials that could be used that you definitely don't want. What materials are not on the current list that you definitely would want, that you think would make the property look consistent with the neighborhood?
Yeah, so there are some composites that include composite stones, for example, that can.
Embedded in the composite?
Yes.
Or as the composite as a substrate behind it?
It could be either. Yeah.
Okay.
They can, obviously.
But then what's facing the outside is actually stone, even though behind it might be some kind of composite, aerospace material.
Or it may be a composite that has stone bits inside of it, right?
So like a precast fiberglass stone wall.
Yes.
And why should we allow something so strange?
Well, my understanding is that there are no such restrictions for conventionally built homes. And again, per California factory-built housing regulations, my understanding of that is they have to be treated the same.
And yet, if you're building a non-modular, regular home, and you show up at the planning department with a plastic house, they're not going to allow that, right?
Well, that would be the building division to look at
Or
whether or not that
whoever you wind up
construction
having to
could
take
happen,
that
yeah.
to. There may be no written materials being eliminated, but if you show up with something that's clearly not appropriate, it's not going to be allowed, right?
No, if it's not in the zoning code and it's not in the standard,
But he's saying there are no limitations on materials.
that's what he's saying.
Is it
The
true?
limitations would be whether or not those would be allowed through the building code.
So there are limitations because it has to be consistent with the building code.
But what he's saying is that he would prefer to see this, have that same consideration, yeah.
Okay, and I don't see why it shouldn't.
Is there a way to word that, Brandy, so that
You would,
makes
I
the
put
other
for
modular homes?
the recommendation, revisit whether to limit the building materials for modular construction to add composites or other materials, or consider eliminating this standard.
Perfect.
What, can I have another proposal? What if we had like list of things that are acceptable or other materials is determined by the director, like by the city official, it doesn't have to be the planning director.
But it's not giving me what makes that an acceptable material or not.
That's a difficult one. when-
Let me understand correctly. If somebody's building a non-modular home and they come in with a material that is plastic, it's just plastic, and they want to build a home out of plastic, they will be allowed to build the home out of plastic, or they won't because it doesn't meet some building code.
The only reason they wouldn't would be if that material doesn't meet the building code. Maybe that won't meet fire code or whatever it might be.
Melting code.
Melting code.
So,
So the marshmallow house is out also.
May I clarify? I was referring to materials that meet the building code. Because you cannot build with materials that don't meet
that's
the
where I'm
building code.
going with this,
That's what
is
we
that
needed to hear.
can this merely say the materials have to be in compliance?
They're going to have to be, and we don't have that in the now you're going to
So it
put that
isn't
in
even
every.
necessary to say here.
It may
is what
not be
you're
a
saying.
necessary component. And that's why I put revisit whether to limit the building materials for modular construction to add composites or other materials, or consider eliminating this standard.
Except for corrugated metal.
Oh,
No, there's still, that doesn't change that, that the project shall comply with one of the following. And there are a variety of things, and one would be the corrugated metal panel.
For that Quonset hut.
Darn it.
May I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Just prohibit corrugated metal on all homes.
Can we do that?
And if we think a little longer, there'll be something else. And then something else. So if it's allowable by, building codes, then it should be allowable.
Okay.
Thank you.
Otherwise, we
Revisit
should
that.
change the building code.
No, thanks.
I guess we can revisit corrugated metal.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Lexi Copan.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you. My name's Lexi, and I am a homeowner in Redondo. I'd like to voice my thoughts on the draft zoning regulations for R1 lots. I just urge you to consider a little more flexibility in these rules to foster more architectural diversity and even modern design within our city. Part of what gives Redondo Beach its character is the architectural diversity of the neighborhoods in this city. Stringent restrictions can stifle this creativity and limit our ability to incorporate sustainable and innovative practices in our homes as well. I do support less bulk, but I don't want excessive design restrictions as currently proposed. By easing these restrictions, we not only invite diverse architectural aesthetics, but also promote energy efficient and environmentally conscious designs. I believe that our homes should not just mirror the past, but also embody progress and sustainability and innovation. And by amending these regulations, we can make Redondo Beach an exciting, diverse community that leads in environmental stewardship and modern design as well. So thank you for your consideration.
I have a question.
Yes.
What specific limitations were you referencing?
So my understanding of what's been presented is that in keeping with the character of neighborhoods, it could bar certain styles of homes being built if enough homes in that neighborhood are of a specific style that perhaps is more of an older style, like some of the neighborhoods where the homes were built perhaps in the 40s and 50s. If someone wants to come in and build something more modern, it sounds like they can't do that now because it will stand out a little more than the homes around it, since not enough of them have started taking on a newer style.
So are you referencing the guidelines or the standards? And you're aware of the difference?
The front of the book or the back of the book?
My understanding was that it was the standards, but perhaps it's the proposed guidelines. I'm not 100% sure which one it is at this point in time.
Okay. So just to let you know, there is a difference. The guidelines in the character areas are suggestions. The standards are clear shalls.
Right.
So you'll have another chance to voice your concerns, and perhaps you'd like to come back and be more specific and or be assured that if you're referencing the guidelines, that they're not chiseled in stone.
Okay.
Okay?
So my understanding was that these recommendations that were being potentially going to go through would bar the diversity in some of those neighborhoods. So that's not necessarily what's happening then? Because that's what it sounds like based on the proposals.
Sure. I think the
trying to
word
make them-
bars
we're trying to make
is
them
where you've gone wrong.
recommendations,
It's that it limits. So if you're going to build something in an established neighborhood with a consistency of architectural types, and you come in and you want to do some kind of tower
Not looking
that
to
is
do a tower.
completely different, or whatever, you want to come into a neighborhood that is a bunch of homes built in 1955, single family, single floor homes, and you want to build a two-story Truscan style home that takes up most of the lot and dwarfs everything around it. That's an assault on your neighbors, okay, and their property values most likely. But if you want to use that kind of architectural style for something that is smaller and to the scale of the rest of the neighborhood, then it might be something that'll be considered. And it really depends on how different you are from, from what already exists in these certain neighborhoods. And is the variance that you're going for too much? Okay, so if you're, but anyway, I think I've made my point. So it's not that it's barring diversity, it's that it's preserving continuity with the ability to have variance.
Right. Okay, thank you.
And I would
Sorry to
just,
jump in
I would just add that page 27 of the design standards, the new ones, identify what the shoulds, the shalls are, the standard. And then at the back of the book, back of the guidelines and standards are the guidelines that are the character areas. There's no, those are suggestions, those are guidelines, not standards.
Okay.
So you probably want to become familiar with the difference between those two. And you can obtain the objective residential standards and design guidelines on the city website.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Holly Osborne.
Okay, good evening. I'm Holly Osborne. And I got involved with this because a neighbor, I'm a neighborhood activist, came up to me and said that there was this really extreme 3-story house going up. And I sent you guys all a picture, except for you, but I didn't have your address and I hope somebody else forwarded it. Okay. And so I was looking at that and I said, how did this get approved? And it's not a McMansion, but it is a McTwo on a lot.
Yeah.
If you allowed everything to be supersized, how is that helping our community? It's not making it more livable or more middle-class friendly. It's not making it more green, that one especially. And so and it doesn't fit in with the character of the neighborhood. And my bottom line was it your intention to allow that developer to develop that? And if it was not, then please fix your guidelines. Now, the way y'all have been talking, I don't think you ever intended that. And actually, they're having an open house tomorrow, and I think you all ought to go. And if you're not shocked and fall over dead when you see it, then you ought to take a list of everything that's violating your guidelines. And, this is your quiz. The person who finds the most faults gets, I'll bake them some brownies or buy them some, so you don't have to, I'm just saying, it's.
What's the address?
The address is on the email. Do you want me to say?
Oh, okay, sorry.
I don't recall.
I didn't know if I wanted to, but let me tell you, it's over 3,000 square feet. So that violates everything you've said. Okay, so the more you guys were talking, I don't think I'm going to disagree with you. But I just think this would be a good, I don't understand things unless I see an example, okay? And boy, did I see an example, all right? And I think you ought to go and see, were they really allowed to do this? And if so, what was missing in your guidelines? I'd like to know which of those two approved it, to tell you the truth. Yeah, but I can't ask them, but your chair can. Okay, anyway, but seriously, if you go to Zillow with the address that I sent, you'll see it's open tomorrow, I'm pretty sure, okay? Because one of them still got the locked box, it's 2 on the lot, and
3 stories.
Yeah, 3 stories. 1, 2, 3. And don't give me any BS about, one of them's a mezzanine. No, it's 1, 2, 3 the way I count, okay? I got a PhD in engineering. I know how to count, all right? But I'm not an architect. But I do live in the TRW tract. Okay. All right. That's all.
Thank you.
Please go take the quiz. I want to see who finds the most.
Thank you,
Thank
Holly.
you, Holly.
All right.
It's unplanned.
Any online comments?
Maybe we have one more.
Anybody waiting to talk with us, to scold us online?
1 second, sorry.
Who, do you
Gary,
want to
Gary.
talk on this issue
Yeah.
right now?
Yes, you do.
Yes, guidelines.
I don't think that we're, all right.
I've talked to her.
if you
I think she's just a little bit
Okay,
confused.
if you could state your name.
Carrie Perlow. I live on Gertruda. We have a massive house being built right behind us. It's been going on for about 2 years. So I'm living this kind of situation firsthand. And the house that's being built is on a down slope. And it's just, talk about mass and bulk. It just feels ominous, just beyond. We have like a 2,000 square foot home, it's pretty mid-size. And I spent I spoke last meeting on Zoom. I don't know if you remember, but I just spent like $150,000 on a backyard. And all of a sudden, this thing erects, and it's just looming over not just my house, my neighbor too. Just, it really is cavernous is our word. So our concern, I'm not against development at all. It's just, I'm really looking at the setbacks from the backyard. Like, is there a way to push these homes back a little bit? I think it's 20 feet right now? Even if it was 5 feet more back, there would be a little bit more breathing room. But right now, like, we have balconies over us, over our yard, and it's just, I'm not really sure once it's finished how we're all gonna
Well, Gertruda's up here.
live with this now. I mean, literally, I think they have a mezzanine, it's 3 levels, and literally every level of living space is pushed right on us, like 20 feet away now. So I just wanted to express how I'm feeling about, you can hear this, I'm like, it's a little emotional.
Are you on the 500 block?
Excuse me?
Which block are you on Gertruda?
It's 1241 is my home.
What's it?
And so it's the house that I'm talking about is on Avenue E. And I think it is with tons of bonuses. It's built out to 0.80 of the lot. It's really, just from the back side. It looks great from the street with all the cut-ins and everything, but from the backside, it's just this massive building right on top of us now. And I'm speaking for the rest of the neighborhood now. I really don't want to see all these little homes torn down and then just, I can't imagine 20 feet, 20 feet, 20 feet of these huge boxes. Yeah. It's like, where's the light? Where's the plants? Where's the yards? So that's my big concern. Yeah.
Sorry, can I ask a clarification? I didn't mean to interrupt you if you.
Sure.
I just like to confirm, because I haven't seen this particular thing. Is the concern the 3 level, like you see 3 levels, or is the concern how close the first floor is to you, or the second floor balcony, or the 3rd floor roof deck, or which, all of it, or if you maybe explain visually which, because that way we can kind of pinpoint exactly what our.
Yeah, no, I think first of all, it's just built too close.
Okay.
I think even 8 feet further back, 10 feet would be my preference. So, but also, it's their living space because of the downslope. Like they're going to have probably a bonus room that's going to open up to a pool. By the way, the pool is 1 foot off my fence. 1 foot.
Started building.
It's like, how is that going to be? My bench is right there, and I'm going to have these kids in a pool like right on top of me. So I'm happy to hear what you're saying tonight about, eliminating bonuses to fit the size of the lot a little better. Yeah. I don't really understand all of this. I'm new to this because I'm interested because it's now happening to me. And I'm afraid it's going to happen to a lot of houses on our street and in our neighborhood. But yes, there is now a balcony over their master bedroom. That's now literally they're going to walk out on this balcony and like look down on us when we're sitting there, when we're in the jacuzzi. It's just, it's a bit of an infringement, even with that balcony. If there was no balcony, it would be a little bit more private.
Okay.
It sounds unfortunate. I do have a suggestion, though. There isn't much we can do about it. I mean, the house is being built right now, of course.
I know.
Photocarpus trees provide excellent privacy, and they grow like 6 feet a year.
And they get to like 50 feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to say 30-foot
You're
backyard
about the
hedge.
fifth
Yeah, put them in now.
recommendation.
Yeah.
She's
Quick
in
question.
this home.
So on that rear house, the
She's in
house
this
is
home.
looking
Yes,
over.
I know. This is what's
Is
coming
the,
behind it.
are there any setbacks in the back? Or is it all like the first, second, and third, are they all sort of lined up? Or, all at the same plane there? They're all, and does the balcony
No, that's
intrude
her house.
over into the rear yard? Or is it,
This is the house that's been torn down. It's not an up-to-date.
so that, let's say that the first floor is maybe 20 feet.
Right.
Right? The second floor is also 20 feet from the
Back
rear, from the rear lot line, right? But maybe the balcony is 5 feet out,
Yeah,
right? That's
Right.
how it is. And then the third floor is also 20 feet from the lot line.
right.
Okay. So I think we've,
Yeah, so they're getting started.
yeah.
So
See, that's the back.
it's a
of her
lot
house
of
there.
bulk and mass
So it
on
raises
top.
Right.
up above this.
Right, so if,
The
each
main
was-
part of all the living is on the back on that down slope.
yeah,
So I think when it comes to downslopes, maybe it could be considered how, maybe just for downslopes even, to push that mass back.
second and third story rear setbacks.
Yes.
Right,
And maybe no balcony.
yeah, or balcony,
Or
not intruding
small, yeah.
onto not intruding into the rear yard,
Correct.
yeah.
So
And I think
that's
we
my
do have
piece.
that as a recommendation.
Yeah, we actually have that in the objective
think we do.
residential
Is
standard.
your house south of this house that's being built?
Is it
Is your house south of this house that's being built?
East,
It's east, yes. So it's Avenue E, and my house is Gertruda. So yeah,
You're east,
I'm
okay.
east.
Yeah, the photograph was trees.
Yes. Thank you.
thank you for coming, Carrie.
All right, anyone online waiting to talk?
No, we do not have anyone online, and there are
Woody
no
loves
attendees.
All right, great, okay. Back to our list. Let's see,
So the next on the. Hold, please.
Are we at prohibit mezzanines in R1A?
I think, so we skipped over the additional objective standards character areas.
Oh,
consider adding other characters.
Come on.
Is that what we
I
have?
don't know. Might have a
Sounds like
malfunction.
it's on. Director Ford.
Can you hear me? No. Yeah?
It's bang,
Is
You
it
have a
come
mic
through?
right
Is that
there.
coming through?
Right next to her, there's a mic.
You can hear me? You can't hear me.
There's a mic right next to you. I put it in case you
I
need
tried it.
Yeah, I'm trying mine too.
Here's something.
No, I had mic.
Our
Now the
mics on now?
microphones are breaking?
There's one of these.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, here you go.
Mr. Microphone.
It looks like the light's on.
Okay, so now for
there we
karaoke.
Oh, look, it just came on. Mine too.
Good. So the last that we had were the recommendations from Commissioner Hensley regarding the character areas, adding R1A, the height, prohibiting mezzanines, Fay and Susanna, the roof ridge and garage pitch roof. Are we going ahead and moving those? I put them in as the requirements, but I wasn't sure if we had.
Yeah, so I'll walk through my proposal. So I propose to add those to page 27 in the character area standards as specific to those zones. That's what I'm trying to do there. So before I just said add consider adding other character areas, but it wasn't really what I had intended. What I intended to say at the last meeting was additional objective standards in these additional character areas, specifically R1A, the max height, which we talked about before, and then mezzanines in R1A, which we're going to talk about two down. Those would be shall items in the character areas. Because again, I think that's what makes that character. And then again, Faye and Susanna, I showed pictures at the last meeting. It's a very cute and quaint neighborhood and it has a very specific design style. So if someone came in and wanted to build a flat roof, would not be compatible, or even a pitched roof parallel to the, or perpendicular to the street. So those should be objective standards. So.
Any thoughts on that?
Just for clarification, we're really talking about page 27, is that correct?
Correct.
We're talking about adding.
I think you'd want to do that with Faye and Susanna, but for the R1A, just having those objective standards under the R1A, because that's a completely different section. You can have all of those things recommended, but I think we talked about the R1A, it would be difficult to create that as a character area per se, but I think that you could just say add additional objective standards in R1A, have these, add additional objective standards in the Faye and Susanna character area.
Not on page 27? Not on page 27, but.
On 27 would be the Faye and Susanna requirements.
So that'd be an added character area.
Yeah, it's not adding the character area, it's adding objective standards, because it's a character area with design
already a character
guidelines in the back,
identified?
yeah.
Sorry, I was
Yeah.
looking on page 27. Maybe I'm on the wrong page.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Faye and Susanna
so
on
But they're not,
27.
because there aren't currently objective standards for Faye and Susanna, but it is a character area
In the
for
back of the book.
design
Okay,
guidelines in the
okay.
back of the book.
But it's not on page 27.
And
But should it be?
I propose to add it to page 27.
Okay, that's what,
Right,
okay,
right.
that's what I'm
He's
trying to get to.
suggesting
Right,
that
okay.
instead of guideline, that
Okay.
you have it for Faye and Susanna, that you have a objective standard.
Correct.
The guidelines will stay as they are right now. Whatever the guidelines say for Faye and Susanna, that's how they're going to stay in the back of the book
Yes.
for reference, for whatever. I propose to add two standards for Faye and Susanna only, neighborhood on page 27 in the table. Character area will say Faye and Susanna, design element will say roof, and the character area standard is pitched roof parallel to the street or front lot or whatever the recommendation was. And two, if the garage is set forward, needs to be some objective 8 feet, for example, it shall have a pitched roof perpendicular to the street. Those are the only two things I saw in that whole neighborhood that were the character of that neighborhood that could be objectified.
Right.
They're very consistent. And I showed that at the last meeting as well. But I'm open to other ones. If there's other suggestions or people who live there want to provide their input, perfectly open to that as well.
What about what Brandy said about the R1A? We're only changing the heights, right?
The heights and again, I would propose
And
the
the FAR.
mezzanines.
Well, I tell you what, let's deal with them individually. What he suggested about Faye and Susanna. Anybody have an objection to that?
No, I think it's a good idea.
Oh, okay. So let's do that. And now let's deal with the R1A.
Okay. So I propose that the R1A is a character area. I don't know that it needs to be in the back about how it was developed and all the whatever, because the design is very different. It's stucco, it's siding, it's Adobe style, it's traditional style, it's colonial style, it's
Alpine.
Spanish, it's there's Tudor style. I mean, it's everything. So there's not any specific style of design. It's all over the board. But what makes it a character area are I propose three things. Flat roof has a height different than other areas of the city. Pitched roof has a height different than other areas of the city, and that's what provides that character. And then to prohibit mezzanines is the other one. So I think those should be in table on page 27. I don't propose to add it to the back with all the other kind of guideline stuff, but I do think it should be highlighted on page 26 as a character area with objective standards.
Page 26.
I would just say, just make it a standard. You can give that explanation as to why under R1A, but if you put it under R1, somebody who's going through R1A and they're going to go through all that, they're not going to know that this is in here. And so you need to keep it in the R1A. I think with that, all of the descriptors that you talked about like makes sense, like explaining why.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Any objections to that?
No.
All right, let's put a pin in it and do it. All right, now where are we? Let's see, consider having basement and gross floor area determination the same.
Are we?
Sorry, just to confirm, we're still on prohibit mezzanines in the R1A.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
R1A, no mezzanines.
So again, I showed pictures last meeting. They're in the agenda packet if people want to look at them. They do exist today. They have been built in the last 5 years or so, maybe even 10 years. And every 100% of them stick out like a sore thumb because the roof line has a jut to fit this mezzanine. It encourages flat roof designs at 30 feet to be able to fit them in some of the new ones. They're going to, with the new floor area ratio and the height limits, they're going to, I presume, struggle to even fit one in. But I don't think that they're, it's not how the neighborhood is developed, and I don't think that they're compatible. So that's why I propose to prohibit them. The only other place they're prohibited in the city is the lower avenues. Just so there is somewhere in the city they're prohibited. Lower avenues is one of them. Again, for the same reason, it doesn't fit the character of that neighborhood. So I can go into.
How does everybody feel about, oh, sorry.
No, please.
Eliminating them everywhere, because the last person that spoke, part of the problem was that she's looking up at a third floor mezzanine, and because it's on the back side, right, of the house. I mean, maybe we just want to eliminate them altogether. Is there a reason to keep them?
I don't know. I do think that some people, well, seeing as how I'm sitting in Commissioner Barron's spot, I'll take Commissioner Barron's. Some people like them. It's an office, it's a flex space, it's a kid's hangout room, it's space for, extra space that people like, have really liked over the last couple of years, living at home. Some people do really enjoy them. So, from the inside, from living in them, they might be quite convenient and very desirable things to have. We heard from the city staff before that roughly 50% of projects, because we asked them before, is it roof decks or mezzanines? 50-50, right? Is that still a fair assessment? So, people do desire them. And our job is from the outside to make them not look like third levels. So there's some reason to keep them in some zones, perhaps, but limiting them altogether, some people will desire them. And again, if you can look at a house and not tell that it's there and it doesn't look too tall and too bulky and it has a mezzanine, have at it, right? But I am in agreement that when it looks like a third floor, an obvious third floor, we already have the no decks or no balconies off that level because that makes it look like a third level. We've tried to do some of that. So, that's one argument for keeping it in some zones.
I have a question for Brandy or John. So with the current, with the revised standards, we've talked about this a couple of times about those mezzanines. And my recollection is that we're keeping them under the second story roof, where we're increasing the setbacks, both rear and front, correct? So the experience that many of the residents have, which Carrie described, which is her situation is not unique, right? So will the mezzanine, as is designed, or as is in the new standards, will that be different from her experience?
Oh, absolutely.
And can you describe that?
Yeah, a couple of things. First, right now, to address her issue and Holly Osborne's point, right? she's saying it looks, like a third story. Well, that's because when the current design guidelines were adopted, at that time, our definition of mezzanine is based on our building code. And the definition of mezzanine most probably had a lot of these restrictions, it had to be open to the floor below. It probably had limitations on plumbing. Not that really it really does not matter for the sake of its use, but it had a lot of other restrictions to it based on the building code. But the building code is revised every 3 years. And now there's no requirement for it to be open to the story below. Okay, so really it ultimately is a third story.
Right.
And that's because we based the definition of mezzanine on the building code. So that's a reason why things have changed and bulked out over time, and it looks like a third story. That being said, instead of just concern about bulk and massing that we've had in our standards, and we've now defined mezzanine to being open to the floor below, and it can only be 1/3 of the total area of the overlooked room below it. The mezzanine open to the second floor, the primary roof form is to be built so as not to appear as an additional story on the exterior, to address your point. A mezzanine open to the second floor shall be set back 15 feet from the primary second story front facade. So it's not even from the setback, it's from that front facade of the second story. So it's set, so that if the second story is set back 10 feet, now this is going to have to be set back another 15 feet. So you're not going to be seeing it as much from that front. And 5 feet from the side and rear facades.
And 5 feet.
Yeah. So to her point, now we'll have the second story is going to have to be set back another 5 feet. And then that mezzanine would have to be set back another 5 feet. So she would
that's not going to be on top either. It's going to be one roof, right?
Right. It won't, well, I mean, yes, it's going to be within that. It's not to appear as an additional story on the exterior. Yeah.
Okay. So does that answer your question?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I think it's a really good direction.
Right.
Maybe not perfect, but
yeah,
I think it's the right direction.
Right. But I think to your points that you've made about R1As is like you really, there are a lot of there's already restrictions on those properties and the tightness of the uniqueness of the size of the properties.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so.
All right.
So I would propose that we prohibit in R1A, but not limit it
The rest of the
citywide.
city. Anybody have an objection to that?
Nope.
All right, let's do it.
Okay. So the next, consider having basement and gross floor area determination the same. And Commissioner Hensley added clarification, consider streamline the definition of floor and the determination of basement gross floor area included in the FAR. Oh, you're just clarifying what that means.
Yeah, just clarifying that before it was kind of focused on basement and gross floor, but I want to say that we talked at length last time, that basically first you establish if you have a floor, story.
Story.
Right, sorry. So maybe that should say story.
Story, yeah.
So first you establish you have a story, you have a criteria for that.
Yeah.
50%, 4 feet, something.
Right.
Okay, it's not a story, right? Not a story. Then there's a different calculation to determine whether that space is used in the calculation of the floor area ratio. And why those two are different, I don't have a good reason. So, so before Sean.
And neither do we.
Another way. So that's what I'm trying to clarify there, is that it's not about the basement and the gross floor area, it's about, and it shouldn't say floor, it should, wait.
Story.
Sorry. So streamlining and maybe combining or coming up with one definition for floor and gross floor area. So if it's a floor, count the gross floor area. If it's not a floor, don't count the gross floor area. And I'd like to, if we have time, talk a little bit about some recommendation about that. I'd like to choose one of the two and make that the definition of both.
We have any objections to that?
Nope.
And are you, is that fall on the sword or additional recommendation?
So to me, that's fall on the sword because it's the appearance of 3 stories that I'm trying to avoid. And I think that by having these 2 different definitions, it doesn't help the appearance of 3 stories. And at our very first meeting, suddenly everyone's basement was underground and nobody could see it. And that is not the lived experience I have driving around this city. So I would like that to be. I don't have a problem if it's totally underground, but that's not what.
Yeah, how would you see it if it's underground driving around the city?
Well, today it would be underground, not a floor, not a story, and not counting the floor ratio, but you see the garage. You know what I mean? Like you're still going to see that, even if you don't see any of the wall part of it.
Would you want it to be whichever is the stricter?
Yeah.
I mean, just,
what I'm-
yeah, just so that we're not having to go through and spend another 15, 20 minutes on a definition.
Yes, whichever is stricter.
So Matthew, you're okay with the basement not counting towards FAR as long as you cannot see that you have another story on the side?
Yeah, again, if you've determined that it's not a story, then it doesn't calculate as the
Right.
FAR. And the more restrictive one, I think, was the FAR calculation, right?
Yeah, the 2 foot.
Yeah, 2 foot for FAR. So basically, we're taking the 4 foot determination of a story. If you can see 4 feet of the perimeter for more than 50%,
Yeah.
and changing that to 2 feet of the perimeter in the first 10 feet? Is that floor?
First
No.
50.
I think it's just 2 foot above grade.
Oh, anywhere?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
More than 2 foot. I can look it up.
Okay, maybe the comment then, because this is our last chance to take our cut at it, is this recommendation is not fully fleshed out, please. You refer it back to us for further investigation or, this is half-baked. Don't say half-baked.
Yeah.
Half-baked, fall on my sword.
Wedding cake,
English
half-baked.
English is a strange
Half-baked
thing.
wedding cake.
Yeah. And just thank you, Matt, for identifying this and getting us to a level of clarification, right? I appreciate it.
My life's goal is get it in before the agenda packet goes up. This was a blue folder right now, but yeah.
Are we good with that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't hear any objections.
Okay. So the next was consider stricter height limit on sloping lots to be measured differently. Commissioner Hensley add a 35-foot overall structure height limit on sloping lots to be measured from the front of the property at the street level. And that should be upsloping lots.
Yes.
Not down.
And
Downsloping
Commissioner
lots.
Lamb had some examples.
Yeah.
Maybe we can pull those up.
And yeah.
It was,
Again, I have a number just to throw out there to talk about, but I haven't fully measured, checked, 30 foot's the limit. Commissioner Lamb and I had spoke, again, I always try to visualize in my mind as we look at a picture. First, the standard lot, 100-foot depth lot, right? That's the standard. There are bigger lots, but that's the standard one. Currently, you need to have more than a 13.3% slope to be determined as a sloped lot,
Oh,
period.
they're there.
So that means that you have 13 feet of slope between the front and the back in a 100-foot lot. So that means halfway through, you're about 6.5 feet up. So 30 feet on top of 6.5, you can be 36.5 at your midpoint, probably even a little taller than that at the back of your, where your rear setback is. And so, and for more sloping lots, you can actually be even higher. And so that's how I came up with 35 feet, is that before there was the proposal of you choose basement or mezzanine. We heard from the design community, they want the flexibility, don't limit us. If you can't see the mezzanine, if it's within the roof structure, if the basement's underground, don't limit us our design. This is my proposal to not limit that design, to just say, we heard from the design community, if the problem is height, limit height. If, don't take away our options and flexibility. So that's why I proposed that. And I think 35 feet would be a slight reduction in what could be built today. But if they can fit in their design under 35 feet, I think that's where I come up with that. But again, I'm not opposed to other ideas or other numbers.
So I'm going to add to that. Okay, so typically on the sloping, on measuring height, they use a term called envelope height or plumb height. And they, on a sloping lot, they follow up the plumb line. So that if it's 30 feet at the grade and then it's 30 feet, they measure, they take another measurement halfway up or somewhere, right? It's 30 feet and then it's 30 feet. And like Commissioner Hensley said, you could, even though the plumb line is consistent at that 30 feet, you could have 40, 45, 50 if you're measuring from the bottom grade, the lowest point. Okay, so some municipalities use a second measurement along with the plumb line measurement. They have a overall height measurement, and they require that, and that's the envelope height, and then the next one is the overall height measures the maximum height it is. Okay, so in what municipalities do, and that's another, this is from San Diego, it's another example, you see them both right here. So what San Diego and Los Angeles do is on the sloping lots is that they use both of those, right? They use the plumb line height at 30 feet, right? But then they max it out, they max the total out so that you can't get up to that 45 or 50 feet. So I talked about it with Director Forbes. She hasn't put any criticism so far on it. Thought it was a good middle ground so that we can get the best of both by getting that cap on, so that especially on the high sloping lots, the grades, so that the residents such as Carrie, who came tonight, right, who has I think it's an upward sloping lot behind her, maybe 50 feet, who knows what it is. But let's keep that maximum height to a reasonable level. So that's the reasoning behind this. And if you scroll down just a little bit, so maximum height of structures on sloping lots. I think this is the overall height, the maximum height. I think Commissioner Hensley was unsure, right? Would that be uncertain?
Proposing but flexible.
Proposing but flexible. And I certainly wouldn't want to go any higher than 40, but so up for discussion, feedback from.
Was that image and this particular, was that from, did you say San Diego?
The one right above, yeah, that's San Diego.
I find that interesting that they have, that 10-foot.
Grade differential.
Yeah, so it's like.
How do you control the grade?
So maybe that I think that that's something where we'll want to, evaluate that with that percentage. Like, do we want to do it at 40 feet? Since 30 feet is the current max. So anybody else who would have had a lot, they'd have the 30 feet. What's the top of the back of the lot is really what.
Maximum, it would be, so they say the maximum grade differential would be 10 feet. Now, if you, it wouldn't necessarily be 10 feet, right? Whichever is less is the norm, whichever is less. So you see on the right-hand side, grade differential within structure footprint or 10 feet, whichever is less. So really, that's up, I'm open to leaving it up to you both on that.
Yeah, you guys see things that come through, like, what is the height of a 20% sloping lot? If you get 30 feet maximum height on a 20% sloping lot, how tall is that building from the front?
We'd have to do a slope
We'd have to look
analysis,
at it.
But I think,
I think your mic is off.
okay. Yeah, this though is good just to have that bearing from the street. And then just letting them go 10 feet more. I think that makes a lot of sense. What it's going to do is drive that structure into the hill a little bit more if they still want to get more structure, but it won't let them just step it up.
Yes.
To where it's then, 55 feet above that perspective from the street, which is really your critical,
Right.
view shed, right?
Yes.
So if you just say you can only, you have your max height at, within 5 feet of the lowest point, which is, close to the street at the front of the property on an upsloping lot. And then you just give them 10 more feet. So the most you're going to look at is 40 feet. I mean, we could put a 40-foot limit, but the way it's written is works as well. So something very similar to what this example exhibits.
Again, if the grade differential is less, right, it won't be 10 feet.
Yeah, exactly. They'll have plenty of, they don't have a lot of slope, so they're not going that, much difference from what is at that front of the lot, right?
Right.
So 30 foot would never hit the 40-foot mark.
Yes. Right.
So,
yes.
and if it's real steep, they're going to cut into the hill, and your max you're going to see from the street is 40 feet. So I think that's an effective way to really preserve a less impact from the street view.
Yes.
Instead of looking up and going, wow, which is I think what we do when we see it.
Yes. We good?
Sounds good. Yeah, good.
All right. Yeah. How's it reading though? That's the next question.
It's gonna, hold please,
We're giving your time to.
hold please. So
Anybody conceptually object to this?
No.
I'm not hearing.
I appreciate the research on that. Like, this is
Yeah.
really, this is what we've been kind of going back and forth on, all looking for that kind of resolve. What I put was add an overall structural height limit on upsloping lots to be measured from the front of the property at the street level. An example is from San Diego, and I just did a snipping tool of the definition and the drawing and put it right into the resolution.
All righty then.
So do what San Diego does.
Yeah.
My only question is, what about on a downward sloping lot? It doesn't apply, is that correct?
I
Or
mean,
side sloping lot? How
we're
does that-
certainly not going to have the impact. This then becomes a neighbor impact, right? Like I think what we were dealing with this.
Right, and I think with
public.
that, you've addressed it with
With the
those additional
setbacks.
setbacks. Yeah.
Yes.
How about side sloping lot? Because you can still get the appearance of 3 or 4 levels if it slopes to the side. And currently you can have 30 feet.
I think,
You're gonna have that average, the 2-foot average from the side, right? That's gonna have like, and then anything for a mezzanine. I mean, the thing is, it's also not like, yeah, I don't know. That's a hard one.
I don't think the side sloping is, because it's limited to 30 feet. So it's, as you go up the street, you're gonna, you're still gonna be confronted with the same height along
Yeah,
the
then
plane.
you have a street level right there, and that is the tallest
Yeah, that's
point in
right.
the
It'd
house.
still be,
Yeah, so I think you're not gonna be looking, there's no angle on a side sloping lot from the street, or I can't really, the neighbor that's downstream might see something, but that's so far at that point. You
Okay.
know?
All right.
I'm gonna actually make a little revision here. You can't see it on there. I'm gonna read it. Add an overall structure height limit on upsloping lot, we'll just change it back to sloping lots. On sloping lots, upsloping and slide sloping. Hold on. I'll reread that. Add an overall structure height limit on upsloping and side sloping lots to be measured from the property line at the street level. An example is from San Diego. Now, not all side sloping are going to be on a street, but,
Property line or property line.
or, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, so,
How could they not be on a street?
I don't know. Well, what if,
Just try to imagine.
Street or the
what
property
if,
line.
I mean, what if they have two, they're next to each other and the street's going up here and they're facing they could be facing the street.
You're just
Still
gonna have
have,
your
you
front
still have a
elevation.
really tall point that's on the street, right?
So you gotta, yeah, if just the narrow portion is on the side.
Oh,
you
you're
know,
right,
on
you're
the
right.
narrow-
That'd be front, yeah.
That'd be front, and I think we're covered on the front side. On the upsloping lot. I don't know if there's a side
Like
sloping lot that we
Ruby
don't.
and Gertruda has those steep hill that's faces, but it faces
It's the
Gertruda, but
front.
it's on Ruby also. So that's right, I think what you guys are talking about. Or not.
It's just if it's going from one side to the other. So here, you're looking straight on at the house and it's sloping like this from side to side. So some of it's going to be built into that.
So
Hill.
page 10,
Yeah, so
page 10
a side
has
view.
Thank you.
has my neighbor across the street's house. Literally. My buddy Paul, that's his house. So that's a side sloping, and you can see there's a tall portion of the house, and that would obviously be your height measurement right there, right?
Actually, no, it'd be the center line of that lot.
Center
going
line,
back.
okay.
So you, from front to back.
104,
bisecting the
yeah,
lot.
in the package.
So you would get that down sloping portion of the home that's gonna look a lot bigger than 30 feet. Because,
Yeah.
it's much below where that height line's measured, so they can fill that.
Because the height line, you're telling me the height line is actually not measured from the tallest point, it's measured from the center point of the house?
Center, the bisecting,
Oh, interesting. Okay,
yeah,
I
the
didn't know that.
existing grade at the middle of the lot,
Oh, okay.
Oh, I
front
see.
to
what you're
back.
saying.
Didn't know that. Now, with this, I'm just curious, with the lowest floor there where you can see the windows, would that be a basement? I mean, that's the only point in the house where there are windows right there. Everything else is not window for that.
Yeah, it probably is a
floor of the house.
basement.
I would
Yeah.
think so too, yeah.
Yeah,
I think as we proposed, if it's more than 2 feet showing, that looks like more than 2 feet showing.
Yeah, story.
yeah, then that wouldn't be a basement anymore.
Yeah, it would be.
Right.
Whereas it is now,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah,
That would be 3 floors,
that's,
right?
yeah, that would be 3, 4
Yeah.
floors.
So we aren't allowing that.
So they can keep that same design, but he has to actually bury his
Well,
basement
yeah,
in the
it wouldn't be the
basement.
same
just have to go
design because the
further in.
windows then below dirt. Oh, yeah, you could put in a thingamajig.
Wells, Okay.
Got it.
All right, next item. For R1, have additional second story rear setback based on an average of the depth of the lot. I think we talked about that there are going to be some lot, like, I think we'd had,
Can we pull that up on the presentation?
Which one were you on, Brandy?
The shadow will come later.
oh no, we're going back to the other, no, go to the other, you can go to the other PDF.
Oh, the other PDF. Okay, back here.
Okay, so again, we're back to my document with proposals. So again, it used to read that additional second story rear setback based on average depth of the lot. So I want to just clarify that for basically a standard lot, it's additional 5 feet of second floor setback. That's straight out of the bonus, taking the language straight out of the current bonus, making it a requirement. But to handle those lots that are 140 or 150 feet in depth, that's where the or average 5% of the lot depth, whichever is greater. So that if you have a 150-foot lot, your second floor rear setback is 7.5 feet. That's 5% of the total lot depth, not the 5 feet that if it's a 100-foot depth lot. So that's the language I came up with to accomplish what we talked about before, which was for 100-foot depth lot, 5 feet makes sense because you want to leave something buildable on the second floor. But for 150, 140-foot depth lots, which do exist in the city, a more of a rear setback is appropriate. So that's what that was trying to accomplish. But again, I'm open if there's other language proposals or, and again, that gives you 7.5 foot on a 150-foot depth lot. And we can talk about whether that's appropriate, if that's
No, it sounds good.
okay.
I like that.
Okay.
Okay.
So the next, let's go with, okay. So the next that we had was,
It was further down. I might have written something new. But I think it was in there before about R2 and R3 cantilevers.
Oh, yeah.
okay, so, hold on. So we don't need to have, I'm going to just jump down because the next one I had on mine was consider whether to keep the window privacy requirement in the R1A zone since it may not be feasible. But it looks like you've added some additional thoughts or additional things. Light, air, and privacy, prohibit cantilevers. So I don't,
So cantilevers are in there, but maybe it's further down and I struck it out.
yeah, it's at the end.
Okay. So I just kind of reordered or restructured.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
We can go ahead and do that because it's, we just won't go over it on mine. I had prohibit cantilever for front unit for the width of the driveway or consider 3 to 5 foot maximum overhang over the driveway. And you have proposed.
You went past it.
You just passed it.
Too far, Sean. The bottom of page 5.
Isn't that it?
No, there's one above it. There's a reference above it.
Two references to cantilevers?
Yeah.
Hers and.
Right.
Before it was just a random order of whatever, and I reordered it to say these are must and these are.
It's not.
So it's the second from the last one
To
on
meet the
the,
general plan.
On the must-have list.
Oh, okay. I was.
And again,
it was
trying to
written
provide the
differently
background or the
before
why, or it's not because,
On that other one.
you know,
yeah.
not arbitrary. It's to objectify a standard that exists today. And again, I showed examples of the last one. They're in the agenda packet if you would like to see of 300 lots, particularly egregious when you had 2 300 lots facing each other. And the.
Do we have any idea what the distance between those two?
5 feet side setback, 5 feet side setback, 10 feet between the building structures.
Between the structures?
And probably, if I had to guess, for the boxy modern design, that 30 feet is my guess.
So the cantilever in the picture that Holly sent, that was that was less than 5 feet between the side property line and the cantilever.
My knowledge, it can't be less than 5 feet. 5 feet is the side setback requirement. Now, do they have a balcony?
The front balcony.
Okay, maybe the balcony projects into it.
Balcony over the part that sticks out in the front.
Yeah.
You think that's
balconies-
5 feet?
It's like a
Balconies may,
balcony deck.
balconies can project into the required side setback?
No, they can't be any closer than 5 feet.
Okay. So, that's 5 feet.
Could have been a less than 50-foot wide lot, maybe.
Oh, could
That
have
allowed for,
been.
there's a 10%.
So if it's a 40-foot wide, you have 4 feet?
Yeah, we're talking multi-family, right?
R2, yeah.
Yeah.
Double check.
Maybe. So, okay, but again, I would propose, I showed some good examples, what I consider good examples of houses built before where from the front of the R2 or R3, it looks like a single-family house. It doesn't have an overhang hanging over the driveway. That's become a lot more predominant in the last, 15 years. And it just does not look like a single-family residence, which is one of the goals of multifamily. So I would propose that for that front unit, they cannot have a cantilever. For the second unit, small cantilever may be okay, and then the rear unit can go all the way to the side setback. And then the goal there is the bulk of the mass is kind of hidden away or not visible from the street, so.
Matt?
Yeah.
Would you consider, Holly and I saw some today around on Plant Avenue. And those 2 and 3 in a lots that had 2 to 3 foot cantilevers all the way back were much better, much more light, much more open visual experience. So I would propose, I don't disagree with the cantilever, with no cantilever on the front unit, but I would really limit those cantilevers in the second and third units. That 5 foot is it's just too intrusive onto the side setback. I mean, it's the driveway that it goes through. It's just too intrusive.
Yeah.
So would you be,
Yeah, so let me confirm. So for the middle unit of an R3, you're saying no cantilever or a 2-foot cantilever?
I would say maximum 2 foot.
Okay, so that gives you no cantilever in the front, 2 foot in the middle. So the reason the rear is different for me is that it's not the driveway anymore. You know what I mean? They have their garage already, and that just looks like a house going to the 5 foot setback, which is R1 standard, R2 standard. There's nothing, it does not cantilever for that rear unit in an R2 or an R3.
Well, for consistency, what I saw on these, it really had much more visually, it had one single look to it. That's why I would say if you're going to have a cantilever, a 2 foot cantilever on the front, then have a 2 foot cantilever on the back one too. Because it
You mean the
adds
second one?
the second one and the third one, have them the
Well, the
same.
third
third
one
one,
doesn't
there's no
have a
cantilever.
cantilever.
That's what I'm trying to,
The third one doesn't have a cantilever.
Oh, the third one doesn't have a cantilever.
Yeah, it's in the back, so there's nobody driving under it to go anywhere,
So,
hopefully.
well, the cantilever is the second floor,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, if you're going to have the second floor cantilever over any of those units, that you minimize it, you keep it at 2 foot for the second and third unit.
Well, the third unit doesn't have a cantilever, so it
The
doesn't.
first one doesn't have a cantilever.
Oh, you're counting from the back forward?
Forward.
no, we're proposing no cantilever in the front. I think that's what she's saying.
No cantilever in the front.
Okay.
2 feet.
The
Feet in the middle.
second house has a cantilever.
And then the back one has a house.
As a house.
No
There's no
cantilever.
cantilever in that.
Oh, that's right, because it's facing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's facing.
and there's no driveway to drive under. The garage is already
Hopefully.
Why have any cantilevers at all then?
But it's not a cantilever for the back unit. Cantilever means overhang the free space.
In the
I see
back
what you
unit,
mean.
they're just going to pull right into the garage.
Yeah. I'm visualizing, there's 4 on a lots, right? There's 4 on a
Oh, yeah,
lots, right?
Oh, right.
So the rearmost unit can go to the side setback. And the middle units are limited to 2 feet, and the front unit is no cantilever. So the middle units, no matter how many you have, whether it's 1 in the middle or 6 in the middle,
2 feet.
2 feet.
Makes sense?
Okay. You're talking about the setback, right?
No, the cantilever.
The cantilever.
Amount of cantilever.
Okay.
And I think that structurally, that would be accomplished by increasing the side setback of the second floor. Like, I would not propose it to say no cantilever. I would propose it to say the front unit shall have a side setback of the amount of feet that the driveway needs to be.
Minimum 11 feet.
Yeah. Because right now, they go all the way to 5 feet. So if we said 11 feet side setback for that front unit, that's how I think the language would look. But for this, we can say.
Yeah, for them to understand, the city council to understand what your concept, yeah.
No cantilever.
So what I have is, to meet the general plan and municipal code requirement of light, air, and privacy, prohibit cantilever of second story for front unit in R2 and R3 for the width of the driveway, and a maximum overhang over the driveway of 2 feet for
Any middle unit.
middle units.
And no
And then
change.
this can be accomplished by increasing the second floor
Yeah.
side setback to the side of the driveway.
I actually think I've seen some cantilevers on the third unit because it's stacked up. It's stacked up and moved over, and then there's like a
carport, you're thinking?
like a carport right there. I think I've seen that.
They might, if they have that as, would they have a guest parking on 3?
Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So I don't think it's impossible.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
So, but the goal or visually what that looks like in my mind is that all the bulk and mass is in the back, and you don't get that tunnel to drive under in the current design.
Okay. Let's see if I had something. Got the cantilever. Okay, so the next that you had was to objectify the requirement that R2 and R3 multifamily have the appearance of a single-family residence. The garage of the front unit for R2, R3 shall be located at the rear of the front unit, not visible from the street.
Yeah. So I'm going to try doing this without a visualization. One could be provided if needed. Sorry, a lot of puzzled looks. Okay, look, picture a very standard R2 or R3 where the front unit is the garage, right? And they have those little fake windows in the side of the garage on the first floor. And that's like a pull-in side garage. Generally, the door is right there. But you see this much garage and this much house looking from the front.
Okay.
Right? And I don't believe that that gives an appearance of a single-family residence. And in our code and in our general plan, it says that multifamily is good and you can fit more housing and has all these benefits, but should keep the appearance of single-family residential housing. I don't think that design does that. So my proposal is to, and I don't know exactly which to do that, but basically some of the older designs, for example, you can, page 283 of the agenda packet was my example from last meeting. If you want to look at that, is pictures of 2 designs where the front of the house looks like a house and the garage is located behind the front unit residence. The front unit garage is located behind the front unit residence.
Yep.
So 283 of the agenda packet. So 2 different examples, one built probably in the 80s, one built probably in the 90s. Both of them from the front, all you see is the house. You don't see the garage. They're both R2, and the garage is there, but it's located behind the residence. That's what I'm trying to accomplish with that goal, is that, I don't know if I put a not so good design. Maybe not. I don't have a typical R2, R3, but that's what I would propose to objectify the current standard of looking like a single-family residence. But it's new. We haven't talked about it before.
Would you be amenable to language such as the front unit shall be located directly adjacent to the front setback? And the garage will be, but if you
It's hard.
specify,
Yeah, I
if you
couldn't-
specify that the unit itself will be adjacent to the front setback, won't that be, I guess the question would be to Brandy and Sean.
For the garage in
Wouldn't you just put
an
a
R2,
No
R3 of the front
front
unit?
garage door? Wouldn't that take care of
Driveway
that?
have to have a 19-foot setback?
The conundrum would be, on the picture that Holly sent,
Yeah.
right?
They have it
Pictures
on
that
side.
with the side
You can
loaded.
see the front door. If you say the front, you have to be able to enter from the
Still has the setback.
front of the house, from the front yard.
So I'm not sure how to achieve it.
You could
My thought was the
say
garage of the front unit cannot be located within the first
that-
X feet.
But that picture,
Of
the
the
front
property.
door is.
Like, so for example, right now, they can put the garage anywhere behind the front setback.
Right.
So we said the garage cannot be located within the first 40 feet of the property.
Because you can see
That
the
forces
front
it
door.
behind the
Yeah.
Right.
front
Is
unit
that on the
residence.
side, a carport?
That's the best I can come up with to try to objectify that.
That's the garage.
So you enter in there,
Yeah, that's a garage. That's exactly what he's talking about.
but he's okay. Oh, gosh, did you see Holly's pictures?
Yeah, he's not okay with
Will
that.
you pass it to me?
I got
have
it.
it open.
Oh, you got it.
That's-
Yeah,
I got it.
yeah,
This house?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you
No,
don't want.
Yeah, because
right?
that's the garage there in the front with, I call them fake windows that don't do
Oh,
anything.
I see, okay, so you're saying.
So that's the garage
That's the
in the
garage.
front.
Yeah, so you pull in right there
Oh, that
in the front.
confused me. I
Oh,
thought
okay,
it
and
was
that-
a carport.
that's the front
Okay,
door
so
back
you're
there then.
saying.
Yeah, that's the
Black
front door. Yeah.
That front unit should be the,
What would you like to see there?
So I would like on page 283 of the packet where all you see is the house
Yeah,
and the garage is located behind that residence, not at the very front as it's currently designed frequently. Because again, I don't think if you had a single family residence and it wasn't an R2 and you were going to design your house, sometimes you have side loading garages or garages where you turn in like that. But that's when you have a really wide lot and you see the garage, that's fine. And you see a whole lot of house, right? But they can't build that on an R2. You get the garage and a little tiny bit of house and a driveway. And that, and to me, does not look like a single family residence.
oh, I see what you're saying.
and when they are designed with the front unit as, with the front door there,
Yeah.
with the walkway right to the
Front door.
front door, it looks very nice.
Yep.
I mean, it
Looks a lot
it
better.
adds to the street, the visual of the street.
Yeah, and as proposed, there's language about the front door in multifamily shall be facing the street or visible from the
Right,
street.
that's already in there.
Yeah, that's one of the, but to me, that a lot of these garages I see with the side load, the door is facing the street.
Yeah.
It does meet that.
But it's sort of small and
Yeah.
back.
So,
You think that the way it's written,
I think the way you've written it is adequate.
really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm surprised because I thought there'd have to be at least the mention of a
Because I-
setback.
You know-
Located in the, would you like to see it
But I don't know how you can
architect?
say like not visible from the street because that's kind of subjective to me, like,
Come up.
I mean,
Well,
maybe
Matthew doesn't want
could just say,
this. So that this is the garage right there. And he wants you to have to go around to get to your garage, so you don't see the garage in the front of the house.
That the front unit is actually Is the
That's a-
home.
That's a garage and it's,
Okay. They converted into a house or?
no, it's.
No, it's a brand new house.
It's a brand new house, brand new.
It is, hasn't even been sold yet.
Yeah.
The open house is tomorrow.
It's R3, so how many units?
Okay.
2.
2 units.
Yeah,
So
you can stay
Matthew
behind
would
the.
like you to have to drive around to the back side so that you see the front of a house instead of going into the garage.
Because right now, the first floor is a garage with fake windows on it.
Yeah.
And then you have to go around that to the front door. So there really aren't any windows on the ground floor facing the street. What you have is a
A garage.
garage. Yeah.
Again, sometimes in a single family that, like, if you think of, 50s houses that had the garage off to the side, but you just saw so much more house, you know what I mean? Like, the house was still the dominant view, not the.
Usually have like a kitchen window and a
Yes,
front
yes,
door
yeah,
porch,
yeah.
Yeah, so this is specifically
They
the
just stamp
2
those out
or
like
3 on
crazy.
a lot.
Torrance is covered with those houses.
You see what we're
Yeah, that's my neighborhood.
driving at is
Right across the street from me, that's
the relationship
what I look at.
between
But they
the
do have a lot of house.
building structure and the street, right? And the neighbors, right? That this idea of the visual experience of coming to a home and what that visually, how that impacts the street, the neighbors, the community.
Yeah, I'll be asking, I'm not as familiar with the R3 regulations. It's tough to understand the impact of the change without understanding the other restrictions that more like one would have to design with it,
Yes.
right? But the one thing I can think of is like, if you were to, I'm not sure what the parking requirements are.
Can we, we're not getting this on the record. If you want to have this
speak, yeah, go to the mic.
conversation.
Yeah,
I mean,
microphone's right
it's-
behind you if you
yeah.
could.
I think the one thing that maybe would be helpful to understand is if there are parking requirements that are mandatory, that require the garage,
There are.
then.
A 2-car garage.
A 2-car garage per residence?
Yes.
So, I mean, the immediate thing that comes to mind is loosening those to allow for flexibility from a design standpoint, to not need as much garage, which would, because otherwise, if you push it to the back, now you have to allow for turning, and it seems restrictive. So if you say, well, maybe you don't need 2 per, maybe you have 2, but one can be satisfied by closed parking, one can be satisfied by driveway parking or something like that. It would allow for more windows.
But if we aren't going to do that.
But that's difficult because the driveway is shared. So is
Yeah.
it possible to pull up the agenda packet?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's here.
I mean, in general, it's accomplished by having the
283
house
of the
up
agenda
front
packet.
and then cars
Cars on
going
the
down a short driveway and then turning in. There's a 2-car garage
283.
behind, but there's house in front of it between that and the street.
Right. But then I would imagine that the reason someone wouldn't want to do that would be to have more backyard space or have some kind of shared.
Yeah, these are, what we're talking about is like 2 on a lots, basically
Hold on,
3
picture's
on a
coming.
lots. And so well, yeah, so what we're seeing is house. You have to go down a short driveway. There is a 2-car garage. There's another 2-car garage of the attached
Look, no, that
second
one. Yeah.
house and
Yeah,
then
that
the
one.
second house.
Yeah. Okay, so this is.
Yeah, there we go.
This is what I had in my example of a good example. So this is what I would like to see. From the front of the street, you see house, right? Both examples, different designs, that's fine. And they both have garages, but they're located behind the residence part of the house. As opposed to the other design where the garage is in the front, has fake windows, does not look like a single family residence. And so I want to objectify that design.
So the 2 houses, the one on the left, the 2 houses are there and they're connected by basically 2-car garages. The structure that connects these 2 houses is basically garage with a floor above the garage of, presumably a bedroom or something like that. And I imagine even the one on the right is the same way, but you can't see it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've added that. Good.
Okay.
I just want to keep us moving along.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we all have the same visual.
Right. So where are we now?
So the next is consider
you.
whether to keep the window privacy requirement in the R1A zone since it may not be
I
feasible.
have to, man, this, Yeah, we got to keep the offset windows thing.
You can't do it in R1A.
Huh?
You can't do it in R1A.
Why?
You're gonna make every second floor window translucent. Every living room, every kitchen, every bedroom is gonna have to be a translucent window.
Windows are often translucent.
Not in the bedroom and not in the living room. So, okay, let's say that you have a R1A, tall and skinny. You have your living room, second floor in the front, and you have two, 6 foot by 3 foot windows, and you have a fireplace, or whatever, TV in the middle. Your neighbor wants to build a house across from you. Where's he got to put his windows? In the center of his living room.
Wait, across from you.
Next to you.
Next to you.
Oh, okay.
Next.
Yeah. Okay.
So again, I have my windows here. My neighbor wants to build a house. He currently has something. He wants to build something new. This rule is in place. He has to offset his windows from mine. Can't move his living room.
I thought you said he was building a new house.
Yeah, he is, but you can, but your only other choice for a living space in a tall and skinny is the back first floor, right? Your garage is set. You have to have a garage in the front first floor.
Okay.
Right? So your living spaces are either front, second floor, rear, second floor, first floor, rear. Those are the only 3 choices for living space. Most people don't do it second floor, rear, because it's just not accessible. It's not great. It's, privacy. You'd rather look out the front than out the back. So it really leaves you second floor front or first floor bottom. A lot of people don't like first floor bottom because you're fixed on your ceiling height. You can only do 12, 13, like people like the big vaulted ceilings. So that's why it's almost always on the second floor in the front. That's where your living room is. So again, you have normal windows, on the side, and you have some TV or feature wall or fireplace or whatever. And the neighbor directly across from you wants to build his house. To meet this requirement, he cannot have windows facing yours, which is where they would normally be. He's got to offset them, which means put them in the middle of his living room wall. Or he's got to make them translucent. So now you have bathroom windows in your living room to meet the requirement of windows.
By translucent, you mean opaque?
Opaque, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
not the,
Okay.
opaque, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't see through. I get it, but again, so same thing with the kitchen. So if the living room is in the front on the second floor and the dining room and the kitchen are normally in the middle, same thing. He wants to build his, there's usually one dining room window and one kitchen window. Like you can't move stuff. Like you can't get them offset without messing up design because there's just so few choices. Same with the hall bathroom. It really only goes one place, right? Up the stairs, down halfway, that's where the hall bath is in every one because that's the only place you can fit it. So I'm not saying that there's only one design. I'm not saying they can't do other things, but it's just, again, I'm not opposed to the problem, but it's a $2 problem with a $10 solution. Like the same problem is solved with blinds. Like that's it. Like
Well, also glass block windows or frosted glass windows.
Yeah, and
there are a lot of different sort of things that.
I know, and if you want to limit the bathrooms, yeah, if you want to limit the bathrooms, okay, I'd be amenable to that. But and then the number one thing that other zones can do in R1A is you can be 15 feet away from your neighbor, and then you don't have to do anything. You can have normal windows because you have enough space. But you have a 50-foot wide lot, you can do that. You have enough, you're already 5 feet. Okay, I want to cut in 10 feet, I can have a normal window. I'm good. You can't do that in R1A. You can't cut in 15 feet. You've only got a 25-foot wide lot. And then the other one is transom. All your windows are going to be over 6 feet. Your whole house is going to be all wall, and you're going to have all windows above 6 feet. It just does not make sense in the R1A. And then the one other comment I added is I don't know that it makes sense in R3 for the middle unit because of the same constraints. You just don't have a lot of choice in design. I get the privacy thing, I get the whatever, but back to the thing, I'm not trying to make new law here. It wasn't an old requirement. I'm not opposed to it in theory, but it just doesn't work in every situation. So R1, okay. R2, okay. R3, middle unit may struggle, and R1A really struggle. And
so R1.
I disagree.
Oh, do you?
Yes, I do.
What do you know about R1A?
So here's my argument. One is that we had architects who reviewed this and approved it and put it in the document. And I believe that as architectural professionals, that they were aware of the limitations of R1A. I'm going to make an assumption here, but that they were aware of the limitations of R1A and all the parameters under which those recommendations were made. And I'm going to ask you if my assumptions are correct. But those are my assumptions. So, and they have not only a professional ability, but they also have a broader degree of experience. So that's one argument. The second argument is, the second point would be, I would like to hear from Brandy and Sean about their experience. They agreed to have this put in the the standards, and I'm curious to know what their reasoning would be for including that.
Okay, so for the R1A, you're correct. We did have City Works had reviewed this. The one thing is under the second story windows, the window is set back at least 15 feet from the property line. That could be brought in because obviously that's going to be like, that's one of the options of how you could change that for R1A. The point of why we copy is because you have the same issues and concerns in R1. I mean, R1, you're like, they're building all along that property as well. So it's not as if, yes, it's a little bit more distanced, but the point being is they're still able to offset it in R1. We've had that for years. So that's, so they're doing it in R1. They can designing it in R1 based on whatever their neighbor's wall has. So it's not the only difference between those two might be a little bit of the depth of the house, but it's more so just the distance between the houses. And I don't see where either of those things change where there's some where there's windows along the side of the house and the ability to offset it.
So you support the entry as it is?
I think that with just revising the 15 feet to something more like an 8 foot. Yeah.
Okay.
Even at 5 feet, you've taken a 19-foot house and made it 14 feet wide, even at 5 feet. And now at 14 feet wide, you got 3 foot for a hallway. You have 11 feet left to do something with. And that's one side of the house. What if I have neighbors on both sides of the house? I got to come in 5 feet on both sides.
We're not seeing that in R1 where they're having to make revisions to their, they're not really moving in that distance anyway. They're able to make the design work to offset it.
Yeah, in most cases, yes. I mean, sometimes it's a challenge, if there's a lot of glass on that existing neighboring house. But, there's creative ways and they work with their floor plan. There's, it's been done. We've been able to do it in most cases, for sure.
In R1A.
In the R1. And, it's as Brandy said, it's not a very different constraint in R1 versus R1A in terms of what you're working with.
You still don't want, windows facing each bedroom windows, it's like.
And I would attest, R1A is privacy challenged to begin with. Yeah. So we want to try to do as much as we can to preserve what little privacy there is.
Let me ask one clarifying question. Commissioner Lamb, did you have other clarifications or can I ask questions?
Just a quick clarification, and that would be, this requirement would be for R1A, R2, and R3, is that correct? for the offset, for the window offset?
I think we have, I don't know if we have it in the R2, R3.
I think she said
Privacy.
it already exists in R1.
There's less of a, see, again, then you move into multifamily, privacy is on a different scale. Here, it's inherently less. That just doesn't mean we shouldn't have that requirement and try to work
We
with
do
that.
have it in the,
Do we have it in the R2, R3?
yeah, we have it in the multifamilies.
Do we? Okay.
So we're including it in, okay,
Yes.
that's great. And just the reason I bring that up is the picture that Holly shared with us. The back unit is almost a complete wall of windows that looks right into the windows of the house behind it. So, so that's where an offset would be helpful.
Next. Do we need to vote on that, or we can move on?
So if a design cannot, if an architect cannot figure out how to do this offset on the windows, they can always then come to the planning commission and try to convince us to allow them to do it anyway.
Well, first there would be other options, that setback, the window glass being obscured, the windows, transom or other window, or other permanent architectural treatment approved by, so they, if the architect comes in with something that's like, that they are providing that's an architectural treatment that meets that requirement, maybe they have louvers that go up so that you're not going to see it. So there are different options out there, let them be creative. I think their first creativity is going to be trying to offset the windows. And then, next might be like, okay, which ones can we have obscured? And then which ones do we need to find something that's a little bit different?
Glass block where I am.
They can come up with different creative solutions.
Light and stuff like that.
Or put in tall, high windows so that if I look out, I see the
that's that
wall and the
transom.
windows are up here and there's plenty of light.
Yeah,
in there.
that's an option.
Okay.
Wait, hold on, I have a question first. Does this apply only to new construction or does this apply to new windows? Meaning like if someone wants to either replace current windows, do they have to meet this standard? Just like for like replace windows? And number two, if they have an existing structure and they want to put in a new window, do they have to meet, either of those two situations meet this, or is it only new construction?
I don't think it's only new construction for.
Well, if it's already, let's say, not offset and they just wanted to replace it,
Yeah.
we would treat that like a legal non-conforming situation and they could replace it.
And new?
And then
I want to
if
put a
it's
new window
they
where
wanna
one
put a
doesn't exist.
New window, now we'd be looking at,
Evaluate this.
yeah.
Yeah, why do you want that window there?
He likes his neighbor.
Who's your neighbor?
What do you want to see in that neighbor's house?
Next to those people that can't afford drapes, right?
Only 50% of you need to afford drapes to solve this problem.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep
Oh,
it
let's
as.
let's vote on it.
So what I put was, instead of just keeping as is, it would be revise the newly added window privacy requirement in the R1A zone option for option, what is it?
Well, I mean
A, of setbacks to change from 15 feet to 8 feet. Because R1, like the whole point, it was the 15 feet was coming from the R1. If you're setting it back 15 feet from the, like that's 12 feet, like you're halfway into your house. Yeah,
Cut your house in half.
right.
Setback winds up being in your neighbor's yard on the other side.
Okay, are we ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wait, I'd like to vote on
We
that.
finished
I'm not
this?
voting for that.
Okay.
Did we finish this?
Are we going to vote on it?
Yeah, because I'm not in favor.
I
of it.
don't know.
Okay, sure.
So we have the window offset, but he's combined the window offset with something else having to do with distance? I guess I'm losing
No.
where we are on this thing because
No, so
things around. Where are we?
we were on that first one, and that one we just revised. I revised it because I realized, we realized at the last meeting that the 15-foot doesn't make sense for R1A, but it would change it to 8 feet if that was the option that they chose, if they couldn't offset. So I just put that in here just so that we get that cleanup done. I mean, we could do it as cleanup either way. So the next one is consider whether to keep the newly added window privacy requirement in the R3 zone for the middle unit, since the options provided to meet the requirements may not be feasible. Different than R1A, but R3, they're typically building all of those at the same time, and they build that into the design of the offset of those units so that it's.
Is that a current requirement in R3?
I don't.
We were talking about that. I don't
Normally,
believe so.
it's a shared wall and it's not an issue, but sometimes they have a balcony or something between, and sometimes there's windows between. I'm not sure if it is or not, but again, just for the constraints, but if there's no.
Why
everybody
shouldn't there
loves
be
it.
window offset requirements basically for everything?
And I don't know that that's really, because truly they are designing it and building it all. It's not like and is it for the units on the site, or is it the units adjacent to it? Let me see. Let me see.
Not likely to win this one.
Okay. Facing a side property line shall not be located directly opposite a window of an existing adjacent building. So it's not even between the buildings. So it's not a requirement for between the buildings. It's a requirement for the adjacent buildings.
Okay.
So it wouldn't.
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So are we, is the suggestion that we vote on the two of those?
No, I'll redact or take back the R3 comment.
Okay,
That's deleted.
okay.
We're gonna vote on R1A.
R1A. And the question is whether to retain the window offset for privacy or not, right?
Well, to clarify, to keep the current requirement, which was there is no requirement for offset, to add a new requirement.
That there is offset.
There is offset.
Okay. So is it would the vote then be either offset or not offset?
Offset.
Requirement.
Offset.
For R1A.
Are we approving?
For R1A. For R1A.
Approve
So it's-
offset.
So offset requirement or not offset requirement, is that the vote?
And just to confirm, if offset requirement, then you don't need any comment. You can just strike it from the resolution. Because the offset's already included. It's in here.
You're right.
The
Okay.
comment was to consider removing it.
Right.
Oh,
And
okay.
so,
Okay,
so the vote is to either keep the offset requirement or
Scrap it.
scrap it. Okay. So all those in favor of keeping the offset requirement, say aye.
In 1A.
In the
In
R1.
1A. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, all those in favor of scrapping the offset requirement in 1A, raise your hand. All right, we have a tie. What happens in a tie? Basically, no change. Yeah, no change.
Arm wrestle.
That's not fair because we didn't vote to put it in.
Caesar says.
Oh, you guys talked about privacy.
Well,
Like
I
that
know in the
one- yeah.
R1, and that's the thing is like when we talked about it at the meeting, it was R1, and then when it came back,
I think it was looking at privacy
understand
in
that.
all the districts, and that's why we added it in all of the districts.
if I voted for it, I didn't understand.
Yeah. Too late. Okay.
All right.
I don't know where to go. We're just not making any recommendation on that?
Yeah, we're not going to include
Leave it
any
the same.
recommendation because we don't have a majority voting for it.
All right. Okay. Hold on, I'm just making a note here.
I do have comment on this one.
Okay.
A little late.
I am in favor of removing it. And more generally, there's a lot of ways to deal with privacy. And the thing with privacy is it's both ways. If you've got a window, that means they can see into your house and you can see into theirs. And so there's an incentive inherently to, adjust for that privacy, whether it's through landscaping or blinds or louvers. And it is actually quite difficult to come up with good designs with taking these offsets into account. From firsthand experience. And this is not something that I've seen in a lot of other cities. So I would agree with removing it as a restriction. There are many ways to make it private without the offset.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next.
So the next, it was add definition of MWELO requirements in the objective residential standards. So I think it was just adding more clarity of what is required in the model water efficiency landscaping ordinance. I'm not as quick on it as I was a few hours ago.
I'm in favor of eliminating acronyms. How's that?
Yeah, right? Well, how about we create
Except for
acronyms that are
MWELO.
easy? Right?
After 10 PM, we get to go back
No
to the
MWELO,
acronym.
yeah, MWELOs. So I think this was under the permeability and landscaping. I think there's a reference to it. It was just maybe giving a more.
For the audience out there, MWELO is
The model water efficiency landscaping ordinance.
Model Water Efficiency Landscaping Ordinance.
Yeah, so it's for water efficiency.
Water efficiency.
It's doing landscaping for water efficiency. Why we couldn't just say, it's a landscaping for water efficiency
Creative.
ordinance? I don't know. But that's not what the state did. So with the, I'm trying to find where we have the MWELO reference.
There's a model somewhere.
Because I want to say that we do reference it in this document.
Yeah, I'm hungry too.
Just to clarify, I didn't make any edits or changes to it. I left it as is, so.
Because you couldn't figure out what it is?
You washed your hands of the MWELO.
Yeah, there was more than 3 letters. I give up.
There it is. Nope, that's not it.
I don't know. Pat's still on it. She might have it. She might have a more searchable document than we do. Yes.
I think it's okay to keep putting the resolution as is.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Unless others have other comments
Not
or
die on
edits
the
or
sword,
changes.
but we're going to put it in the resolution.
Whatever it is.
Okay.
We moved on to the next one.
Yes.
Okay.
Specify no artificial
Artificial
plants or turf in.
I'm going to take a quick vote on this. Who wants to specify no artificial plants or turf in parkways? All those in favor?
And entire
Unanimous.
city,
We're on to
right?
the next
Anywhere in
one.
the city, what about that?
And all zones.
Thank you.
All our schools, sports fields.
Pat, are you there?
Not
Not die on the sword, but we're going to put it. Where are we?
Oops,
Sounded like the video of the.
that was you,
Who was that?
I don't know.
Why, did you hear something?
Brandy.
Ghost in the machine.
Actually. YouTube.
All right.
Clown.
And Willow.
The MWELO, that was you.
It's a Muello.
Unless it's a.
Okay, the next one would be add swimming pool setbacks.
This is a really good question. So, and even
Yes,
our
I'm here.
Where are we? Oops.
Sounded like the video of the.
Yeah.
That was you.
YouTube playing on a delay.
Stop smoking back in the booth there. So even our architect sort of has, at first, he was, he doesn't want any setbacks, and he said, oh, well, 2 or 3 feet, which, isn't really that much of a setback.
Pool setbacks.
This is a really good question. So, sounds smart.
That guy sounds
Is this the greatest hits album?
He fell asleep on
Take
the
away the
board.
bong.
And we're going back to karaoke.
So even our architect sort of, at first, he was.
I can't see you, so I'm just lowering it.
Yeah, thank you. Someone raised it earlier.
He was very deft with
You gotta
that.
put that
earlier. He
right back
turned
on.
on the mic without touching it. And he elevated the. Sean is restraining the
Okay.
AV guy. So I mean, 2 or 3 feet, you don't even consider that to be a setback, really.
It's a setback, but it's like, well, you want to put a few plants or something, you know, it's nice.
Okay, so maybe we just clarify, consider swimming pool setbacks 2 to 3 feet from the
Yeah.
property line.
Just clarify that.
Consider this. I don't want to drag this out past midnight, although we're getting close. As a former lifeguard, the opportunity to run to the other side of the pool in an emergency situation
Pull a
is the
child in.
difference between life and death for someone that's drowning as opposed to having to swim across the pool. Now, a lot of the pools around where I live are more like plunge pools. They're very small, wouldn't be an issue there. But if you've got a pool of a certain size, that should probably be some kind of a consideration, that there should be some way to walk all the way around the pool, even if it's only a few feet. So to put landscaping in that 2 to 3 feet would hinder that ability to, life-saving ability. So if the pool, and I don't know what size we should be considering, for pools more than a certain size, where this becomes a timing issue to get to the other side, then there should be some kind of a setback that allows for someone to get around to the other side and not impacted by landscape.
It's more of a clearance than a setback.
Yeah, well, a
Yeah,
safety.
well,
Just like we want to have a fence around a pool to keep kids from falling in it when they're not being watched.
Right, and I think
Have an ability to pull them out if they do.
I think the concern was, pools being built right up against the property line. There's, noise and it's a lot of water and it's right on your property line. And, there are a number of concerns there. So this is just an additional concern being thrown in on top of the other
I think
ones.
it's
And,
probably the
and we've
biggest
even heard from the
concern.
architect that 2 or 3 feet really isn't that big. He doesn't even consider that to be a
If you're
setback. So
playing in your pool, I don't care how far it is from the wall, everybody on the other side of that wall is going to hear everything you say. Especially if you're having fun. So, and especially if you've got 18 kids in there having fun.
Well, there's nothing we can do about that, right?
So the noise issue is that's just, your neighbors are going to have to get used to the fact that you've got a pool and you've got kids playing in it and they are not going to be quiet about it. It's deafening because I've been in those situations where there's way too many kids in the backyard pool.
So add swimming pool setbacks. So would 2 or 3 feet be considered a setback that is like a requirement that we're,
Yeah, add swimming pool setbacks from the property lines of 2 or 3 feet from the property lines.
I'd say minimum 2 to 3 feet.
Yeah.
Can I confirm one thing? So in my mind, I've always thought of, when we're talking about this and before, when we heard from the public, that this is from the rear property line, 2 or 3 feet. Does 2 or 3 feet make sense to the side?
I think
have
all
one now.
around, all the way around is the argument we're getting here. I
No,
think.
my thought was like, well, side setback is 5 feet in again, R1, so it's basically we're allowing it to encroach into the side setback.
Yeah, right now, there's
Yeah,
no,
but it's
there are
not
no
really
setbacks.
structure, right? It's,
I know, I'm just putting it out there that
Yeah.
I've always thought and talked in the rear property, that's what they complained about. Okay, 2, 3 feet, makes sense. Just asking, where as we put it, 2, 3 feet is all the way around. Is that what everyone envisions?
Sort of, yeah, right?
Well, there currently are no setbacks
No setbacks.
from any.
I'm surprised there's not like a safety one or like a.
I know.
Well, there's probably something in building code as far as safety goes, but I think it's mainly just the fencing.
Yeah, it's definitely the fencing, but I don't think there's a building code.
No, I don't think-
So
I've
say
seen
a
backyard
minimum
pools
of,
that are literally in the
Yeah.
far corner.
Do we want to, because
And you
this is
can't get around.
so Boz, 2 feet or 3 feet?
18 feet.
18 inches. How
You
about
got to
2
get
to
an
3?
ambulance back there.
Just leave it at 2
Yeah,
or
just
No,
say
I
3.
think 3
2 or
feet.
3? Well, I mean,
I think 3 feet is good.
3 feet, okay.
3? Okay.
Done.
All in favor of a minimum 3-foot setback all the way around a pool? Say aye, raise your
Aye.
hands, whatever. Unanimous. Okay. 3 feet all the way around.
All right, we have made it through the list that had been distributed and Commissioner Hensley's additional items. We have 9 die on your sword items and 6 other recommendations.
Can we see those?
Yeah.
Now that we're done with-
Hold on, let me save this and then I'll have
And you'll
you pull it up over there.
Okay.
Can we share this one? You
Plan
had
has
some other
a topic.
ones.
I
Others
do,
may have
I
other
do
topics.
have some.
Okay. I didn't think that.
Some are
We gotta go back to Ally
Okay.
for us.
I have one.
Okay.
Problematic little things.
Can I say, just a minute to, when we start again, I have another recommendation.
Sure.
Oh, go ahead and close out of that because I got
And Sheila has some, I guess.
You wanna say-
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I think I've got 4. Most of mine are duplicates of the 2 of them, so I just 4 additional ones.
All right. If I may, before we move on, can up on the screen now is what we have drafted up.
Uh-huh.
I have one, 3B.
3B, prohibit mezzanines
Yeah, above the second floor.
above the second floor in R1A.
So my proposal or comment was prohibit mezzanines.
It was, to be clear, you could have a single story home and have a mezzanine above it. And you would then be prohibiting that from happening.
Is that how the lower avenues is written? Prohibit mezzanines? Or prohibit mezzanines above the second floor?
Well, this is R1A, right?
I know,
I
but
think
there's
it's-
only one
I
other
think-
place in the city we prohibit mezzanines, that's the lower avenues.
You hand me right
So I'm trying to
there.
figure out what we
This one
say there. If it's prohibit mezzanines above the second floor,
I believe in the avenues, it's above the second floor.
yeah.
Let me just double check. Let me double check.
Okay.
Mezzanines.
Mezzanines, only mezzanines open to the first floor shall be permitted. Mezzanines open to the second floor are not permitted.
Okay, can I use that language? So that solves the first story house that wants a second story mezzanine, open to the first floor. Second floor mezzanines shall not be prohibited. Oh, sorry, shall be prohibited.
Oops, of course, now it's correcting my changes. Is this a different computer?
Like editing the edits.
All right.
Okay.
Do we want to go through them, or did you have something additional?
I think we had some
Okay.
additional.
Okay.
All right,
Get through
let's
those.
start.
One would be where we have landscaping and we say a certain percentage has to be permeable. Can we clarify that that permeable surface cannot be artificial turf? And that's the entire city. So, because that's a little wiggle room in there in that artificial grass is 50% permeable. So can we specifically say no artificial grass as a permeable surface?
Good. Hold on. Good.
Because some could come in and
As
say, well,
anything.
that's permeable. I can put grass there, artificial turf. But our intention was that not to be artificial turf. It was for it to be stone or whatever else they want. Rock or whatever. No artificial grass as a permeable surface. That person sounds smart too.
Already said
We heard you the first time.
Someone could come in and say, well, that's permeable. I can put grass there, artificial turf.
Sounds like a definite.
But our intention was that not to be artificial turf. It was for.
Can you mute her?
Is there a Zoom thing going on?
Yes.
Just mute her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but maybe she, part of it.
Oh, somebody's on the
No.
Zoom?
Pat is. She must have gotten unmuted.
She's fallen asleep and it's just
Okay.
open.
Oh. Sorry.
Then
Call her up, tell her to knock it off.
Sean, in the point system, I wanted to know, so one of the residents talked to me about this and said that, he wasn't happy with it. And what I want to know is does it meet our goal for the water conservation, greening the city and all of that if we have that point system?
Yes, it would, definitely. It has to meet both.
Okay. And then the other thing is that under drip irrigation, we have just drip as an option. But what they're recommending also, in addition to the drip, is that it's called a bubbler. And it comes up like this, and it doesn't spray like what we currently have like that. It just comes up in bubbles. And the reason is that and they might be a foot up. And that is what the water district is recommending. So you could have one or the other, because some of the native plants don't like being watered from the roots. They want to be watered from the top. So because I checked into redoing the parkway, and they said you could have one or the other.
What's the name of the water district?
I think the one that I used was, let me look it up really quick in my notes. Is the big one Metropolitan Water District or the one that we use in Redondo?
Cal Water.
Well, no, it's not that. It's actually through the
Eastern Municipal
mother
Water
company,
District?
which is,
Yeah.
I'll check it out. I'll look.
I put for
Western
irrigation.
Basin Municipal Water District?
Yeah, I think it
There it
is.
is.
So
Municipal.
either
West
one, if
Basin
you go to
Municipal
one, they'll
Water District.
refer you to the other. So they refer you to where you put your application in. But either way, they wanted you can have the bubbler system or you can have the drip based on what kind of plants you have. So I guess just to add
In addition.
either or.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so then I was searching, what else can we do? That would be nice to add would be a requirement to install a weather-based irrigation controller. So instead of just having a rain bird, it would be a rain bird that's able to say, okay, the weather,
Yeah,
it's going to be raining, shut it off.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that exists. Or there's another type where it actually monitors the moisture of your soil. So you could go with either one of those.
I think it's a rain sensor.
Yeah.
Rain sensor shut off.
Yeah,
for
so that we don't
irrigation.
have them on when it's been pouring.
Yeah,
Some
they-
people just don't know how to turn them off.
Or generally just smart irrigation system?
Well, I think it's,
That now means a
It is-
lot more than just a rain.
smart could mean, it's like tied to your phone or something.
Yeah. But but I think that's a good idea, is to encourage those people to get that rain, what do they call it? I forgot now. Because
rain
when I
sensor.
redid my sprinklers 25 years ago, I opted not to spend the money on that, figuring I'll just turn them off,
Yeah.
It was
which I typically did.
Are they still running?
basically dummy proof.
I'm in the
It's
process
raining,
of
it's
designing the
shut
new
it off.
system, which will be a smart controller,
I think they're
because the
all
old
heading that
controller
way,
is not
you know?
functioning. that
Well,
way.
yeah, but
The controller?
I am the controller.
sounds like an
now
expensive
because
installation.
It's
I
not
had to
that
change the
expensive.
valve.
we have a
It's
comment?
Because
Oh, yes.
We have a comment
had a
from
little
our,
crack in it.
our lone audience here.
That sounds really cool, the rain sensor. But just thinking about the climate that we have here and then the added expense for, I'm all for saving water, but the added expense for every new home
Look at all the new stuff
and how little it rains here.
on my phone.
It
just doesn't rain.
I don't know how much those systems cost, but I don't know if it makes sense.
How much?
I think we're
So-
adding this to the matrices as a part of the
An
point system. It's not
eight-station
requiring it.
Okay, yeah,
smart
right,
controller
point systems.
at
It's
Home
an
Depot
option. You
is only
can choose other
$150.
options.
Right.
And you program it with your phone
Then
and
I
it
think
will
I'm
turn
almost
off.
done.
when
Do
it's
we
raining.
allow green roofs here in the city?
Because I'm about to buy one of
Okay.
those.
And then, of course, we allow gray water systems.
Yes.
Yeah. That's
I have that
it.
too.
All right.
Are you wanting to add those?
I think we already have them, don't we?
Not part of the,
Do you want to add them as to the matrix?
Yes.
Okay. Add green roofs and what was the other one?
Gray water.
Gray water. Gray water
Is gray water like
Sure.
greening of it, or is that like a
system.
rain barrel, or what is
Well,
gray water?
oh, yes, that was something else I wanted to say.
It's
Okay, so
dirty water that you wouldn't
water
drink.
capturing.
Oh, yes,
Okay, so I don't know why I know. Oh, because I went online. Santa Monica has
Yeah.
one or the other. You can have a low, Sheila, what are they called? A bioswale where the property is lower and then it collects water during the rain. Or you can have rain barrels. And so there's a requirement, and and maybe that's too big, but it, something for this, but it's again, capturing water, whether it's.
I'd like to add something to that.
Yeah.
Sean, you remember the GPAC in the parks section, parks, open space, right? We put in there to encourage bioswales. Remember that conversation?
I think so. I know we,
Yeah.
yeah, we talked a lot
We don't want to use
about
the word encourage.
dual purposing drainage,
Yeah.
sump areas for recreational use, and then trying to work those into, also kind of work those into park areas
Right.
as well.
They are
Right.
planted
right.
though, just so that when you're visualizing it, it's just lower, but you have flowers in there. So,
Yeah, right.
Okay.
it just
Okay.
helps the water
And what is it called?
percolate.
What is it called?
Bioswale.
Bioswales.
Bioswale. Okay.
It's been added.
All right. Commissioner Lamb, you have some things.
Okay,
Your
thank
list is
you,
ready.
Chair Gaddis.
Oh,
First thing, I had a lengthy list, but it's already been covered.
excellent. All right, then, let's.
Great minds think alike.
The insurance bond statement, that's taken care of, is that correct? You were going to add that, it was
Oh, performance bond, or
performance bond.
performance bonds for,
I think I saw it.
For some-
No, what we were adding. It's like I'm on a different computer. What we are adding, hold please. Potential recommendations.
Just a sort of a notice that.
No, it was a call out a reference in the objective residential standards document that clarifies that excavation sites have to comply with the building code regarding noticing and protection measures to prevent impacts to adjacent properties. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think that's the insurance bond, is it not?
Well, I mean, if it's required in the building code, but it's.
Building code.
They're, they have to, this was that call out that
Yeah.
we talked about at the last meeting.
a noticing requirement.
Then the shadow standards.
20 years.
If you could
Oh,
pull
yeah.
that up. So this was something that the.
Was this in your?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
Wanted to
yeah.
make sure.
Down, it's down.
Oh, it's at the bottom. Okay, sorry.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so this was something that was brought up by residents repeatedly about with these new big structures and how, especially during the wintertime, they would be blocking the sun during the winter. We don't have anything in our standards or regulations our municipal code about shadows. So I'm proposing this. I certainly would want to hear from Director Forbes, Planning Manager Scully, about the value of this. I think that would be important to put on the record again.
Yeah.
I am not a,
Yeah, we talked about this, looking at these particular images, it seems like this is more for something that would be a commercial next to residential. These are objective residential standards, so it's only going to be the standards put on residential projects. That being said, you could put that on probably I don't think that R2, R3 is going to make that difference. I don't think R1, R1A. I think what we're looking at is those higher density. So you could
RMD.
Yeah, the
RH.
RMD. Yeah. So you could consider a standard that states that buildings shall not cast shadows onto adjacent residential uses on the winter solstice.
Okay.
Boy, that's a hard one, isn't it?
As I can do copy and paste.
Can you only measure that once a year?
If the commissioners are in agreement?
I think I need a little bit more
Yeah, I'd like to,
real world. So are we all of a sudden, we've got this house that we've taken the bonuses away, and we've got the FAR going, and now all of a sudden, it casts it. So all of a sudden, are we only allowing?
This is for the, it's not for the single family. It's going to be for the multifamily, the larger, example, would the all cast boundary have been that
R3.
zone?
Well, yeah, it's R3.
Oh, that's R3, so it wouldn't even be that. It'd be something bigger than that.
What's that building called on Artesia, that mixed-use building?
Montecito.
The
Yeah,
Montecito.
Montecito.
Yeah, the Montecito. Go back to behind the
Okay. That was
Montecito
mixed use.
sometime.
Okay.
And where, what is it, what is the lane that parallels it north of it?
Green.
Huh?
Is it, on the
North.
downside?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on the north side. That's,
Yeah.
God, I forgot the name of that street now.
Okay.
Matthews.
Yeah,
Matthews.
Yeah, go to
Oh, yeah.
Matthews behind the Montecito
Okay.
sometime.
So that's
Yeah,
probably
you'll never see
something
the
to
sun.
consider, Sheila.
But that whole
that's
neighborhood
not
is shady because it's all in a valley.
Oh, man.
Just a comment. I'm not opposed in theory, but my one concern is if it's limited to RH and RMD and in high density spaces. We've talked before about density bonus stuff. This is going to be an objective standard that's a free pass.
At the what?
Like if you do a density bonus project, you're allowed concessions, and I don't want to get into the details of all that, but the concessions and the building standards. It's just going to be another building standard that you're going to be able to disregard with a density bonus project.
Yeah.
Not so far, not yet.
Well, yeah, one has in common. We don't have a whole lot of this zoning, but I'm just putting it out there that,
I thought we were talking about doing away with.
They'd have to have affordable to do that, though.
but,
Right, so there'll be other,
there may be others, yes.
Trade-offs.
right.
But
Yeah, we
market
wouldn't
rate
want a
ones
lot
too,
of
they
the
would have to comply.
Montecito's casting shadows across entire neighborhoods.
And Montecito is multifamily, so they have that retail component on the first floor.
Yeah, it's mixed
So
use.
like it's mixed use. For multifamily, I think the highest we have is is it 45 feet?
45.
Is that
in
what the
height?
Montecito is, 45? I think it's higher.
It's
than that.
probably higher.
It's senior
because
housing.
Yeah, 'cause it's got 4 floors
And it's got, that's also
residential.
mixed use. So
Yeah.
that's different than what we would be dealing with here.
Mhm.
I've added that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, are we, okay,
Okay.
sorry. Don't mean to
These are
rush you.
just some leftover from before. On page 23, landscaping trigger at greater than 500 square feet. I think it's a landscaping redo trigger at greater than 500 square feet.
Wait, wait.
Do you remember we talked about that? And there was some question of whether 500 square feet was.
I think this is where the MWELO came in. That's exactly.
That's an MWELO standard.
Is that on
State
the
standard,
package, on the agenda?
Department of Water
Okay.
Resources,
Sheila, on the
is,
agenda.
and it's part of the MWELO
23.
On the agenda.
requirements.
To the,
So that's non-negotiable, that 500 square feet?
Yeah, we
Oh,
can't,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, this was just left over and I didn't, in my notes, didn't have a resolution with that. Modular building material. We talked about it earlier.
Yeah, I think,
Were we going to say no corrugated metal in the modular? That was our
I think
we
architect's
say, we
suggestion.
don't list it as
We put-
permitted.
we put,
What did we put?
where did I put that? I don't know. I think it was down here. Consider something.
Number 3, revisit
Thank
whether to
you.
limit the building materials for modular construction.
And do we want to, do you want to stick a pole in the ground and say no metal? Or are we just going to leave it like that? It's fine.
I think metal is certainly, it's a common building
Yeah.
element we see. I wouldn't think we'd want to eliminate that.
I
Okay.
think what we were getting from our architect was that things are constantly changing.
right.
And the materials that are going to be used in 5 years are probably different than today. So we probably want to just leave that open, I would think.
Yeah, and eliminate identifying any materials.
Yeah.
Eliminate any
Building standards
materials.
take care of this anyway.
Pardon me?
Yeah,
Eliminate any
So we don't even need to
materials.
address it.
Don't eliminate any materials.
Right.
Don't
right.
eliminate any materials.
Right, and are we thinking maybe to take that in that section, just take out where it
Refers to materials.
refers to materials?
Yeah, that's why I put, or consider eliminating this standard
Oh, okay.
that is limiting the materials, yeah.
Okay. Require story poles on sloping lots, all zones.
Require what?
Story poles.
Story poles.
So story poles are the poles that go, that are posted.
Oh, ahead of time.
Ahead of time, so that the neighbors can see the height.
Like in Palos Verdes.
I
Flags.
the issue
think
then
that-
would be, what is the authority that the neighbor has?
yeah, we're ultimately going to be requiring the height certification when it's done. The story poles, when those are installed, it's at places where they have view protections.
Right.
And we don't have view protection. So if you're requiring it of one type of lot and you're not requiring it of other types of lot, like ultimately we can verify the measurement through the height certification, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we do that often, yeah.
And now you have additional standards on sloping lots to address height, or proposing
Yeah.
that. So I think you've covered it.
Okay.
and-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Mezzanines, yes in R1, no in R1A, R2, and R3.
Commissioner Lam, didn't you change your opinion on that when they read you all the constraints and new things and for R2 and R3? So are you back to no mezzanines in R2 and R3?
Yes.
Okay, then.
Even on the first floor.
Well, that's a good one. R2 and R3, Okay, so R1A, we've said no. Oh, no, we're on the first story, right, for R1A? That's what you had just said.
So R1A, only mezzanines open to the first floor shall be permitted in R1A. Mezzanines open to the second floor are not permitted.
I would propose that we broaden that to R2 and R3.
That's what you saw today was an R2.
R2. Again, my concern has been that these mezzanines are used as a story. And irregardless of the standards or the limitations that we are putting on these second stories, they invariably become a third story. And so that's my proposal. We've talked about it a lot. So I would propose that we broaden the restriction of mezzanines to R2 and R3, and certainly open to a vote.
I don't have a problem with it.
So the vote is to broaden the restrictions on mezzanines to R2 and R3, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
Correct.
All those in favor, say aye. All those against, say no.
I'm not sure.
That wasn't a
You
choice.
could still have a mezzanine, but it has to be on the
Okay,
first
you can
floor.
abstain.
Yeah.
You abstain?
I'm abstaining from this one.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm not-
four-
I'm not sure.
4 votes in favor, and 1 abstention, and
Have it on the
1
first
no.
floor.
Do you have another?
I actually think that's it. I do have some questions. Two questions. I think they're going to be fairly quick. Page 12, second story front setback equals 10 feet more than average front setback. And the average front setback is 25 feet. So the second story setback, front setback, would be not less than 35 feet. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on page 14, second story rear setback, 5 feet more than average rear setback. Average rear setback is 20 feet. That would mean that the second story setback is no less than 25 feet, correct?
Correct.
And I believe that is it.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
Oh, we have a public comment.
May I suggest something? If you want to incentivize people to not build towards the back, having the front setbacks be less restrictive will allow them to push more of the building mass towards the front, and as a result, not intrude into their neighbor's privacy as much, like one of our neighbors mentioned earlier. So I do think that's quite a bit of a front setback for the second story. And I would ask that that be reduced to
To 5
incentivize
feet?
that. I think so, yeah, as an was it as an average? Yeah, 5 foot
5
average.
feet from the front?
5 feet from the required average front setback.
I think 10 feet's the current requirement, right?
10 feet's current requirement.
Okay, so we're not proposing a new or different requirement for the additional second floor front setback.
No, only the second story rear setback.
Okay. But it was an existing bonus before, so some people took advantage of it.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so where are we?
Okay, the one thing I hate to do it, but we put a pin in it.
Alleys.
Garage access from alleys.
What? Garage, what?
Garage access
Okay.
from
I mean,
alleys.
look, I'd love for you to vote on
Garage,
everything, but
I
Wait,
mean,
let me go one more.
We
If there's
did, we had
an
a split
alley-
vote,
Hang on.
didn't we?
Hang
no,
on.
we didn't vote.
No,
We got one more.
no.
we kicked that to the
R2
end.
and R3 in the current standards under parking and access, under alley access, where there's an alley, parking shall be accessed from the alley and curb cuts on the front. Side streets are not permitted, except that access may be provided by a driveway, access to the front. Anyway, it's also required in R2 and R3 now. That was not, this was R1 parking, right? Or was this all zones parking when I gave you that? Sorry, Director Parks, you have.
I think we've reached the limit.
Yeah. Again, I think that we're expanding the
If there's
requirement.
an alley,
If there's an alley, parking access is required from the alley. That's the basic
if
vote we're
there's an
talking
alley,
about.
who agrees?
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
That's a new, I still say it's a new requirement.
I don't see where anything's
Matthew, I
changed
hate
since
to
we
tell
talked
you, but
about
you
the.
can
what
say
new-
stuff
what
it.
new-
Okay, all
what new
those who
arguments
say-
do we have?
It doesn't matter if there's an
Why do
alley, they
we-
should access from anywhere.
Why do we want to make it just alley access?
Because
Why
there's
do we
an
want
Would
alley there.
encourage
So
alley access.
Because of what?
But why is,
Because it's safer, you don't have cars going across the
Well,
sidewalk.
It's not safer. You're a lot more likely to be mugged in an alley than in front of your house.
You're in your car
And if you slip and fall, no one will find you till the next morning
on the ice.
when the trash truck runs. What was that bump?
So I think Commissioner Hensley, if I'm correct, what you were proposing was only having that limitation in the lower avenues, upper avenues, and Barrel Heights
correct,
character areas.
correct. Because that is compatible with those particular neighborhoods that are designed in that particular way. And in those neighborhoods, front-facing garages are not compatible.
you didn't say, you said not upper avenues. You said.
No,
No.
He said upper avenues.
Yeah.
You did. Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to keep it to whatever I interpreted this to
But
say.
Matthew, you did
Yeah.
not do that on everything. Everything is not kept to the old one.
Well, okay.
Everything that you added. A lot of things aren't. So that argument doesn't only work for alleys. So give me the alley thing again.
Okay, we are in violent agreement. The lower avenues, alley access, or front-loaded garage,
Only.
I'll double check that.
Garage to the rear.
Oh my.
Wasn't rear garages
Yeah.
also permitted?
Yes.
Okay, so this was alley access or rear load garage, right? Basically, you're trying to avoid the garage on the front of the house. Lower avenues, no front-facing garages. Agreement. Upper avenues, no front-facing garages.
Oh,
Agreement.
you're just saying front-facing garages. We're saying if there's an alley, you have to come in from the alley to park. So all you're saying is allow someone to come in with a driveway even though they have alley access from the front. As long
In
as it's
places-
not, as long as you don't see it.
But as long
that's
as it's
like-
not
that's-
in one of those three areas.
No, he corrected it just now.
Yeah.
Front-facing,
Okay, hold on,
he's saying you can drive in as long as your garage is in the back.
hold on.
But
Everyone
you
does their
don't
best
use your
work at
alley.
12:15.
Somebody does.
So,
It might not be any of us in this room.
I have to get up really early tomorrow.
Okay, neighborhood-specific design guidelines.
What difference does that make?
Okay.
I don't understand that.
New curb cut, so straight out of the neighborhood-specific design guidelines, they're talking about lower avenues, or this is how they describe it. New curb cuts are prohibited west of Pacific Coast Highway where alley access is available between Avenue A and Avenue G. Where there is an existing curb cut in the area, the curb shall be restored and driveway, apron, okay. So lower avenues, alley access only. Right? That's what this says, neighborhood-specific. Keep it. I'm good with
Yeah,
that.
but we've changed a lot of things, Matthew, from the 20
But that's the
years
most
ago.
restrictive, most.
No, you're
I know,
saying,
but I'm just, let's just see where we have agreement, step by step. Lower avenues, do we have agreement?
Yes.
Okay. Upper avenues. East of Pacific Coast Highway, alley access for garages is strongly encouraged but not required. A rear-loaded garage accessed by a driveway along the side of the lot is also acceptable. Front-facing garages are out of character with the neighborhood and are strongly discouraged in this area. So east of Pacific Coast Highway, upper avenues. I propose to keep this language where but make it a requirement, either alley access for garages is required or a rear-loaded garage accessed by a driveway along the side of the lot is also acceptable. That's upper avenues.
I propose, no, if there's an alley, you have to access from the alley. And that you wouldn't allow a new build to put a driveway down
Okay.
from the front.
But the upper avenues, that is how they were developed with,
No, I think Brandy said that they took a survey, they kind of looked and there aren't as many up there as
As
you
many-
might be thinking there are, Matthew.
as many front-facing garages.
No, that was driveway, wasn't it, Brandy?
Front-facing
Front-facing
garages.
garages. That's what they're trying to avoid in the upper avenues. And I'm good, I'm in agreement with that. But they do allow for rear-loaded garage access by a driveway along the side of the lot. Because
Yeah.
when that one unit came to us, that's what they had on their lot. They had a rear-loaded garage.
They had to, when they revised their plans, they came in with that.
Yeah.
Where the garage was in the back, but they accessed it through a driveway. Now, it's not a 2-car wide curb cut. It was, this thing, because
So I propose to keep this requirement and make it a requirement. Alley access, in the upper avenues, alley access for garages is required. A rear-loaded garage access by driveway along the side of the lot is also acceptable. I think either one of those two solutions in the upper avenues is compatible with those neighborhoods.
And
Now,
I propose that if there's an alley,
Yeah.
you can't put in a driveway, whether it's a front-facing driveway, a side-facing, garage, a side-facing, that if there's an alley, you have to access the garage from the back.
Okay.
What if you bought a house that has a garage in the back, but a driveway from the front going to that garage? And you tear down the house, so you're gonna build something new, but you keep that driveway because you still want the garage where it used to be, and you want to be able to access it from the front for whatever reason. Should you be allowed to do that?
No, because it's a new build. So the idea is that we
Not the
get the
driveway.
streets, we get the cars off of the streets and move them into the alley. And it allows you to have, it's safer for children. It gives a more friendly
There's
neighborhood.
definitely pros and cons, no matter how you look at it.
Yeah, but I'm not hearing the pros on having a driveway up the front.
I'm just trying to
Other
match
than-
the
If you have
existing
a
character.
driveway from the front, you have a much longer driveway than accessing the garage from the back, which is probably on the property line, where you don't even have a driveway. So you have the ability to park all kinds of cars and RVs in your driveway and not be on the street.
You could leave a car and block.
You could put a battleship
I don't
on
think you
the
can
on the
park
side of your
RVs.
house.
No, you can't. Okay, can we vote on that?
So just playing devil's advocate, I'm trying to figure out what's so important about keeping a new homeowner from using an existing driveway, even
Because-
if they tear down the entire house. And let's say they don't do that. Like a lot of people will avoid the new home problem and what that requires by only tearing down part of the
Yeah, but that's
house.
different. That's a remodel. We're not talking about that. We're saying,
Okay,
you're
so-
not going to ask them to
So
put
I
a,
didn't know that. So remodels, it's okay to keep your.
well, you're not going to ask them to move their garage if,
But if they're taking.
all they were going to do was,
If they're tearing down the garage to make a better garage, or there's some dilapidated nature to the existing garage, and so they take it out.
I don't know,
And they
that's
just want to
getting
put
too
another one
complicated.
right
So-
back there
anyhow,
that maybe has a deck.
So we're really talking about
New construction
new
only.
construction. New construction, alley access only, remodels.
You can keep whatever you have.
No change required.
Okay, so
Is
that's different from what I
Okay,
understood the
but we
argument.
Would
Are
that
you in
be the
favor?
compromise? Would
I'm
that be?
never in favor.
But we
I'm
can't,
always out of favor.
but we can't control that. Like, there's a definition of a remodel, or there's a definition of
Yeah, I was
reconstruction.
wondering,
There's
is a
definition
remodel
of-
just one wall?
If they lose more than 50% of the structure, it would not qualify for existing non-conforming for them
So
to.
if the only thing they change is replacing the garage, then it would be considered new development, even though the house itself stays the
Only if
No,
same.
the
no,
garage is
I'm
as
talking
big as
about the
the house.
50% of the house.
50% of the entire structure,
Yeah.
structures.
The house.
Okay,
Square
so if you
footage.
don't change the house, you can still completely scrape the garage, build a whole new garage, and still have access from the front.
Is that true?
Keep your driveway.
And I
Would you have to build it in the same footprint? I think you'd have to build it in the same footprint.
It'd have to be in the same footprint, yes.
Yeah,
But
you're
aren't
basically
new garages-
replacing a termite infested garage.
Are we going down a
with
rabbit
better
hole?
one.
We don't necessarily,
I don't know.
I mean, this is.
We've gotten Doug to turn, so we almost have
Okay,
our
let's-
vote
I'm
here.
just
Alright,
trying to
so
get.
hang on a
I'm
second.
trying to make sure we
You've
don't make a
lost-
bad
You've lost
decision.
this. Real is.
Hey,
Two decisions.
that'll come out in the vote.
If there's a
Yeah,
alley,
So are you with us here, Doug?
I'm not sure what you're for.
I'm for
Except interrupting me.
new construction being accessed from the alley.
And what's new construction?
New construction is over 50% of the house being scraped.
Okay, so if you don't scrape the house, this is what I'm trying to get a
Yeah, if you don't
definitive
scrape the
answer.
house, it's not new
If you
construction.
don't change the house at all, but
You don't change the house at all.
And again,
You don't have to change the
if you interrupt me
alley.
again, I'm just going to keep going.
Just
So we
confirm
can
it.
get this over a lot faster if you shut the fuck up. So if the garage is replaced with a same footprint garage, the house is not changed up to that 50% thing,
Don't have
then
to
you
change it.
get to keep your front loaded
You do.
garage.
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted clarification
Yeah,
for
yeah,
God's
yeah. No,
sakes.
we're good.
Okay, so I finally was able to complete a sentence
Okay,
and get
in
that.
favor?
yes.
No.
Okay, I need a clarification of the clarification. If you have an existing garage, 9 times out of 10 is not going to meet the current requirements for size, so you can't have the same footprint. Like, if I knock down a 15-foot wide garage and I have to build an 18-foot wide thing.
I like, we could go down this path, but we're going to talk about something that's just a hypothetical on each property. And I really would rather you make a decision on how you want to move
What's
forward
in
with
the-
this.
It says if there's an alley, you have to come in the back, right? In the guidelines that were,
The current
standard.
guidelines,
The standard,
the standards require
the one we looked at now.
the draft
One
that we
we're
have
working on,
before
the
you.
draft.
Access to a garage in the rear of the lot shall be provided directly from the alley, except that access may be provided by a driveway access from the front of the property if either of the following conditions are present. The rear alley is less than 20 feet wide. This exception is not applicable to properties in the character areas of Barrel Heights and the lower avenues, and existing power pole or existing power poles or other utility structures would obstruct parking access as determined by the director.
Okay, so that's what's in it now.
That's what we want to keep. That was what.
That
we-
is,
that's what
that
we're
is
voting on.
citywide,
Yeah.
citywide for all of the districts.
Yes.
It's for garage access when there is a rear alley.
It's all zones, right? Or at least R1.
And then there's also, there's also garage location where there is a rear alley, a sloping lot where the rear alley may have a front-facing or side-facing garage. A lot that is not a sloping lot with a rear alley shall have a garage at the rear of the lot. And then it goes into, so that's all zones. For R1, R1A, R2, R3, R8, RMD, whatever they're called, RH.
Okay.
That is what is currently in there.
Okay, so we've had a vote. It's 3-3. When we have a tie, there is no change. Is that correct?
That's what we did in the prior one.
Okay,
Rock, paper, scissors.
Okay.
done.
What's next?
Okay. Shall we go through what you have so that we can consider moving on yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, I have some questions about the resolution. Okay, just clarifications. Let me pull the resolution up. Okay. The resolution states that the draft revisions to the municipal code will effectuate the objective residential standards. Will the city attorney be reviewing the municipal code revisions?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that, my question on that. Okay. The resolution is recommending the council add one sentence to the municipal code. That sentence is this. It's criteria 7 of the municipal code, consistency with residential design guidelines. The project shall comply with the objective residential standards by resolution of the city council. This sentence will be added to the administrative design review and the planning commission design review in 10-2.2500 and 10-5.2500. There's really only one, the resolution is only talking about this one sentence. Am I correct?
Yeah, so it's under administrative design review and under planning commission design review. What it's changing is currently it says the project shall be consistent with the intent of the residential design guidelines. That's adopted by the resolution of the city council. That's going to be changed to the project shall comply with the objective residential standards adopted by resolution of the city council.
So we're just asking, we're just saying that we agree that these, with this one sentence in these 4 different places are good to go.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Findings. Can you explain why this change is consistent with the housing element and the local coastal plan? It doesn't say that in here. It just says it is, it's consistent, but it doesn't say why. And I'm just wondering, can you?
Again, going back to what New Jersey has you do, it helps you, it has you find things not inconsistent. And I think that's the better, like there was no inconsistencies with the general plan or the local coastal program or local coastal, plan.
I know it's late.
No, it's not inconsistent. There wasn't anything
Yeah.
changed
Yeah,
that violated it, therefore it's consistent.
yeah,
There we go.
exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we put that in?
What is it you want to add and where?
There's no change. There is
No,
no,
there's just an explanation of why it's consistent, because we didn't do anything inconsistent.
Yeah,
okay.
it's, that's kind of funny. It's
Because number
consistent
3,
because it's not
okay.
inconsistent.
Or you would just say,
Because it's not wrong.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you.
in the readings on,
Did you intend for her
Commission.
to make a change to the document?
She just
Yeah,
said
she
to.
did.
number 3 also there, Sheila, or she's changing number 2. Did you want 3?
so
There's no,
in my readings, in regards to Planning Commission policy and protocols, it indicates that best practice is to not just to say it's consistent or inconsistent with, but with the word because and explaining why that is.
Instead of as?
No, because she's asked, because there's no change. And then that would be also for number 3, yeah.
Right. Because there's no change, we're not making any, it's consistent because
We
there's
didn't-
no change being made.
That is inconsistent.
Okay. No, it's just
too
no change at
late.
all, right? There's no change.
No, there's an amendment to the zoning ordinance.
That's a change.
Amendments
isn't
do
it?
not require
Not a
vote.
change
But
to
there's
the
no change that
general
would be
plan.
inconsistent with the local coastal plan or the general plan.
Coastal plan.
Well,
But it is a change.
best practice would be to say,
Why? But that's really hard.
but it's 12:30.
All right.
You know, we need to have best practice,
Yes, we do.
correct?
Okay. Are we ready?
I see the bottom of the fall on your sword list.
Yeah.
Knows exactly what I'm
Tells me exactly where to go. Thank you so much.
Yep, okay. These were newly added and we're in agreement, but I wanted to check. For me, these are 11 through 15 are not all fall on your sword. Like absolutely must or do not adopt this. I'd like to know if others think they are or
I'm a
which ones
fall
are or
on the
not.
sword for 11.
Okay, yeah. But I think,
And 12 is important. Just because we don't know these things as a city, I don't know, whatever. I mean, it doesn't mean that it isn't actually allowed. So there are bubbler systems. So the Parkland Conservancy actually was who was talking to me about that. That you don't want drip on a lot of natives and that we have to have that option to put the bubbler.
okay, yeah, so that's fine. But like, for example, a rain sensor monitor, I think whether they add that or not is up to the city council. That should, to me, that's a recommendation, like, hey, consider adding this. They can, they can't. It's up to them. Same with 14, adding new things to the point systems. They can, I think it's a good idea. I'm not opposed to it, but
But why
if they-
can't we just leave it as numbered and then they could take them out? What's the difference?
Well, there's two, the top list, 1 through 15 is do not adopt the objective residential standards without also including 1 through 12. That's
They
what
can
one-
actually do anything they want.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
they're
they can,
going to
but-
do whatever they want. Okay, so let's look at the bottom list and
Yeah, and the bottom list is, for your consideration, these are the other things you should think about, whether you do them or not. You know, as long as you do the things above, then yeah, go ahead and object.
Oh, we need to go over those, I believe, and it's so late.
Well, the swimming pool
Yeah,
setback should be.
we ended up,
should be a fall on your
Matthew,
sword
I think
item.
that those were two of the bonuses that we weren't sure that we needed to keep. I think that that wasn't decided. I mean, it was, don't you want to consider eliminating FAR?
Oh, but, yeah, so that's, it's in the consider list.
It's in both. We're going to go back. Let's go through these. Just because I think we need to get through everything right now.
Yes, we do.
So the very first one is eliminate FAR bonuses where that option in the zoning code would now be required in the objective residential standards. That's those 5. 5. So those are the 5. That's fall on the sword for the 5.
Yeah,
And asking them, well, and also consider eliminating all of the FAR bonuses in the R1
Right.
zones. So that would be considering eliminating all 7. They're both in here. So it gets them to consider both possibilities. The next would be to provide an objective standard to address the current subjective guidelines regarding bulk and mass and compatible with the neighborhood. Add FAR limits for R1A, R2, and R3 zone, to provide an objective. For R1A, R2, and R3 zones, the recommended FAR levels are 0.94 for R1A zones, 1.14 for R2 and R3 zones. Add additional objective standards in R1A regarding maximum height, flat roof, and pitched roof, no mezzanines, since these are distinctly different in traditional development in R1A than in R1. To maintain the compatibility with the established neighborhood character, revise the maximum height to 24 feet for flat roof design in R1A and revise maximum height to 28 feet For pitched roof designs in R1A, define flat roof and pitched roof. Only mezzanines open to the first floor shall be permitted in R1A. Mezzanines open to the second floor are not permitted to maintain compatibility with the neighborhood character. Number 4, add additional objective standards in R2 and R3. Only mezzanines open to the first floor shall be permitted in R2 and R3. Mezzanines open to the second floor are not permitted to maintain compatibility with the neighborhood character. 5, add objective standards in the R1 standards section for the Fay and Susanna character areas regarding pitched roof parallel to the street. Garages set forward shall have a pitched roof. And then those standards are there. A single peak roof ridge required parallel to the street front property line. B, if the garage is set forward of the main structure, then the roof shall be pitched, and define pitched. 6, consider streamlining or reconciling the definition of story and the determination of basement gross floor area included in the FAR to be the same, utilizing whichever measurement is more restrictive. Add an overall structure height limit on upsloping and side-sloping lots to be measured from the property line at the street level. An example is from San Diego. 8, for R1, have additional second-story rear setback based on an average of the depth of the lot. The second floor rear setback shall be set back an additional average of 5 feet or average 5% of the lot depth, whichever is greater. 9, to meet the general plan and municipal code requirements of light, air, and privacy, prohibit cantilever of second story for front unit in R2 and R3 for the width of the driveway and a maximum overhang over driveway of 2 feet for the middle units. This can be accomplished by increasing the second floor side setback on the side of the driveway. 10, to objectify the requirement that R2 and R3 multifamily have the appearance of a single-family residence, the garage of the front unit, R2, R3, shall be located at the rear of the front unit, not visible from the street. 11, for permeable surfaces, artificial turf is not permitted. 12, for irrigation, also allow a bubbler system as an alternative to the drip system option as recommended by the Water District. 13, add rain sensor monitor as another option for irrigation system in the point systems in the landscaping matrices. 14, add green roofs, bioswales, and gray water capture systems in the point systems in the landscaping matrices. 15, add a standard in RMD and RH multifamily zoning that states that buildings shall not cast shadows onto adjacent residential uses on winter solstice. Then we have section 6 that we added, and these are below are additional recommendations from the Planning Commission for the City Council to consider in finalizing the implementing the objective residential standards. 1, consider eliminating all FAR bonuses in the R1 zones, and I gave the examples there of those two. 2, consider removing limit to maximum size of roof decks where there is currently a limit to the combined areas of roof decks and mezzanines. 3, revisit whether to limit the building materials for modular construction to add composites or other materials, or consider eliminating the standard that is limiting the materials. 4, add definition of MWELO requirements in the objective residential standards to the applicability description of the front yard permeability and landscaping. And that's where we had found that section. 5, specify no artificial plants or turf in parkways. And 6, add swimming pool setbacks of a minimum of 3 feet from the property lines.
Was number 5 already put up in a higher, no artificial?
That's in parkways.
Oh, okay, okay.
You had for permeable surfaces, artificial turf is not.
But we have no artificial turf in the parkways, right? Citywide. Not as a maybe do it, but as a
as a requirement.
recommendation.
Requirement, move that up.
I think we voted on that.
I'm sorry,
It's 5?
Move that to
you want to move 5 to the fall on your sword?
Yeah.
Move them all up.
That's all we need,
Artificial
that's all we needed to
plants.
hear.
Can you specifically say, or artificial turf?
Artificial plants or artificial turf.
Right. Or artificial.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That's it?
I tend to agree with Commissioner Hensley that 13 and 14 could be moved down from fall on sword to optional.
Now, those are going
For
in the point
consideration.
system, Gwen, so they're actually just going to be in the chart. So they'll just say you have these 5 choices.
Right, so that's why I'm saying it's not a fall on your sword type thing, but
For city council to consider.
yeah.
I think the reason that I'd kind of like it to be a fall on your sword kind of thing is just to get the city council discussing this stuff that is so important. You guys, we are so far behind as a city. We really, truly are. I mean, when it comes to greening up a city and all of that, we really, truly are far behind. I mean, a perfect example is Pacific Coast Highway, which if you look at, for example, El Segundo or Manhattan Beach, I mean, they have planted Pacific Coast Highway. They put trees in, they've put, they haven't cemented in their parkways. On Pacific Coast Highway in districts 1 and 2, those are almost all cemented in. So it's just getting the council to think that this stuff is really, really important, that we all start trying to green the city up. I mean, I hate to talk about property values, but of course it increases property values, okay? It increases quality of life for everybody when they're looking at trees and they're looking at plants. And if we move it into not so important, then we've moved it out of the whole idea of greening up a city that needs it terribly.
We
That would
certainly
be
should
my,
leave 14 in there.
what?
We should certainly leave 14 in there. 13 could go to the secondary list.
It's just really getting them to have a discussion that they don't have. They don't have this. I mean, on Tuesday night, they had the discussion about artificial turf in parkways that people have put in because Mayor Bill said, what are we supposed to do with this? Like, just pull up the artificial turf in all of these people's parkways. And then, the city manager is saying, well, we can't really do that because we've then left them with dirt. So
It's permeable.
it's, yeah, exactly. It's actually better. But the point being is just getting these guys to, and everybody to just move forward in this thinking as a city.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I'm not disagreeing with that, but we have a tree ordinance, we have a water conservation requirements, we have other things that are focused on that. And this is a objective residential standards document and proposal. And I think that they're good ideas. I'm not opposed to them at all, but I just think that if they don't add bubbler as an option, they should not adopt the objective residential standards is not true to me. Like, I would like them to add bubbler. I think it's a great idea, but if they don't, they should still object. They do everything else. They should still adopt the objective residential
But
standards.
maybe they don't know, Matthew. That's the problem is that, they don't actually, unless you've researched it because you were trying to get your grant, would you know that you can do a bubbler and it was the Parkland Conservancy that said specifically, Jim Light said, this is ridiculous to have, drip.
Well, and it's added to a matrix of options.
Yeah.
It's not requiring it.
Yeah, I get it. I'm not opposed to the idea or the concept. It's just that what we're saying by having it in this list and having is that if they don't include bubblers, scrap the whole ORS.
Which we
Why would
can't
they-
I don't
really say
think
that
that's
anyway.
exactly-
They'll rip out whatever they want to rip out.
That's the whole point. At the very top, it says the planning commission recommends adoption of the ORS only if these things are done and listed.
Right, but
That's a
they're gonna do whatever they want
recommendation.
anyway.
That is an absolute recommendation.
They're only
yes.
going to do what they
I get
want. They're going to,
Right? I mean, they could just knock any one of these out of here
Ladies and
and just say,
gentlemen.
we're gonna do what we want,
Okay,
absolutely.
well,
So
This is just a way of telling them which ones that we think
Are important.
should
Yeah.
be
All right.
adopted.
So is there any agreement on
Commissioner Lamb?
13?
So it's 12:47.
Yep.
And we're arguing,
Bubblers.
right, going really nowhere on this. Is there, is there a possibility here that we could just submit this the way it is? Just the way it is now? And not quibble over the importance of each line. Can we do that?
I can do that.
And
course we can.
just submit this, whether or not they're going to decide, my view.
Are you gonna fall on your sword because it's in the fall on your sword?
They're going to have the exact same
If that's what's
conversation that
required,
we've
get out your
had.
sword.
Yes.
I mean, I'm
Because
almost of the opinion if you're going to do that, though, then you might as well not have two separate lists.
Well,
Just
I
say
was
consider
hoping
all
not
of
to
these
Yeah,
things.
but they're not, yeah, but
Section
to me, they're not. And that's the whole point that originally when this was drafted, it was planning commission recommends, blah, 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 all the things you normally list. That's normally how I do it. But I purposely proposed to greatly increase the language to basically say, if you do not do these things, we do not recommend you adopt this. And the shadow thing, I think it's a good thing. I'm interested in it, but it's not, if they do not adopt a standard for shadows, they should not adopt the objective residential standards. That's not where I am. And I'm trying not to quibble, but I'm also trying not to just get it out the door for get it out the door's sake. if
I
it's
almost
not-
think that we could just get rid of section 6 and just have those, they are important, I mean, move those up.
Eliminating all FAR bonuses, if they don't do that, if they kept side parking and front porch bonuses, they should continue to adopt the objective residential standards. So that would mean not moving it up to the.
Okay, Matthew, as far as the FAR bonuses and keeping those two, you've only decreased mansionization by 10%. So in other words, instead of it being 0.8, you're now at 0.7. And at 0.71, I think you said. So really, have we met what the public has asked us to do, which is, keep with the FAR, which we have is 65%. So by keeping those, they're going to put them in and they're going to get their 10%. There isn't going to be a builder that doesn't. So,
But like he was saying, only side parking is only an option on a fraction of
what is side
properties.
parking? I don't know what that is.
And so when you're on a corner and you can, instead of coming in the front or the rear, you're coming in off.
Coming in from a side street. Like I do.
We're almost done. If we can come to any, if everyone else votes, and that's fine. Let's just vote and make decisions and we're almost done. So I would vote that 13 move to section 6. Or propose, whatever you want to say.
And 16.
Well, I'll take it one at a time so we can.
I agree
Okay.
about 13 being moved.
Building shall be casting shadows.
I'm sorry?
I agree with 13 being moved.
Who wants to leave it as it is and move it forward?
I'm fine where it is.
I'm fine where it is.
So are we going to take a vote? Sorry, call for a vote?
Yeah, a straw poll. I guess it comes down to Boswell's vote, Commissioner Boswell.
I think that we should pare back this list of 16 to the stuff that we absolutely have to have.
Okay, so he's
And
voting
there's
to
stuff
move it.
like 13 and 16 that we would still want this to be adopted even if they said no to that. So I think we should have the A wish list is required and the B wish list is highly recommended.
Well, we do have that. It sounds like you're proposing to move 13 and 16 to the B wish list.
That would be my choice.
Well, we were just voting on 13 at this point, so we'll talk about 16 separately.
Moving 13,
So it's,
keeping 13 where it is.
well, we're at a 50-50, so it sounds like
Flip a coin.
if we want a clean vote, we should probably move it, right? I hate to move it too.
All right, how about if we move 13 and 16, we'll keep 11, 12, 14, 15. Is that a fair compromise?
How could you even, Matthew?
What?
Okay, I'm okay with that, but the idea that you're even considering 11, 12, 14, I mean, I don't know,
11 and
that's an old, artificial turf is like, we are all literally going to be
Yeah, I'm
looking
good with-
back, and what the
I'm
heck?
good with 11.
He's falling on his sword for it.
He wants to
He's
keep
falling on
11.
his sword, yeah.
I
No,
just
it's
keep
13 he wants to move. That's all. Right now, we just voted on moving 13.
Okay.
We just moved 13, now we're down to 15.
the only one I would propose was 15, just because it's new, I'm interested in it, it's a good idea, but it's not, I'm not falling on my sword for it. It's not a deal breaker.
Okay, how do we feel about 15? I'm fine where it is.
I'm fine where it is.
Sheila?
Actually, you could move it if you want. I'm much more interested in just moving this process
Move it.
along.
Move it.
Okay, I'm afraid it's moved. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
Are we done moving things,
we're
folks?
done.
I think so.
We're
I'm done
done.
with
All right,
Move it,
okay.
move it.
Can we
Let's read-
adjourn?
Let's read the whole thing from the top.
That's right.
Dear diary.
Is there anything else that needs to be talked about, or can we close this public hearing? Any public comment? Public comment? We have a
You're
public
such a
right here.
trooper. Any
Your
public speakers?
endurance is amazing.
My only request is that with the removal of the bonuses, that you consider softening the front, the
Front
front
setback.
setback for
On
the
the
second story. For the second story.
And just for clarity, we are not deciding anything tonight, or like, this is our going on to city council, so we aren't
Just
making any.
recommendations
yeah.
to city
Council
council.
is going to be a big meeting for you.
Yeah, you should plan on going to that one.
Oh, definitely,
sure.
and they don't go this long.
July 18th.
Yeah, they go till 4 a.m.
Yeah.
No, they do not. They like say
Done by
it's
8:30.
10:30.
4:30.
It's safe to go to those. They're
That was
done
What's your name
unbelievable.
again?
Okay,
Javier.
Javier
Javier,
Rivas.
thank you so much.
thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Hanging in there with this.
Yeah.
Consider putting your application in for a commission.
Do you live in Redondo? Ah,
You're in trouble now. You're on the list.
Okay.
okay, so
Close.
do I have a motion to close public hearing?
Motion to close public
Do I
hearing.
have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. Public hearing is now closed. Okay, and so do I have a motion to approve this resolution?
Good
Good night.
As revised.
Motion to
As
approve the
revised.
resolution as revised.
Okay,
Second.
okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Lamb,
Yes.
Commissioner Hazelton,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Chair Gaddis.
Yes, so it passes unanimously
Thank you.
Thank
after
you.
some good hard work. Thanks
my
to
gosh.
Thanks so much
Commissioner
to
Hensley's
everybody,
hard work,
Commissioner
Commissioner
Lamb.
Lamb's hard work,
You
Commissioner
guys are
Hazelton's
amazing putting
very
up with
hard
us.
work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
So
It's a lot
here
of
we
hard
are.
work. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Okay, so,
Sorry, Chair Gaddis.
yes.
Just general comment for the commission. I do plan to go to city council when this goes next month and give my personal opinion.
Tell them to vote against it.
No, but I will emphasize all the points I made during our whole process.
Okay.
But I won't be, this will not be on behalf of the commission, but just wanted to let you know you'll
Oh,
see.
yeah, please. Yes, absolutely. They'll have questions for you too, I'm sure. Items from staff.
Bubble or die.
No, I got nothing.
Commission items of
Ready for
referral.
karaoke?
Starting in 5 minutes out.
I already talked to her, said I was going to ask this question.
Okay, commission items and referrals to staff. Commissioner Lamb.
Update on, let me say this much nicer. please.
Maybe quickly?
Can you give us, Director Forbes, an update on the BCHD development?
Yeah, so with Beach Cities Health District, they haven't officially submitted an application for the city's review. They did provide us with the information on the grant funding that they received for the Alcove portion of their project, and we'll be reviewing that to determine if that is something, if that component is exempt from, and what it would be exempt from for city review, because it's state funding, right? Or yeah.
It is. Yes.
Yeah, so, but that we haven't otherwise received any application directly to us for any of our entitlements.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
All right. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no.
No.
Okay.
Still
Thank you very much. We are adjourned to
Lost again.
what date?
Another minute and a half.
Adjourned to July 20th. Thank you very much.
Well, 30 seconds to gather your things.